Chapter 1051 No Rush. Konoha Village. Orochimaru and Sasuke stood at the two ends of the long street. They ignored the faint sounds of fighting around them, and they only had each other in their eyes. Orochimaru grinned. "You didn't rush up like last time, Sasuke, it seems you have grown a lot." Sasuke lowered his body a little. "Humph, it was your luck that I didn't catch you last time. You won't be so lucky this time." "Luck?" Orochimaru smiled, then slowly raised his hands. Sasuke's expression was stern. Knowing that Orochimaru was going to seal, his eyes instantly focused on Orochimaru's hands, trying to judge what kind of ninjutsu the other party would use. "It's summoning." He soon came to a conclusion, and his expression became more solemn, because what he was most worried about was that the other party would summon the immortal body of the first, second, and fourth generations of Hokage. Bang, bang, bang. As Orochimaru's summoning technique was activated, a burst of white smoke surged on the field. However, to Sasuke's surprise, what emerged from the white smoke were not the immortal body of the three Hokage, but large snakes. Each of these snakes was as big as a house, spitting out tongues and staring at Sasuke with vertical pupils. Faced with this horrifying scene, Sasuke secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the three Hokage, these snakes were much cuter in his eyes. However, as soon as he relaxed a little, the snakes on the opposite side swarmed up. The buildings on both sides of the street, whether wooden or masonry, were as fragile as tofu in front of these snakes, collapsing at the slightest touch and breaking at the slightest touch. The snakes attacked all the way, almost raising the entire street to the ground. Faced with the aggressive snakes, Sasuke did not hesitate at all and instantly launched the Susanoo. Instantly, a purple light projected from his body. It quickly condensed into a half-body armored giant. Without time to change weapons, Sasuke's Susanoo stretched out his hands and grabbed the snake that pounced in front of him, then exerted force and violently tore the snake into two pieces. Clang! Instantly, blood spurted out like rain, and filled the air with a blood mist. Shaking off the remains of the snake in his hand, Sasuke's Susanoo flashed with purple light and transformed into a long sword. He kept moving and swept across, killing all the other snakes that swarmed in. Snake limbs, some even flew across several streets, causing the entire block to be shrouded in a thick smell of blood. Swish, swish, swish. As the battle broke out on Sasuke's side, with the sound of breaking wind, Konoha ninjas continued to reinforce from all directions. Obviously, Sasuke's tall Susanoo played a rallying effect, and the nearby Konoha ninjas all moved towards this side. Then, the third generation led a group of Anbu to the scene. Looking at the snake corpses all over the ground and Orochimaru standing on the street with a playful look on his face, the third generation he shouted, "Orochimaru, what on earth are you going to do?" Orochimaru's eyes moved away from Sasuke and fell on the sand. "Teacher, I was right, you will show up. But with only one arm left, what can you do?" The Sandai's face darkened. At this time, Kabuto Yakushi led Jago, Gurren, and Teiwa to the battlefield. No doubt, Kabuto Yakushi was not idle, but took advantage of the chaos in Konoha to release Jago, Gurren, and Teiwa who were imprisoned in the secret prison. Seeing this, the Sandai's face became more gloomy. Orochimaru sighed faintly, "Teacher, you are so old and incompetent now, which disappoints me so much. Instead of dying in humiliation in old age, let me do it and send you off for the last time." The Sandai said coldly, "Is this the purpose of your coming to Konoha?" Orochimaru smiled, did not answer, and directly rushed to the Sandai with a whoosh. The two Anbu guarding the third generation rushed forward, but were killed by Orochimaru in mid-air, unable to delay for even a moment. After realizing that Orochimaru's target for Konoha might be him, the third generation immediately withdrew, trying to lure Orochimaru away with himself. Orochimaru chased after the third generation, whether he didn't see the third generation's intention or didn't care at all. After the third generation and Orochimaru left, Kabuto Yakushi didn't follow, but habitually pushed the frame on his nose and said to Sasuke, "Sasuke-kun, we meet again." Looking at Kabuto Yakushi's half-smile, Sasuke gritted his teeth and said, "Kabuto Yakushi." Kabuto Yakushi casually instructed Jago, Gurren, and Teiwa beside him, "Leave Sasuke to me, you go deal with other Konoha ninjas." "Understood." Jago and the others responded. Instantly, a new melee broke out in this bloody neighborhood. Jago, Honglien, and Teiwa, three of Orochimaru's subordinates who had just been rescued by Kabuto Yakushi, faced the Konoha ninjas present. and Kabuto Yakushi himself entered the sage mode and faced Suzuki. Konoha Police Building. Shikamaru led a group of classmates to the door of the police building in a panic. The roar from the street they came from time to time in the distance, and Sasuke's conspicuous Susanoo, all indicated that the fierce battle was still going on. It should be in time, Shikamaru said secretly, and then led everyone into the police building in a hurry. In the captain's office, Shikamaru met Shinji. Contrary to his expectations, Shinji did not seem nervous, or to be more precise, Shinji, Karin, and Momae in the office looked very calm, as if they were not affected by the attack on the village at all. Without time to think, Shikamaru told Shinji that Orochimaru was attacking the village and that Suzuki was in danger. Sakura said anxiously, "Shinji, find a way to save Suzuki. He is definitely not a match for Orochimaru alone." Shinji said calmly, "I know, you stay in the police building and don't run around." Seeing that Shinji didn't seem to have any plans to act immediately, Shikamaru stepped forward and asked, "Shinji, do you have any arrangements?" Shinji's tone was still calm, "Don't worry. Nagato can endure, the five shadows can endure, and even the power that the fear overlord infiltrated was not too ostentatious. As a lantern bearer, he can't act rashly because it concerns the safety of the ninja world. What is the purpose of Orochimaru's attack on Konoha this time? You can find out slowly, so he is not in a hurry at all." Shinji's indifference infected Shikamaru. Shikamaru knew that Shinji was probably one of the strongest people left in the village, so even though he was puzzled, he still chose to believe Shinji. Here is the first update. Chapter 1052 The Last Lesson. On the long street of Konoha, Sasuke's purple half-armored Susanoo was like a god, forcing Kabuto Yakushi, who had activated the sage mode, to dodge back and forth. It was just that the advantage on the scene did not make Suzuki happy. He knew that the other party was teasing him and consuming his pupil power. "I can't waste time with him." With a determined heart, Suzuki immediately urged Susanoo to draw the bow and aim at Kabuto Yakushi. Swoosh! The next moment, the purple arrow was like thunder, attacking Kabuto Yakushi at an incredible speed. So fast! Kabuto Yakushi was secretly surprised. The speed of Sasuke's arrow was so fast that even he, who was in the sage mode, found it difficult to dodge. Boom! The purple arrow hit the position where Kabuto Yakushi was, and an explosion occurred, raising a cloud of dust. Did it hit? Suzuki looked intently, but found that after the dust dissipated, Kabuto Yakushi was safe and sound. No, it can't be said to be safe and sound, because there was an obvious scar on Kabuto Yakushi's waist and abdomen before, but that scar healed quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Knowing that the opponent should have avoided the vital points, coupled with his own terrifying recovery ability, so he seemed to be uninjured, so Suzuki did not hesitate to activate the Susanoo again. However, this time Kabuto Yakushi did not give him the opportunity to aim and shoot, and his figure flashed and hit in the surrounding ruins. Damn it! After cursing inwardly, Suzuki did not dare to relax and still aimed at the area where Kabuto Yakushi was. Boom! Just then, Suzuki, the ground under Sasuke's feet suddenly vibrated. Before Suzuki could figure out what was happening, the soil and rocks under his feet seemed to come alive and quickly bulged. In just a few breaths, a huge semicircular rock ball was built, covering Suzuki and his Susanoo together. Looking at the dark rock walls around him, Suzuki suddenly remembered the white stimulus technique of Kabuto Yakushi that he had been hit by before. He thought it was not good in his heart, and hurriedly urged Susanoo to destroy the rock wall in front of him that completely covered him. But before he could activate Susanoo, a red dragon shadow grabbed the vibrating black ball and rushed into the rock cover, and then exploded suddenly. Buzz buzz buzz! The dazzling situation, accompanied by huge vibrations, exploded in the entire rock cover. And the closed environment of the semicircular rock cover upside down on the ground, like a lampshade, not only increased the focusing effect, but also enhanced the echo and vibration. In an instant, even though he had the Manjiki Sharingan, Suzuki still fell into temporary blindness. The sound waves seemed to directly invade his body, as if shaking his brain, giving him a terrible headache and making him unable to think at all. At this time, the rock cover suddenly opened, and Kabuto Yakushi from outside attacked instantly, punching Sasuke's Susanoo. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Sasuke's Susanoo shattered with a crack sound, and the armor, muscles, and other textures on the Susanoo dissipated one after another, leaving only the most basic bone state, barely supporting. It's worthy of Suzuki. Kabuto Yakushi praised. He thought that using inorganic reincarnation to create a closed environment, and then strengthening the effect of white Gaki Jutsu, he could get rid of Suzuki. Unexpectedly, Suzuki was hit by a full set of white Gaki Jutsu, but he could still barely maintain the skeletal form of Susanoo. This undoubtedly shows that after Suzuki suffered a loss from his white blade technique last time, he did some corresponding confrontational training in private. Fortunately, Kabuto Yakushi has always been cautious. After using the white blade technique on Suzuki once, he did not use it again in the open air this time. Otherwise, it is very likely that he will not be able to weaken the effect of Sasuke's Susanoo. However, no matter how determined Suzuki is, the damage to his physiological functions cannot be compensated by his will, so Suzuki soon couldn't maintain the Susanoo and half knelt on the ground and gasped heavily. Seeing that the Susanoo that protected Suzuki disappeared, Kabuto Yakushi slowly walked towards Suzuki and said with a smile, "Suzuki, you can always bring me some surprises. No wonder Lord Orochimaru is obsessed with you." Suzuki, who seemed to be unable to stay awake, suddenly looked up at this moment, and a strange light bloomed in his scarlet eyes. Then, a black flame suddenly burned at the focus of his vision. All this happened incredibly fast. It was obvious that Suzuki had been planning for a long time. The collapse of Susanoo and the kneeling on one knee due to exhaustion were not fake, but he still thought of the final strategy in desperation. However, the expectation on Sasuke's face soon turned into despair. Because he found that the Amaterasu he launched with his last strength was blocked by a sudden rock wall in front of Kabuto Yakushi. Obviously, Kabuto Yakushi launched the inorganic reincarnation to drive the rock wall to protect himself the moment Suzuki raised his head, so he successfully blocked Sasuke's last attack. Plop! Unable to hold on any longer, Suzuki fell to the ground and fainted. The white stimulus technique of Kabuto Yakushi had already caused him serious internal injuries. He was able to hold on until now because of his strong willpower. Kabuto Yakushi chuckled and stepped forward to pick up the unconscious Suzuki. On the other side, fighting and retreating all the way, the third generation led Orochimaru to the forest of death on the edge of the village. Looking at the familiar death forest, Orochimaru remembered the time when the third generation brought him, Tsunade, and Jiraiya to practice wild survival here, and he was a little dazed for a moment. The third generation said at this time, "Do you remember what I taught you here?" Orochimaru snorted, "Old man, I am not interested in playing wild survival with you here. And you have nothing to teach me. Really? Then let me teach you the last lesson." As he said, the third generation rushed into the depths of the death forest. "You can't escape." Orochimaru hurriedly chased after him. But at the corner of a big tree, the third generation suddenly showed up and rushed towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru frowned slightly, feeling a little uneasy, but did not choose to retreat, but waved his sword to meet it. If Shinji was here, he would find that what Orochimaru held in his hand was the Kusanagi sword of Suzuki in the original time and space. The sharpness of the Kusanagi sword was too much for the Sandai's body to resist, and he was pierced through the abdomen by the Kusanagi sword in an instant, and blood spurted out. Seeing that it was not the shadow clone that was pierced by his sword, Orochimaru frowned even more tightly. "Old man, are you so eager to die?" The Sandai let the long sword pierce deeper into his abdomen, took a firm step forward, then raised his head and looked at Orochimaru, who looked a little surprised, and smiled. "It's my fault as a teacher that I failed to teach you well, but it doesn't matter, I still have a lot of time to teach you slowly. You." Before he finished speaking, the shadow of the god of death appeared behind the third generation. The second update is here. It's the last 2 days of this month, and those who still have monthly tickets should not forget to vote. Chapter 1053 Regret. Shiki Fusion. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and then a look of shock and anger appeared on his face. The familiar shadow of the god of death that appeared behind the third generation was undoubtedly the forbidden technique of the Uzumaki clan, Shiki Fusion. He didn't expect that the third generation, who had only one arm left and couldn't make a seal at all, would use Shiki Fusion to die with him. No, this is impossible. The forbidden technique of the level of Shiki Fusion cannot be activated by one-handed seals. Orochimaru reacted halfway through his words. Shiki Fusion is indeed not activated by one-handed seals, but with the ninjutsu attainments of the third generation, the ninjutsu doctor, there is no problem in activating the shadow clone technique with one-handed seals. And the third generation can completely activate the shadow clone technique first, and then use the other hand of the shadow clone to help him complete the seal of the Shiki Fusion. Just when I wanted to understand the third generation, how did he do that? Orochimaru felt as if his soul was bound by a strong suction force, and his limbs quickly stiffened, leaving only his mouth, eyeballs, and fingers that could barely move. Damn old man! Orochimaru's heart sank. He knew very well how powerful the Shiki Fujin was. If the third generation really completed the seal, even if he was almost immortal, he would be finished. The third generation smiled and said, "It seems that you have forgotten my guidance. Even when facing an opponent weaker than you, you must be extra careful." At this time, the shadow of the god of death behind the third generation stretched out an arm, first pierced through the third generation's body, then stretched out his hand from the third generation's body, fiercely penetrated into Orochimaru's body, and pulled Orochimaru's spirit out of his body bit by bit. Damn! Orochimaru was helpless at this time and could only try his best to stabilize his spirit body and fight with the god of death. In the original time and space, when Orochimaru was controlled by the Shiki Fujin launched by the third generation, he used his own Kusanagi sword that could be extended and controlled remotely, so even if only his fingers could move, he could remotely control the Kusanagi sword to attack the third generation who was launching the Shiki Fujin at that time. But because he was captured last time, Orochimaru's own Kusanagi sword was seized by Konoha, and then it was taken away by Shinji. From the sword was stolen from the village's secret vault and given to Bai, so Orochimaru was using Sasuke's Kusanagi sword at this time. Although the two Kusanagi swords were equally sharp, Sasuke's Kusanagi sword did not have the ability to be extended and retracted freely and controlled in the air like his Kusanagi sword. Therefore, he could only stare blankly and could not make any effective counterattack. While the third Hokage activated the Shiki Fujin to seal Orochimaru's soul, he smiled and said, "In order not to be disturbed, this is the death god I prepared for you." Orochimaru was shocked when he heard this, and immediately looked up at the phantom of the god of death behind the third generation. Sure enough, the phantom of the god of death behind the third generation was very similar to the phantom of the god of death he summoned before, but the details of the face were a little different. You! Orochimaru was even more frightened. If it was the god of death who was contracted with the usual god of death mask, even if he was really sealed by the third generation, he could at least expect Kabuto Yakushi to find a way to find the god of death mask and use the method he used to release his soul from the belly of the god of death. But he never thought that the Sandai had even taken this into consideration. He actually chose another death mask in the Uzumaki clan's Neimen Hall, which almost blocked all his possibilities of escape. Because it goes without saying that the Sandai must have hidden this death mask that sealed him in a place no one knew. Even if Kabuto Yakushi was loyal to him, there was probably no way to rescue his soul from the belly of the death god. At this point, Orochimaru no longer had the calmness he had before, and his face was full of fear. "Damn old man, let me go." The Sandai smiled with relief. "When we enter the belly of the death god together, I, an old guy, can finally teach you how to become a qualified ninja. By then, I hope you won't find me annoying. Let me go. Let me go." Orochimaru roared at the top of his lungs, completely losing his composure. However, no matter how Orochimaru struggled, cursed, and abused, the third generation remained unmoved and firmly urged the Shiki Fujin. He had been preparing for this moment for a long time. In order to relax Orochimaru's vigilance, he even took the initiative to reject Tsunade's proposal to clone a new arm for him. Because he knew very well that only if he was an old man with a broken arm, Orochimaru would relax his vigilance, and he would have the opportunity to die with Orochimaru. As time went by, Orochimaru's soul was taken away by the god of death. Pulled out of the body bit by bit. The soul left the body, making Orochimaru's control over the body weaker and weaker. He began to be unable to even saw, as if his soul would be completely pulled out of the body in the next moment. Just when Orochimaru fell into despair, a kunai suddenly shot from a distance and accurately cut the throat of the third generation. The blood vessels and trachea in the neck were cut by the kunai at the same time. The third generation was like a deflated balloon, and his vitality quickly withered. As the third generation fell into death, he could not continue to launch the Shiki Fujin, and the phantom of the god of death had to give up. Orochimaru's soul took away the soul of the third generation alone. In his last moments, the third generation saw Kabuto Yakushi rushing towards him from a distance, and Sasuke held in his hand, and the last thought flashed through his mind, "It's a pity that I can't take Orochimaru with me." Shua. At this time, Kabuto Yakushi came to Orochimaru in a panic and asked, "Lord Orochimaru, are you okay?" Orochimaru looked a little dazed. He glanced at the corpse of the third generation on the ground. "Old man, I almost got tricked by you." "Humph, is this the last lesson you taught me? It's really unforgettable. Kabuto Yakushi asked, was that Shiki Fujin just now? Orochimaru nodded slowly, well, I didn't expect the old man has been plotting against me. If you had come a step later, I would have been sealed. Kabuto Yakushi quickly apologized, sorry, dealing with Sasuke took some time. Orochimaru, who gradually recovered from his fear, looked at Sasuke in Kabuto Yakushi's hand and smiled, after solving the third generation and capturing Sasuke, we only need to get Uchiha Shinji's pair of Manjiki Sharingan, and we can leave. Kabuto Yakushi said, I have investigated, Uchiha Shinji should be in the Konoha police force building at this moment. Orochimaru said, let's go, solve all this as soon as possible, I am tired of this village. The first update is here. Chapter 1054 Shinji, are you serious? Inside the police force building. Sasuke's Susanoo seems to have disappeared. The explosion has also stopped. Is the battle over? Who won? Gathering by the window, the same classmate looked at the street scene in the distance and talked. There had been no explosions in the distant streets for a while, and Sasuke's half-body Susanoo had disappeared. These signs undoubtedly indicated that the battle was over, or that the battlefield had moved. Therefore, the classmates were all guessing who had won. Unlike the others, Shikamaru looked solemn. He knew that Sasuke was probably no match for Orochimaru with his strength. If the battle was still going on, it at least meant that Sasuke had not lost. But if the battle was over, Sasuke was probably in danger. Secretly glancing at Shinji on the side, Shikamaru was surprised to find that Shinji didn't seem to care about the outcome of the battle in the distance, and his expression was as calm as before. What is Shinji thinking? Shikamaru, who has always been resourceful, was also deeply confused at this moment. In his cognition, it was the most stable tactic for Shinji and Sasuke, the two Mangekyo Uchiha, to attack together, so he didn't understand why Shinji didn't move. Are you scared? No, Shinji is not that kind of person. He shook his head secretly again. Suddenly, a ninja appeared in the small square in front of the police force building. The classmates at the window looked over and found that the other party was Teiwa, a ninja from the Sound Village who had participated in the Chunin exam with them. Sakura was surprised and said, why is she here? Sakura clearly remembered that Teiwa was imprisoned in the secret prison, because she and her teacher Shizune went to the secret prison to treat Teiwa. Then, Honglian and Jugo also appeared in the small square in front of the police force building, and then the three of them stood in the small square, quietly watching the police building. Sakura was stunned, how could this happen? Aren't they all imprisoned in the secret prison? Tian asked, Sakura, who are they? After all, not all classmates have the opportunity to enter the village's secret prison like Sakura, so most of the classmates only recognized Teiwa and did not know the identities of Honglian and Jugo. Sakura swallowed her saliva, they are all Orochimaru's subordinates. They were caught by the village when they helped Orochimaru escape from prison. I don't know why they are all out now. Shikamaru's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The fact that the prisoners in the village prison appeared in front of the police force building so swaggeringly is enough to explain many problems. Thinking of this, Shikamaru turned his head sharply and looked at Shinji. Just as he expected, Shinji was still calm. What he didn't expect was that even Karin and Momae, who were standing beside Shinji, didn't seem to have much emotional fluctuations, as if there was no one in the small square in front of the building. Ino asked, what are they trying to do standing there? Ya said angrily, they must be targeting us. Damn it, I'll go out and fight them. Xiao Li hurriedly said, I'll go with you. Shikamaru quickly stopped them and said, don't be reckless. Ino also advised, yeah, let's listen to Shinji. With him here, it should be fine. Ino's voice was a little trembling, and it sounded obviously lacking in confidence. Shua shua. Just then, accompanied by two sounds of breaking through the air, Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi also arrived in front of the police force building. The classmates hiding in the office all changed their expressions, the air around them seemed to solidify, and fear quickly spread on their faces. Sakura even covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound, but tears could not stop flowing down. Because of the small square outside, the person that Kabuto Yakushi was holding in his hand was Sasuke, who had fainted. What should we do? Has Sasuke been defeated? It's over. Fear and despair enveloped all the students of the same class. In the end, everyone looked at Shinji beside them and regarded him as the last straw. Sure enough, they came for me. Shinji's face darkened. Although he was not at the scene of the two battles between Orochimaru and the third generation, and between Kabuto Yakushi and Sasuke, he knew the general results through Kairan's Kagura heart. As the reigning Hokage at the time, the third generation was closely related to the extinction of the Uchiha clan, and Sasuke was the bait thrown by Shinji, so he did not choose to intervene in these two battles. Orochimaru defeated the third generation and fulfilled his long-cherished wish, and captured Sasuke and obtained this body with the Manjiki Sharingan. At this time, he actually came to trouble him, which means that he was in the target of Orochimaru's attack from the beginning. Who is behind Orochimaru? Is it Nagato, Obito and others? Or is it the overlord of fear? Or is it simply that he wants more? All kinds of thoughts flashed through Shinji's mind. The reason why he didn't show up was that he was worried that there were other forces behind Orochimaru's attack this time, so he released Sasuke to test Orochimaru. As he expected, Orochimaru was not satisfied with solving the third generation and getting Sasuke, and even he was on Orochimaru's hunting list. If it was Nagato, Obito and others, or Orochimaru's own ambition, who were pushing Orochimaru in secret, then Shinji didn't need to worry too much, but if it was the power of the overlord of fear that infiltrated the ninja world, then he, the lantern bearer, couldn't show up easily before he was ready. At this time, Orochimaru took a step and walked towards the police force building. Kabuto Yakushi, Jago, Guren, and Teiwa, 4 guards, were on the left and right of Orochimaru, and they were approaching the police force building together. The classmates in the office were all worried. Seeing Sasuke being captured alive, and no other Konoha ninjas coming to reinforce them, even those who were as slow as Koji and Lee realized that the village's defense force had probably been destroyed by Orochimaru, and now they were isolated and helpless, and no one could save them. Shikamaru stared at Shinji. Shinji. Shinji sighed lightly. At this time, Karin stood up and asked Shinji, "Let me go." Just when Shinji was thinking, Wyoming said, "Shinji, the other party is obviously coming for you, I'll go out and get rid of them all." After that, Wyoming turned around and walked out of the office without waiting for Shinji to nod. Seeing this, Karin retreated behind Shinji. The classmates in the office looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never thought that facing the approach of Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, Jago, Guren, and Teiwa, Shinji would only send out Mumming, a girl of the same age as them. Shikamaru was surprised and said, "Shinji, are you serious? Here comes the first update. It's the last half day, and students who still have monthly tickets must not forget to vote." Chapter 1055 Are you Orochimaru? Shinji did not answer, but just looked out the window quietly. Karin smiled at Shikamaru, "Don't worry, it's safe here." Karin has a say in Mumming's strength. Before, Shinji asked them to act out a scene of internal strife in the Akatsuki organization for the 5 major ninja villages, Nagato and Obito, and the scene of C, D, and E besieging B. Mumming played B, and Karin herself played the guest role of D, who was responsible for besieging Mumming. So Karin knew very well that the pupil power of Wyoming's eternal Manjiki Sharingan was much stronger than her eternal Manjiki Sharingan period. No, it should be much stronger. So Wyoming seemed to be a harmless little girl, but her strength was definitely stronger than her with the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. In addition, she and Shinji were here, so she didn't take Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, and others outside seriously. Kairan's words were obviously not convincing. Shikamaru still stared at Shinji, hoping that he could explain, but Shinji had no intention of explaining at all, or his behavior had already represented his attitude. In front of the police force building. Seeing Wyoming walking out of the building alone, Orochimaru and others stopped. Even they didn't expect that the one who came out to face them was a girl who looked only 13 or 14 years old. "Wyoming, run away. You are no match for them." Sasuke, who was held by Kabuto Yakushi, shouted with all his strength. He had already woken up at this time, but his whole body was sore and weak that he couldn't struggle. When he saw Wyoming coming out alone to meet the enemy, he was surprised, so he had to do his best to shout a warning. Wyoming glanced at Sasuke, with some displeasure in his eyes. Because of Itaki, she hated the whole family and had always been unhappy with Sasuke. She felt that Itaki favored Sasuke, but almost killed Shinji. These two brothers were quite hateful. It was only after getting to know him for a while that she found that Sasuke had no scheming and was a very pure person, so under the guidance of Shinji, she gradually let go of some prejudices. Turning his eyes away from Sasuke, Wyoming looked at Kabuto Yakushi. No matter how useless Sasuke is, he is also an Uchiha. You dare to attack him, which means you don't take Shinji seriously at all, so be prepared to accept the wrath of Uchiha. Orochimaru smiled. Who? Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses. Her name is Wuming, she is a member of the Konoha police force, her origin is unknown, and it is said that she was recruited by Uchiha Shinji himself. Teiwaya said, Lord Orochimaru, I will go and deal with her. Go. Orochimaru nodded casually. Teiwaya immediately stepped out and walked towards Wuming. Although the number of subordinates around Orochimaru has been greatly reduced, almost all of the remaining ones are masters. Compared with others, she is inevitably a little inferior, so she needs to perform well in front of Orochimaru. You don't know how to live or die. After laughing secretly, Teiwaya rushed out like an arrow from a bow with a whoosh, and pounced on Wuming opposite. The classmates hiding in the office were all worried. The strength of the Sound Four, who had participated in the Chunin exam, was very clear, and they were definitely not opponents that could be easily dealt with. At this moment, Wuming just slightly turned sideways, and then with a knife, he accurately chopped the neck of Teiwaya who rushed towards her. Plop! Without any resistance, Teiwaya, whose neck was hit hard, fell straight to the ground with black eyes. Hey! Orochimaru and others exclaimed. Wuming looked up at this time and looked directly at Orochimaru. Mangekyo Sharingan! Orochimaru did not dodge Wuming's gaze, but when their eyes met, he was surprised to find that there was also a pair of scarlet eyes in Wuming's eye sockets. And compared with Sasuke's Mangeki Sharingan, the pattern on Wuming's Sharingan was even more complicated. Before he could react, everything around him changed. In an instant, he was in a world full of scarlet, and the people who were originally guarding him, such as Kabuto Yakushi, Chugo, Honglien, etc., all disappeared. Illusion. Orochimaru was stunned and thought, it can make me unaware. Is it a pupil technique at the level of the Mangeki Sharingan? Wuming came out from the scarlet at this time. Are you Orochimaru? Orochimaru habitually wanted to grin, but found that his mouth suddenly couldn't move, and then he found that his whole body couldn't move. Wuming obviously didn't want to get any answer from Orochimaru, but just said to himself, Sasuke has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan after all, but he actually lost to you. It's really a headache. Forget it, I'll just give you a little punishment. When Orochimaru heard Wuming say a little punishment, he didn't care much, but when the black flames burned all over his body, he understood what Wuming meant by a little punishment. The intense burning sensation suddenly stimulated the nerves all over his body. As experienced as he was, he couldn't tell for a while whether it was an illusion or he was really hit by the Amaterasu of the Mangeki Sharingan. After using a knife to kill Teiwaya and then a Tsukuyomi to kill Orochimaru, Wuming's eyes shifted and looked at Kabuto Yakushi. You all come together. Everyone be careful, she is a Mangeki Uchiha. Kabuto Yakushi was immediately scared out of his wits. While reminding Jago and Gurren, he quickly activated the Sage mode and used the snake membrane to completely protect his retina, avoiding the risk of the middle pupil technique illusion. Sasuke, who was held in Kabuto Yakushi's hand, had a dull look on his face. He never thought that Wuming, who had worked with him for so long, was actually an Uchiha clan member with a Mangeki Sharingan like him. Everyone in the office was shocked to see Wuming kill Teiwaya with one move and Orochimaru with one look. One illusion solved Orochimaru, how is this possible? Shikamaru vaguely felt that Wuming might not be simple, but he never thought that Wuming could be so strong. On the field, Kabuto Yakushi, Jago and Honglien were facing a formidable enemy. Wuming didn't care at all. She took a step and walked towards Kabuto Yakushi and the others. Although she was a small figure, she brought an indescribable huge pressure to the three people opposite. Kabuto Yakushi shouted, let's go together. Jago and Honglien didn't care about much when they heard it. One of them rushed over and the other started to make a seal, and launched an attack on Wuming together. However, with just a glance from Wuming, the black flames of Amaterasu covered Jago's whole body, shocking Honglien who was making a seal for a moment, and seemed to have forgotten what seal to make next. At this time, Kabuto Yakushi rushed towards Wuming with a whoosh, but his fist hit the red skeleton phantom. Not only did he not hurt Wuming at all, but he was repelled. Wuming snorted lightly, I'm not Sasuke. The first update is here. After today, all the monthly tickets will be refreshed. Students who haven't voted yet must not forget it. Thank you all. Chapter 1056 Limit. Susanoo. Kabuto Yakushi's face was gloomy. This time he invaded Konoha, he secretly investigated for a long time, repeatedly confirmed that high-threat characters such as Tsunade and Jiraiya had all left the village, and then reported to Orochimaru. I didn't expect that there would be such a big mistake. Hong Lian was also in doubt. There is another Manjiki Uchiha in Konoha village. Ah! At this time, Chugo's wailing interrupted their thoughts. The two looked over and found that Chugo was covered with the black flames of Amaterasu. If he hadn't activated the curse seal, his physique was far superior to that of ordinary people. I'm afraid he would have died under the black flames of Amaterasu and couldn't even wail. Save people! Kabuto Yakushi roared. Hong Lian quickly made a seal, crystal escape, red fruit. In an instant, a hard and clear red crystal wrapped around Jago. However, to Hong Lian's surprise, after being wrapped by her own crystal escape, the black flame of Amaterasu attached to Jago did not go out, but burned her crystal escape instead. However, because the crystal escape attracted the black flame of Amaterasu, Jago, who was sealed in the crystal escape, was temporarily freed from the burning of Amaterasu, but if the crystal outside was completely burned by Amaterasu, Jago, who was sealed in the crystal, would still be unable to escape. What a powerful fire escape! Secretly shocked, Hong Lian formed a seal again, and took advantage of the gap where Amaterasu was still burning her crystal escape, urging Chakra to crack the crystal escape, letting Jago, who was sealed inside, leak out, and then threw out the ninja tool hooked Jago and dragged him out from under Amaterasu. While Hong Lian tried to rescue Jago, Yakushi Kabuto looked at Wu Ming on the opposite side vigilantly. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that in addition to Uchiha Shinji and Uchiha Suzuki, there was a third Manjiki Uchiha in Konoha village. Especially, Wu Ming's Susanoo was red. You should know that the Susanoo of Akatsuki B is red. However, he had fought with Karin after all, and his perception in Sage mode was extraordinary, so he quickly suppressed his fear and determined that the Wu Ming on the opposite side was not Akatsuki B. Suzuki still had a dull look on his face, muttering, How is it possible? In the captain's office in the police building. So strong. Great. It turns out that Wu Ming is also a Manjiki Uchiha. The classmates cheered together. Compared to everyone who seemed to have survived a catastrophe, Shikamaru was much calmer. He secretly glanced at Shinji and saw that Shinji was still indifferent. He thought, aren't you surprised at all? Shinji really knows everything. Immediately, countless questions flooded into Shikamaru's mind. For example, why is Wu Ming a Manjiki Uchiha? You have to know that after the Uchiha clan genocide, the entire Uchiha clan, except for the defected Uchiha Itaki, only Uchiha Shinji and Uchiha Suzuki were left, so he couldn't understand where Wu Ming came from. In addition, Wu Ming's red Susanoo also made him have the same association as Kabuto Yakushi. And he has no experience of fighting with B, so in his opinion, Wu Ming and Akatsuki Organization B are almost perfectly matched in all aspects. Wu Ming took a step and walked slowly towards Kabuto Yakushi. Surrender, you don't have to die. Tisk Kabuto Yakushi spat. Although the opponent showed great strength, since he mastered the Sien-jutsu, no one could make him surrender without a fight, not even the B of the Akatsuki Organization. Immediately, he bit his fingertips and began to make seals. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a surge of white smoke, 5 coffins rose from the ground and appeared on the battlefield. However, before the coffin boards fell, the 5 coffins standing in front of Kabuto Yakushi were all burned by the black flames of Amaterasu. With the sound of crackling, the outer coffins were instantly burned, followed by the filthy earth bodies inside the coffins. These filthy earth bodies can indeed be continuously restored, but the black flames of Amaterasu also have the characteristic of never extinguishing. Therefore, the filthy earth bodies burned by Amaterasu were burned to ashes while recovering from the ashes, and this cycle repeated. Daniel Yakushi was stunned for a moment. He never thought that the opponent would use this method to break the 5 immortal body he summoned. You should know that the immortal body that he could summon at such a critical moment was, without exception, carefully selected by him. And the opponent has used 3 kinds of Manjiki pupil techniques, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, and Amaterasu, from the time he attacked to now. It stands to reason that the opponent should be very tired after using the Manjiki pupil techniques so frequently, but he found that the opponent seemed to be fine, as if the pupil technique he used just now was not at the level of the Manjiki Sharingan, but an ordinary ninjutsu. Realizing that something was wrong, Kabuto Yakushi hurriedly shouted to Hong Lian, "You find a way to wake up Lord Orochimaru, I will hold her back." understood. Hong Lian hesitated for a moment, and then pounced on Orochimaru, who was standing there in a daze after being hit by Tsukuyomi. Boom! Instantly, Wuming activated her Susanoo. A skeleton arm stretched out from the Susanoo that was originally protected by only ribs, and smashed into the open space between Hong Lian and Orochimaru, blocking Hong Lian who was trying to approach Orochimaru. At this moment, taking advantage of Wuming's slight distraction, Kabuto Yakushi formed a seal and activated the immortal technique Inorganic Reincarnation. Boom! Just like when he fought with Sasuke before, the ground shook first, and then the bricks and soil bulged by themselves as if they had life, and quickly formed a huge semicircular sphere upside down on the ground, trapping Wuming and the Susanoo that protected her inside. Undoubtedly, after experiencing Wuming's strength, Kabuto Yakushi wanted to copy and use the moves he used to deal with Sasuke to deal with Wuming. Sasuke, who was thrown aside, was shocked when he saw this, and he didn't care about being surprised at Wuming's strength, and immediately shouted, "Wuming, be careful, this is his magic, our Susanoo can't defend it at all." Before Sasuke could finish his words, Kabuto Yakushi had already activated the magic white excitation technique, and the dragon holding the black ball whoosh rushed into the rock ball upside down on the ground. Oh no! Sasuke was immediately despairing. In his opinion, this move of Kabuto Yakushi was impossible to defend against, even the Susanoo, which had the title of Absolute Defense, could not stop it. After the piercing noise and the sudden white light disappeared, the inverted huge rock ball created by Kabuto Yakushi's fairy chakra began to collapse, revealing the scene inside. Everyone on the field, regardless of friend or foe, focused their attention on the rock ball. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the red Susanoo appeared in everyone's field of vision. Under the Susanoo, Wuming glanced at Sasuke in the distance and said lightly, "It's impossible to defend, it's just that you have reached your limit, not the limit of Susanoo. The first update is here. Double monthly tickets at the beginning of the month, please vote." Chapter 1057 New Visitors. Sasuke was stunned. Because he had just been hit by Kabuto Yakushi's magic combo, he knew better than anyone how destructive this combo was. Even though he had done targeted training in private, he could only barely ensure that he would not be knocked unconscious in an instant and retain the ability to counterattack once, and this was his limit. But looking at Wuming in the ruins of the rock ball, he looked like nothing had happened. Equally puzzled was Kabuto Yakushi. His face was extremely gloomy. The opponent broke his calculations again and again, and his heart gradually began to lose hope. Bottom. In the ruins. Wuming activated the Susanoo and spread her arms to sweep, and the rocks and rubble in front of her were all swept to the sides. Immediately, she took another step. The combo of inorganic reincarnation and white excitation technique of Kabuto Yakushi was not completely ineffective against her. But as she said just now, Susanoo and Susanoo cannot be generalized. In the original time and space, Sasuke's Susanoo in the state of Manjiki Sharingan was even broken by Danzo's wind escape. And in the Fourth Ninja World War, Uchiha Abanero's Susanoo can easily cut a mountain in half with one sword. At this time, Wuming has a pair of brand new Eternal Manjiki Sharingan in his eyes. With this alone, her pupil power crushes Sasuke, who only has the Manjiki Sharingan. In addition, Wuming transplanted the first generation cells, and the Sharingan was nourished by the power of all things, and the pupil power has been further improved. And the most important thing is that Wuming, who controls the 8,000 spears, has almost inexhaustible pupil power. To be honest, Wuming's Susanoo now is comparable to the original time and space in the Fourth Ninja World War. No one can tell which one is stronger, Shihamadara's Susanoo or not. Therefore, Wuming's Susanoo greatly weakened the destructive power of Kabuto Yakushi's set of magic combos. In addition, Wuming, who had transplanted the first generation cells and practiced the 12 zodiacs, was far superior to Sasuke in both physique and control over his body, so he could seemingly take on Kabuto Yakushi's set of magic combos without any damage. The next moment, Wuming, who had been secretly brewing for a long time, released the Susanoo, rushed in front of Kabuto Yakushi, and threw a punch. So fast! Yakushi Kabuto cried out secretly and raised his arm to block. Bang! Instantly, a low muffled sound was heard in the field, and then Wuming and Yakushi Kabuto retreated. Wuming tightened her clenched fist on her right hand. She had used all her strength in the previous attack, but she didn't expect that Yakushi Kabuto could actually resist it. Yakushi Kabuto shook his arm. With his body in the sage mode at the moment, his blocking arm felt a burning pain, which showed how strong the opponent's attack was just now. The two confronted each other for a breath or two, and fought again together. On one side is Wuming, who has the eternal Mangeki Sharingan to assist in insight and prediction, and the 12 zodiacs fully operate the attack and defense, while the other side is Kabuto Yakushi, who has activated the Sage mode and has undergone qualitative changes in physical strength, speed, reaction, and perception. The two of them are entangled in a fight, and even if it is just an ordinary fist and foot fight, it can make a low muffled sound of puff puff puff, and even the air on the field seems to be stirred. Every time the two confront each other, a faint air wave will be formed, venting to the surroundings. So strong. Suzuki stared blankly at the two people fighting fiercely, muttering something in his mouth. He didn't mean just one of them, but was expressing his feelings towards Wuming and Kabuto Yakushi. He thought he was just tricked by Kabuto Yakushi before, and if he had a hard fight, he would never lose to Kabuto Yakushi. But now he knows that Kabuto Yakushi's physical skills are so strong, he may have to activate the curse seal too, release all restrictions on the curse seal, and let the power of the curse seal erode his whole body, so that he can match Kabuto Yakushi. In the captain's office of the police building, the classmates who cheered before were all speechless at this moment. The confrontation between Wuming and Kabuto Yakushi below has completely exceeded their cognition. They can't imagine that the little girl who had barbecue with them not long ago can be so strong. Shikamaru thought, no wonder Shinji is not in a hurry at all, it turns out that Wuming is so strong. By the window, Shinji watched the battle below with an unchanged expression. This time he wanted to find a way to get the big snake. Maru and his gang stayed behind to force the people behind Orochimaru to show up and see who was pushing Orochimaru to target them. On the battlefield, seeing that Kabuto Yakushi temporarily held Wuming back, Hong Lian hurried to Orochimaru's side and tried to remove the illusion for Orochimaru. However, she was shocked to find that the several methods of removing illusions she knew were all ineffective at this time. How is it possible? After a pause, she was a little confused. What kind of illusion did the other party use on Lord Orochimaru? At the other end of the village, as Orochimaru and his gang swept through the 3 generations of the assembled ninja army, although there were still many Konoha ninjas scattered in the village, they had lost their backbone and didn't know how to act. And in such chaos, a figure quietly sneaked into the village. This figure jumped and came to the ruins of a building that was blown up by the previous air ninja. He looked down at the messy Konoha from a high place, and finally locked his eyes on the Hyuga clan's clan land where the buildings were relatively well preserved. At this time, a nearby Konoha ninja spotted the figure and asked loudly, "Who is it?" "Shua." With a flash, the figure landed in front of the Konoha ninja. "You." The Konoha ninja widened his eyes, he didn't see the other party's movements clearly. The figure grabbed the Konoha ninja's throat and asked, "What happened here?" The Konoha ninja struggled and shouted, "Who are you? This is Konoha village, not a place where you can be presumptuous." "Kaka." The figure didn't waste any words, directly crushed the Konoha ninja's neck, and then flashed and disappeared from the spot. With just a few rises and falls, the figure came to the Hyuga clan. Looking at the gates of the Hyuga clan, which were wide open and completely unguarded, the figure frowned slightly and whispered, "The ninja world is really filthy." After that, the figure strode into the Hyuga clan. Some of the Hyuga clan members who came out of the shelter saw this and rushed forward. As a result, facing the figure, none of these Hyuga clan members who practiced soft fists could stand up to the figure. In the blink of an eye, they were all knocked down by the figure and fell to the ground with a groan. Hearing the noise outside, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi, hurried out. When he saw the figure who knocked down everyone, Hayashi was stunned. "Is it you?" When the figure saw Hayashi, he came to Hayashi in an instant and stretched out his right hand towards Hayashi's forehead. The second update is here. Because the first few days are double monthly tickets, I beg everyone to give the guaranteed monthly tickets. Thank you all. Chapter 1058 Eye-catching. You. After a brief hesitation, Hayashi reacted immediately, and at the same time as his white eyes opened instantly, he pushed out with both hands. Bang! In the muffled sound, the figure who stretched his hand towards Hayashi's forehead was repelled by Hayashi's soft fist. After repelling the opponent, Hayashi did not continue to attack, but said in a deep voice, "What on earth do you Otsutsuki want to do by invading the village at this time?" No doubt. The figure who took advantage of the chaos and emptiness of Konoha to sneak into the Hyuga clan was not someone else, but Otsutsuki Tonari on the moon. Unlike the arrogance in the original time and space, the current Otsutsuki Tonari is still arrogant when facing the ninjas in the ninja world, but he maintains a high level of vigilance. This is naturally because Shinji has successfully sneaked into the moon many times, resulting in the deaths of several members of the Otsutsuki branch. So Otsutsuki Tonari did not pick and choose like in the original time and space, and finally chose Hinata's pure Byakugan. Instead, after seeing that there was no bird in a cage curse mark on Hayashi's forehead, he immediately thought of seizing Hayashi's Byakugan. Facing Hayashi's questioning, Tonari pondered for a moment and said lightly, "The ninja world needs to be purified. As long as you offer your Byakugan, I can consider letting you, the polluted inferior clansman, and let you find a place to live in a new world. Want my Byakugan?" After a pause, Hayashi's expression gradually turned cold. "We Hyuga clan are not your Otsutsuki slaves." Tonari looked at Hayashi. "Is it impossible to save it?" Swish, swish, swish. At this time, many members of the Hyuga branch family heard the news and surrounded Otsutsuki Tonari, who was confronting Hayashi. Hinata and Sparks also came out of the shelter and saw this scene. Soon, many branch family members protected Hayashi. "Master, please get out of the way first, we will deal with him." Hayashi nodded slowly and took 2 steps back. Facing the Hyuga branch members approaching slowly from all sides, Tonari turned a blind eye, but his eyes were focused on Hinata and Hanabi, who looked terrified. "Pure Byakugan," he whispered, and subconsciously walked towards Hinata and Hanabi. Hayashi was shocked and shouted, "Do it!" Instantly, all the Hyuga branch members opened their Byakugan and launched a soft fist to attack Tonari. However, Tonari just raised his arm, and all the Hyuga branch members who attacked him seemed to be captured by an invisible force, hanging in the air, unable to move forward or backward. Then, Otsutsuki Tonari just waved his hand casually, and all the branch members were thrown out by the invisible force and smashed hard into the walls and houses not far away. "Hinata, take your sister and run." Seeing that the clansman couldn't even resist Tonari's move, Hayashi was shocked. "Yu," anxiously shouted, "Hinata, take your sister and run away." Hinata recovered, nodded, and ran away with Hanabi. In order to protect Hinata and Hanabi, Hayashi mobilized all the chakra in his body and launched the 8 trigrams empty wall palm towards Tonari. Bang! Otsutsuki Tonari was repelled for the first time. He turned his eyes to Hayashi and said, "Very good chakra use skills, it seems that you inferior bloodlines are not useless." Hayashi said in a deep voice, "This is Konoha village, I am the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi, no matter what you want to do, you must pass me first." "Okay." Tonari nodded gently and rushed to Hayashi. A moment later, the Hyuga clan land had become a ruin, and the seriously injured Hayashi fell in the ruins, and his consciousness began to become blurred. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi's strength is definitely enough to qualify for the level of elite ninja. However, facing Tonari Otsutsuki, who was already a cage-level player and could mobilize the power of the giant Samsara Eye on the moon at will, he had no ability to threaten Tonari Otsutsuki except for struggling with his soft fist special skill Kaden. So this was a battle that was doomed to fail. Walking slowly in front of Hayashi, Tonari Otsutsuki raised his right arm and lifted him up from the ruins and caught him in his hand. After a sideways glance, Tonari said to Hayashi, "You betrayed my kindness." Hayashi begged, "Don't hurt my child." Tonari hesitated for a moment, then nodded, and reached out to Hayashi's brow again. "Hinata, Hanabi's Byakugan purity is slightly higher than Hayashi's, but not by a level, so using Hayashi's Byakugan is the same, with little difference." Hayashi breathed a sigh of relief and accepted the fate of being robbed of his eyes. Because he knew very well that the other party's purpose of coming this time was to take away the Byakugan of the main family. If he didn't take away his Byakugan, then it would be Hinata or Hanabi who would suffer. Soon, Tonari's finger pierced into Hayashi's eye socket, and with just a light flick, he took out Hayashi's Byakugan that was not bound by the bird in the cage. At the same time, a small nutrient tank slipped out of the sleeve of his other hand, and he put the Byakugan he just took out into the small nutrient tank. After completing all this, Otsutsuki Tonari looked at Hayashi, who had lost his Byakugan, raised his hand and prepared to give the other party the last blow. For him, this was not cruel, but the last mercy for an inferior tribe member who had lost his eyes. Hayashi seemed to have sensed something and lowered his head silently. After knowing that Niji had sneaked into the moon, he knew that one day the Otsutsuki on the moon would come to him. But he didn't expect that day to come so soon. Just when Otsutsuki Tonari was about to give Hayashi the final blow, his expression suddenly changed and he turned his head to look not far away. Shua shua. The next moment, with the whistling sound of breaking wind, two figures dragged after images, one after the other, rushed out of the forest on the edge of the Hyuga clan's territory, and then fought all the way towards him. Otsutsuki Tonari's pupil shrank, so fast. Under his insight, the two people in the fierce fight could actually drag out blurred after images. When their fists and feet met, they even caused the airflow to stir, shaking the air around them with a low muffled sound of puff puff. No matter the speed or strength, they were all the top levels he had ever seen, and they were completely incomparable to the Hyuga Hayashi who had just been defeated by him. No doubt. The two people in the fierce fight were not others but Wyoming and Yakushi Kabuto, who had fought all the way from the police force building. At the same time, when Otsutsuki Tonari noticed them, they also noticed Otsutsuki Tonari from the corner of their eyes. Wyoming didn't care about the Hyuga clan at all, and although Kabuto Yakushi was surprised that Otsutsuki Tonari took away the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan leader, he obviously couldn't spare the energy to take care of these things at the moment, so the two people in the fierce fight passed in front of Otsutsuki Tonari from the left and right, fighting all the way away. The first update is presented. During the double monthly ticket period, I beg for monthly ticket support, please everyone. Chapter 1059, the final winner. Looking at the two people who suddenly appeared and suddenly went away, Otsutsuki Tonari stood there. I was ignored. When Wyoming and Kabuto Yakushi had left his sight and disappeared in another forest, he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Just now, when the two approached him, there was a moment when his instinct warned him frantically. High-level chakra often has many incredible abilities, just like the witch can predict death and the big toad sage can predict the future. With the help of the giant reincarnation eye on the moon, Otsutsuki Tonari's chakra level has also reached an incredible level, so his instinctive warning is not an illusion, but a real sense. He sensed that the two people who just passed by and ignored him had terrifying strength that could threaten him. Damn! In an instant, suspicion spread in his heart. When he realized that this suspicion came from the fear in his heart, he felt ashamed and guilty. He was ashamed that he would feel fear for these fallen ninjas on the ground, and at the same time he felt guilty for the ancestors who gave him the supreme mission. I will be back. He put away the pride on his face, put away the white eyes he took from Hayashi, and after taking a last look at the direction where Wyoming and Yakushi Kabuto left, he flashed away. Otsutsuki Tonari, after the people left, Hayashi, who had lost his eyes, was stunned for a moment, with a confused look on his face. On the other side of the village, after the third generation led the ninja army to fight against Orochimaru and lost contact, the village fell into a complete chaos. This chaos was directly reflected in the chaos in the Hokage building. The intelligence team had no idea who to send the intelligence and news sent from all over the village to. Just then, Danzo led a group of ninjas back to the Hokage building. Although he was still a prisoner, Danzo had been the village's advisory elder for so many years. In addition, he took advantage of the third generation leading the army to fight against Orochimaru to urgently summon his loyal subordinates, so after leading them back to the Hokage building, he immediately stunned the Konoha ninjas in the Hokage building. A ninja from the intelligence team came forward and said, "Master Danzo, what's wrong with you?" Danzo asked with a cane, "Who is in charge here now?" The Konoha ninjas in the Hokage building looked at each other, and no one answered. "Humph, follow me." With a light snort, Danzo went straight to the Hokage's office and sat in the Hokage's position. The Konoha ninjas who followed Danzo to the Hokage's office were intimidated by Danzo's prestige and his subordinates. Although they all had different expressions, no one stood up to raise objections. Danzo raised his mouth with satisfaction and asked, "What is the situation in the village now?" The ninja of the intelligence team stood up and reported, "Currently, Orochimaru and his followers have attacked many bases in the village. We have suffered heavy losses and even lost contact with the third generation." Danzo frowned, "Where is Orochimaru now?" The ninja of the intelligence team shook his head, "The frontline troops have completely collapsed. We have completely lost the movement of Orochimaru's group. Waste." After cursing, Danzo said angrily, "Send someone to check immediately. I want to know the exact location of Orochimaru's group now." "Yes." The ninja of the intelligence team responded and turned away in a hurry. Danzo looked at the others again, "No matter life or death, I want to know where Hiruzen is." Swish. Before Danzo finished speaking, a ninja from the intelligence squad rushed into the Hokage's office in a panic and shouted, "Oh no, we found the body of the third Hokage in the Forest of Death. The third Hokage has been killed." "What? How could it be? Damn it!" The Hokage's office suddenly became noisy, and the Konoha ninjas were indignant, because they knew without thinking that the one who killed the third Hokage must be Orochimaru. Hiruzen. Danzo also fell silent. Although he knew that the third Hokage would be in danger if he went to fight Orochimaru, he still couldn't hide his shock when he heard the news that the third Hokage, his lifelong opponent, had died in battle. Stupid guy. After sighing again, Danzo restrained his emotions. The death of the third Hokage was his best chance to seize power in the village. After all, Tsunade, the current Hokage, is far away in the land of rain, and Jiraiya, Mitamonen, and Koharuyutain, who are his advisory elders, are either in the land of rain with Tsunade or in charge of other small countries. There are already people in the village who can match him in terms of qualifications and prestige, even though he is just a prisoner. Just as he was thinking about how to take back power and control the village, the intelligence team ninja sent the latest news that Orochimaru and his gang were suspected to have gone to the police force building. Police force building. Danzo was startled, and then reacted, Orochimaru is really stubborn. Obviously, he had worked with Orochimaru before, and he saw at a glance that the purpose of Orochimaru and his gang going to the police force building was for Uchiha Shinji. And this also reminded him. In detail, there is still one person in the village who can interfere with his control of the village, and this person is Shinji, the captain of the Konoha police force. Because in terms of position, the captain of the Konoha police force is the head of the department, and his rank is the same as the head of the Jonin squad, the head of the intelligence squad, and other department leaders, and is only half a level lower than the advisor elders. So in the current special situation where the Hokage and the advisor elders are either not in the village or killed, Uchiha Shinji, as the head of the department, is one of the highest ranking people in the village. Considering that the Konoha police force has the responsibility to protect the safety of the village, the captain of the police force will obviously have higher authority than the heads of other departments during wartime. Therefore, regardless of whether Uchiha Shinji himself has the corresponding prestige, at least in terms of the system, he is likely to be the highest ranking person in the village at present. Thinking of this, Danzo's expression changed. Go check it quickly, I want to know what happened over there in the police force building. Understood. The intelligence squad ninja did not dare to neglect it and quickly withdrew. Danzo then ordered his subordinates, gather the men. Yes. Danzo's old subordinates who came from the route set out to gather more men. Danzo then came to the window and looked in the direction of the Konoha police building. For him, the best result would undoubtedly be that Orochimaru and Uchiha Shinji would perish together, and then all his troubles would disappear. But this is obviously a luxury, so he has to be prepared. Whether Orochimaru wins or Uchiha Shinji wins, he has to be the mantis catching the cicada and the oriole behind, and become the final winner of this chaotic gamble. The second update is here. Keep begging for monthly tickets. Please everyone. Chapter 1060 Internal Strife. The 5 immortal bodies summoned by Kabuto Yakushi stood like torches in front of the police force building. On their bodies, the dark black flames were still burning tirelessly. These immortal bodies that can constantly repair themselves became decorations under the never-extinguished black flames of Amaterasu. Because as soon as they recover a little, they will be burned by Amaterasu immediately, making these immortal bodies unable to move at all. Watching this scene, Hong Lian was in a very tangled mood. Not long ago, she was still lamenting that Konoha village, the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, was so empty and fragile. Under the leadership of Orochimaru, they almost swept Konoha, and even the 3rd generation of Hokage, whose reputation resounded throughout the ninja world for decades, was killed by them. Just when she thought she could easily solve the problem and evacuate smoothly, she didn't expect to fall into such a big setback at the hands of the Konoha police force. At the moment, Orochimaru was trapped in the illusion and completely lost his ability to resist. Taeya, who was knocked unconscious by Wu Ming's hand knife, was still sleeping, and Jiago, who was hit by Amaterasu, was seriously injured and lost his ability to fight. He barely survived by relying on his strong vitality under the curse seal. In this situation, she was the only one left and was in a dilemma. She considered more than once whether to abandon Orochimaru and others and escape alone, but thinking of the methods of Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, and others, she resisted the idea of escaping alone, so she froze in the same place, and could only stare blankly at the filthy earth bodies burned by Amaterasu. At this time, Shizuke, who was thrown to the ground by Kabuto Yakushi, struggled to get up. After a period of recovery, the influence of the white blade technique on his body began to gradually fade. Although his hands and feet were still a little weak, he could at least move his hands and feet simply. You! Hong Lian immediately became alert. Shizuke glared at Hong Lian fiercely. You damn guys, do you think you can easily escape after attacking the village? Our Uchiha police force is not a vegetarian. Facing Sasuke's harsh words, Hong Lian frowned slightly. As a ninja with a blood limit, her strength is close to the level of elite jonin. Naturally, she can see at a glance that Shizuke has not fully recovered at this time, so what she is really afraid of is not Shizuke who is speaking harsh words, but Uchiha Shinji standing by the window in the police force building not far away. Swish swish swish. At this moment, accompanied by a burst of rapid braking air, a large number of Konoha ninjas rushed to the small square of the police force building. The leader was not someone else, but Danzo. After learning about the situation at the police building through the intelligence team, Danzo, who felt that there was an opportunity, did not hesitate and immediately summoned his former root subordinates and hurried over. Danzo glanced at the scene and saw Orochimaru standing still, obviously hit by some advanced illusion. Jago and Teiwa were seriously injured and fell to the ground, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Except for Kabuto Yakushi who was missing, only Hong Lian in Orochimaru's group seemed to have retained combat effectiveness. In addition, 5 impure earth bodies were still burning under the black flames of Amaterasu. What exactly happened here? While secretly wondering, Danzo felt a burst of joy. If he could solve Orochimaru's group, he could not only clear his previous crime of colluding with Orochimaru, but also take over the power of the village in a logical way. Seeing Danzo leading a large number of Konoha ninjas, Hong Lian's face changed again, and he secretly said, "Cow, you bastard, why don't you come back?" Shizuke questioned, "Danzo, aren't you in prison?" "Bold. Insolent." Danzo's subordinates shouted in unison. Danzo waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to be silent, and then walked towards Shizuke with a cane. "Uchiha Shizuke, I am in charge of the village now. Although you are a member of the police force, you are also under my control." Shizuke blurted out, "Why?" Danzo snorted, "Why, do you want to betray the village?" Sasuke's expression froze. Danzo saw this and laughed secretly. The situation developed better than he expected. The death of the third generation gave up the supreme power of the village. Orochimaru and his gang suffered a setback in front of the police force building, which gave him the opportunity to make meritorious deeds. The remnants of the Uchiha, who were his mortal enemies, also seemed to have suffered serious injuries. He could then accuse them of a crime and catch them all in one fell swoop. Anyway, the village is in chaos now. First there was the raid by the air ninjas, and then there was the attack by Orochimaru. It is normal for a few people to die. Even if Tsunade leads the main force back in the future, there is nothing she can do to him. She even had to reward him and restore his position as an advisory elder because he stabilized the situation in the village and captured Orochimaru and his gang. Having made up his mind, Danzo said to Shizuke, "From now on, let me handle this, you can leave." Shizuke said, "Our police force dealt with Orochimaru, why should we hand it over to you?" Danzo's face turned cold, and he walked in front of Shizuke, looking past Shizuke and looking at Shinji in the police force building behind Shizuke. Like Hong Lian, he was more afraid of Shinji in the building than the obviously injured Shizuke. So he planned to capture Shizuke first, force Shinji to show up, and then use the Kota Amatsukami contained in Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan to control Shinji, and solve these two in one fell swoop. The Uchiha remnant that made him sleepless. As if he had sensed Danzo's malicious intentions, Shizuke quickly flew back, but he was injured and was obviously no match for Danzo. Danzo raised his mouth, quickly stretched out his right hand, grabbed Sasuke's throat, twisted him in front of him, and whispered in a voice that only they could hear, "It is my biggest miscalculation to let you two Uchiha remnants live until now. But your good luck ends here, and you will die obediently for the crime of colluding with the Akatsuki organization." "You?" Sasuke's face flushed, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He never thought that at such a critical moment in the village, Danzo would not forget the internal strife and wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of himself and Shinji. Not only him, but Hong Lian on the side was also surprised, not understanding why Danzo suddenly started fighting with Shizuke. At this time, Danzo looked at Shinji in the police building not far away again, and thought, "Why don't you do it? I want to see how long you can endure." While thinking, Danzo increased the strength of his hands. Suzuki, whose neck was pinched, felt difficulty breathing instantly, struggled a few times, and then slowly fell into a state of suffocation. Swish! Just then, a figure fell into the field. Everyone on the field looked over, and then found that the figure was Wu Ming, who was dressed in Konoha police force uniform, and what was surprising was that she was holding Kabuto Yakushi in her hand. The first update is here. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 1061 Who do you think you are? Wu Ming's appearance instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the field, especially the unconscious Kabuto Yakushi in her hand. Since mastering the Sien Jutsu, Kabuto Yakushi's danger level has increased sharply. On the Konoha side, Tsunade has marked Kabuto Yakushi as a dangerous person like Orochimaru. If a Konoha ninja on a mission encounters Kabuto Yakushi unexpectedly, he can stop the mission without being punished by the village. Therefore, when seeing Kabuto Yakushi being held in Wu Ming's hand, both Honglien in Orochimaru's group and Danzo on the other side could not hide their surprise. Honglien subconsciously took 2 steps back, as if she had made up her mind to escape alone, but she was afraid of Wu Ming's terrifying strength and did not dare to act rashly. Wu Ming ignored Honglien, but glanced at Danzo who was pinching Sasuke's neck, and said coldly, "What are you doing?" Sasuke, who was a little suffocated, could no longer speak, but he still tried to signal Wu Ming, reminding Wu Ming to be careful of Danzo. Danzo looked puzzled. "You are the one recruited by Shinji." Wu Ming interrupted Danzo, "I'm asking you, why did you attack Sasuke?" "Humph, rude kid." After a cold snort, Danzo ordered his subordinates beside him, "This man is colluding with Orochimaru, take him down." "Yes." Danzo's subordinates from the route responded in unison. Fire escape, fire dragon technique. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Soon, 2 routes completed the seal, one performed fire escape, and the other performed wind escape, performing a joint ninjutsu on Wu Ming. At the same time, other root ninjas scattered and threw kunao with detonating tags at Wu Ming. The wind helped the fire, and in an instant a huge flame covered the sky and attacked Wu Ming, as if to completely devour Wu Ming. Boom boom! Accompanied by a roar, the joint ninjutsu of fire escape and wind escape engulfed Wu Ming. Not only that, the kunao wrapped with detonating tags also exploded in the sea of fire, making the already raging sea of fire explode even more. Is it solved? It's just a little kid, he should be dead. No one can survive such an attack. Looking at the raging sea of fire, the root ninjas whispered. Danzo didn't pay attention to the battlefield, but stared at Shinji in the police building. Although he was surprised why Wu Ming was carrying the unconscious Kabuto Yakushi, he didn't care about a little girl who was recruited by Shinji to make up the numbers. What he cared about most at the moment was Shinji in the police building. It was just Shinji's indifference that made him feel a little uneasy. After all, when he attacked Sasuke, he had already torn his face, and Shinji shouldn't be so calm at this time. On the other side, Honglien, who was about to escape in the chaos, was forced back by the root ninjas. But she was not worried, because she had seen Wu Ming's strength, so she knew that the ninjutsu of the root ninjas could not hurt Wu Ming. This battle was not over yet, and she had plenty of opportunities to escape. Inside the police building. Originally, seeing Wu Ming solve Orochimaru, all the classmates were relieved. As a result, Danzo's sudden arrival and his brazen attack on Sasuke surprised them, and their hearts were hanging again. Sakura was puzzled, are they crazy? Why attack Sasuke and Wu Ming? Ino nodded repeatedly, yes, why do we attack each other? Unlike other classmates who were confused and unacceptable, Shikamaru knew the grudge between Danzo and Uchiha, so he understood at a glance that Danzo was going to take advantage of the chaos to solve the Uchiha in the 2 villages, Shinji and Sasuke. Damn it, it happened at this time. Shikamaru was secretly shocked. The more he guessed Danzo's thoughts, the more frightened he felt. Because he had just witnessed how Wu Ming swept through Orochimaru's group, so he knew that Shinji's strength, or power, was far from what it seemed. If Danzo does this, it is very likely to cause a series of unimaginable chain reactions. Thinking of this, Shikamaru secretly glanced at Shinji. He was really worried that if Danzo forced Shinji to rebel, what would happen to the village? Fortunately, Shinji's face was still calm, as if what was happening below was just an insignificant farce. On the battlefield, the flames and smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of Wu Ming. It was just beyond the expectations of Danzo and a group of root ninjas that Wu Ming did not fall to the ground with wounds, but stood there calmly, and what surprised everyone was the red half-skeleton state of the Susanoo covering Wu Yuming. Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo's pupils shrank suddenly. He instantly understood all the doubts before. It turned out that Yakushi Kabuto was defeated by Wu Yuming, who had the Mangeki Sharingan in front of him. Even the one who made Orochimaru fall into the illusion might be Wu Yuming in front of him, because Sasuke is not a Mangekyo Uchiha who is used to relying on illusion. Red Susanoo. Then, Danzo began to associate again, because the most famous Red Susanoo in the ninja world is the one of B of Akatsuki organization. Wu Yuming under the Susanoo, there was no hysterical questioning, nor was there any grief and indignation of being wronged and humiliated. She just said lightly, "You started it first." In an instant, she urged the Susanoo to fight back. Swish! There was no fancy action. Susanoo just spread his arms and swept left and right, and overturned several root ninjas who surrounded Wu Yuming. Then, Susanoo grabbed 2 more roots in one hand, and gently squeezed them into meat paste. The remaining roots quickly began to counterattack, but no matter whether it was ninjutsu, taijutsu, or ninja tools, they were all just tickling in front of the nameless Susanoo. In just a moment, most of the root ninjas who followed Danzo died. Danzo's face was ashen. "How dare you kill Konoha ninjas? You are indeed a member of Akatsuki organization. I want to represent Konoha. Except yourself, you can't represent anyone." Suddenly, Shinji's voice came from not far away. Danzo turned his head and saw Shinji leading a large group of classmates out of the police force building. He changed his mind and roared, "Uchiha Shinji, your subordinates killed a companion from the same village, and the evidence is conclusive. I now order you to arrest her immediately." Shinji said lightly, "Who do you think you are? If I remember correctly, you should be rotting in jail now." "You?" Danzo was speechless for a moment. Shinji glanced at the remaining root ninjas on the field. "Dare to attack the Konoha police force, do you want to rebel?" The root ninjas looked at each other. They followed Danzo, and they were the only ones who accused others. This was the first time they were accused. Just as the root ninjas looked at each other, Shinji waved his hand. "During this special period, there is no time for interrogation, kill them on the spot." As soon as the voice fell, Wu Yuming and Karin attacked at the same time, one using Susanoo and the other using Taijutsu, and in a few breaths, they killed the remaining root ninjas on the field one by one. Danzo widened his eyes and stared at Shinji. "How dare you? It's just a small effort, please help." Chapter 1062 Seizing Power. Danzo felt a chill on his back, and a chill inexplicably surged in his heart. He knew that the Uchiha remnants would not surrender, but he never expected Shinji to be so bold and cruel. Damn it! Seeing that his subordinates were almost killed or injured, Danzo regretted it again. What he regretted was not that he attacked the Uchiha remnants, but that he did not prepare properly this time and did not bring enough subordinates. There are actually many very powerful ninjas in his route. For example, Abarame Ryoma, Yamanakafu, Abarame Itajan, etc., are all ninjas with strength reaching or close to the elite Jonin level. It's just that with the dissolution of the route, these former route elites were all transferred to the Anbu by Tsunade, and went to the headquarters of the Rain country with the main force. Therefore, although Danzo gathered a lot of subordinates this time, in fact, these are all middle and lower level ninjas in his route. Even in Danzo's own eyes, these are consumables that can be replaced at any time. This. Sakura covered her mouth with both hands. Ino and Tiantian looked dazed. Obviously, seeing Shinji and Danzo fighting, the classmates were extremely surprised. They knew more or less about Danzo's identity, knowing that he was an advisory elder who once held power in the village, so in their eyes, Danzo was a big shot that even their fathers could not afford to offend. But even such a big shot, Shinji said to beat and kill. Yumi and Karin executed Shinji's orders without hesitation, as if the other party was not a village leader at all. This undoubtedly caused a severe impact on their inherent concepts. Shikamaru had to shake his head at his classmates, suggesting that everyone should not act rashly and intervene in the political struggle between the village leaders. In this depressing atmosphere, Shinji spoke again lightly, "Danzo, you colluded with Orochimaru, you attacked the village and caught me red-handed. I am now arresting you as the captain of the Konoha police force on behalf of the village. How dare you slander me?" Danzo was furious. He finally felt the frustration of being slandered and accused of crimes. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, after putting out the fires in various blocks, some of the remaining Anbu intelligence ninjas and Konoha ninjas who stayed in various parts of the village found that there were still fights here, so they rushed over from all directions. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Although Konoha was extremely empty at the moment, it was at least the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, and there were at least hundreds of ninjas left behind. So soon the police force building was full of Konoha ninjas. Seeing a large number of Konoha ninjas arrive, Danzo was confident again. He pointed at Shinji, and Wuming, Karin and those classmates beside Shinji, and shouted, Uchiha Shinji colluded with the police force and his classmates at the ninja school to collude with the Akatsuki organization, intending to subvert the village. Now everyone listen to my order, kill him. Kill everyone here. The Konoha ninjas who had just arrived looked at each other in bewilderment. First, they were intimidated by Wuming's Susanoo. Second, Danzo's order was too ridiculous. In their opinion, a few Uchiha might be wrong, but the group of classmates with frightened faces were obviously not accomplices of the Akatsuki organization. Following Danzo's order, Wuming, Karin, and even Suzuki who had just climbed up from the ground were on guard. Being surrounded by so many Konoha ninjas, you can't be careless. And those who were accused of being traitors by Danzo the classmates were all filled with righteous indignation. They never thought that in just a blink of an eye, even they would become traitors who subverted the village. It was then that they realized how aggrieved Suzuki, who was framed by Danzo before, was. The situation quickly became tense, and Shikamaru was extremely nervous. Once a war broke out here, no matter which side won, Konoha would be finished. Because the threat of the air ninjas had not been lifted, and now there was an internal conflict, no one could be the winner. Danzo slammed the cane in his hand heavily to the ground and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Go, kill them all." Danzo's years of accumulated prestige made some Konoha ninjas begin to waver and hesitate whether to take action. Shinji was still calm, and just asked the intelligence team ninja who came over, "Where is the 3rd generation?" The intelligence team ninja hesitated and replied, "The 3rd generation Hokage has been killed." "No. What? How is this possible?" The Konoha ninjas who didn't know about the death of the 3rd Hokage were all shocked. Many people couldn't accept that the 3rd Hokage, who was known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, would die in battle. For a moment, they felt confused as if they had lost their backbone. Shinji then asked the next sentence, "So who is the highest-ranking commander in the village now?" Shinji, who had long known that the 3rd Hokage had died in battle through Kairin's Kagura heart, asked this question just now. The intelligence class ninja was stunned for a moment, and then said, "You are the captain of the police force. According to the command level, the 3rd Hokage has died, the 5th Hokage and the advisory elders are not in the village, and you are now the highest-ranking commander in the village." The Konoha ninjas around were in turmoil again. In the inherent concept of the people present, Danzo, the long-term advisory elder, obviously has a higher position than Shinji, a young boy who just graduated from the ninja school. But after a simple question and answer between Shinji and the intelligence class ninja, everyone realized that Danzo was still a prisoner at this time, and although Shinji had just graduated from the ninja school, he was indeed the highest-ranking commander in the village. The situation was reversed in an instant, and the Konoha ninjas who had hesitated whether to obey Danzo's orders before gave up the idea. Danzo had a weird look on his face. He didn't expect Shinji, an Uchiha, to play this trick on him. Seeing the changes in the mentality of all the Konoha ninjas around him, Shinji smiled slightly. The 3rd generation was killed. Before the 5th generation returns, I will temporarily take over the village defense as the captain of the Konoha police force. All Konoha ninjas who stay in the village must obey my orders. Those who disobey orders will die. Shinji's words were calm, like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart. The Konoha ninjas gathered around the police building looked at each other, and finally all lowered their heads. No one questioned it, which was considered to be tacitly acknowledging the fact that Shinji had temporarily become the head of the village. Suzuki came to Shinji at this time, looked at Danzo with hatred, and said, "Shinji, let me kill him." Danzo was a little panicked and took 2 steps back. "I am the village's advisory elder, I am a disciple of the 2nd generation. You can't kill me. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 1063. Please put the overall situation first. You are a shameless person. With a roar, Suzuki was about to step forward to fight with Danzo. Shinji stretched out his hand to stop Suzuki. Suzuki said anxiously, "Shinji, if we don't kill him now, he will definitely continue to plot against us in the future. If you are worried about the 5 Kai's questioning, let me do it. Even if I have to go to jail, I will kill him today. Shinji said coldly, killing him by lynching is too easy for him. What? Suzuki was stunned. Shinji did not explain much, waved his hand to let Wuming and Karin step aside, and then gave orders to the Konoha ninjas gathered nearby in a commanding tone. Danzo colluded with Orochimaru to kill the 3rd generation. I now order you as the captain of the Konoha police force to arrest him immediately. Danzo's face changed and he looked around in horror. Wuming, Karin, Suzuki and others also looked at the Konoha ninjas around them, ready to fight if they disagreed. The intelligence ninja who was talking to Shinji weighed the pros and cons, stood up and said to Danzo, Danzo, please give up resistance. If you have any objections, you can raise them with the Hokage after he comes back. Danzo was shocked and angry, a bunch of idiots, do you think Uchiha Shinji will let me see Tsunade alive? The intelligence ninja did not answer, nor did he dare to answer, but the situation was like this. Either stand on the side of Uchiha Shinji, who had the upper hand in strength and position, or stand on the side of Danzo, who was doomed to fail. There was no other option. If you stand on the side of Danzo, the next step will be a big battle with Uchiha and the police force. This is undoubtedly a battle that must not happen for the already extremely weak village, otherwise the village will completely collapse. So, the intelligence team ninja bowed deeply to Danzo, please put the overall situation first. Please put the overall situation first. The expression on Danzo's face became wonderful. This word has always come from his mouth to force others to sacrifice, but he didn't expect that today it would be his turn to be forced to sacrifice. No. Danzo shook his head violently and roared, no. I am the hope of the village, I am the overall situation. The intelligence team ninja once again sincerely advised, the village can't stand internal friction now, please consider the village and surrender. Danzo was stubborn, what qualifications do you have to let me surrender, not even Tsunade. Danzo, this is a necessary sacrifice for the village. Yes, why can't you understand us? It's just going back to the prison, shouldn't you stay there? The Konoha ninjas began to show impatience one by one. In their opinion, Danzo obediently returning to the cell is the best result for the village. As for whether Uchiha Shinji will let Danzo go, they don't want to think about it now. Anyway, even if Danzo really died in prison, it has nothing to do with them. Anyway, when the Hokage returns to the village, he will naturally hold the person responsible. Facing heavy accusations and complaints, Danzo knew that if he didn't run away, he would not be able to escape, so he jumped up and prepared to escape. Swish! As soon as Danzo jumped up, several Konoha ninjas on the periphery jumped up with swords drawn, forcing him back into the battle circle. Soon, other Konoha ninjas also started to take action. The situation was clear at the moment. Danzo's status as a prisoner had not changed. He should be arrested and taken back to prison. Therefore, no one could find fault with executing the order of the captain of the police force, Uchiha Shinji. Otherwise, everyone would have to face Uchiha Shinji, Uchiha Suzuki, and Wuming who showed Susanoo. A melee started instantly. Various ninjutsu and ninja tools flew in the roar. Shinji took Karin, Wuming, Suzuki, and a group of classmates to retreat to a distance, watching the Konoha ninjas besieging Danzo coldly. On the field, Danzo summoned his summoned beast, the Dream Taper, and seemed to perform a joint wind escape with the Dream Taper, fighting their way out. The Konoha ninjas seemed to have been prepared. A group of ninjutsu teams composed of Jonin and Chiyunin performed a joint earth escape, the Yellow Spring Swamp, and the clay from the sky. Instantly, the ground under Danzo and the Dream Taper's feet turned into a muddy swamp. At the same time, a large amount of clay fell from an unknown space above their heads, pouring all over their heads and bodies. At this time, the Konoha ninja who performed the clay from the sky shouted to the others, use the fire escape to harden the clay and trap him. As soon as the voice fell, several Konoha ninjas around him launched various fire escapes against Danzo, who was trapped by the clay and swamp. For a moment, the sky was once again filled with flames in front of the police force building. Under the scorching flames, the clay that covered Danzo and Menmo quickly hardened and turned into hard rock, completely trapping Danzo and Menmo in it. Danzo, who barely showed half of his face, struggled hard, but the clay hardened by the flames was like poured cement. No matter how he and Menmo struggled, they could not break free from the control of the hardened clay. Is it solved? It should be done. Hey, why make it so embarrassing? Seeing that Danzo couldn't break free, the Konoha ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. Things had come to this point, and they felt a little unreal, but since they had already done it, they could only do it to the end. Boom boom! Just as several ninjas from the ceiling squad stepped forward to seal Danzo, with a loud noise, countless branches and vines broke out of the hardened clay and pierced into the bodies of the ninjas from the ceiling squad, stringing them up like candied haws. What? Wooden style? All the Konoha ninjas were shocked. Even the ninjas from the intelligence squad didn't know that Danzo, like Yakumo, also possessed the wood-style bloodline limit. How dare you, bastards, you are a traitor, I will kill you all. After using the wood release to break free from the shackles of the hardened clay, the frantic Danzo activated it again and launched an indiscriminate attack on the surrounding Konoha ninjas. In the distance, seeing that Danzo still had the wood release, Sasuke was shocked and said, Shinji, did you know it long ago? Shinji smiled and did not answer. As an advisory elder for so many years and having worked with Orochimaru for so long, Danzo always has some trump cards in his hand. Not to mention the unstable wood release, even Shinji had to treat the Manjiki Sharingan containing Kota Amatsukami in Shisui's right eye socket with caution. In addition, Danzo also arranged the inner four symbol seal on himself, which could kill the enemy together, and he also needed to be treated with caution. Seeing Danzo using the wood release to start killing, Sasuke could not help but say, Shinji, let me deal with him. Shinji shook his head again, it's just a Danzo, there's no need to dirty our own hands. The second update is here. During the double period, I beg for monthly ticket support. Please everyone. Chapter 1064 Tooth for Tooth. Danzo does have some trump cards in hand, but in front of Shinji now, those trump cards of Danzo are not enough. Even if it is Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan containing Kota Amatsukami, as long as Shinji is careful, there will not be any big trouble. The reason why Shinji did not let Sasuke take action is for only one purpose. That is, Danzo forced Uchiha Atake to destroy the entire Uchiha clan for the sake of the village, so he would force the Konoha ninjas to deal with Danzo for the sake of the village. In this process, if Uchiha intervenes, what will happen? I'm afraid that if he just throws a kunao at Danzo, he will lose. What he wants is an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The melee not far away is still going on. As Danzo used the wood release to kill people, the surrounding Konoha ninjas no longer held back and used all their strength. Soon, the atmosphere on the battlefield gradually returned to the bloody and cruel war from the previous restraint. Various ninjutsu and ninja tools whistled on the battlefield, and roars and shouts intertwined on the battlefield, just like the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated. This is more like it. Shinji grinned slightly. He would not expand the situation indefinitely in order to avenge the extermination of the Uchiha clan. After all, the extermination of the Uchiha clan was closely related to the arrogance and hesitation of the Uchiha decision-makers. But the main culprits must be eliminated. The third generation was the Hokage at the time and the highest authority in the village. He watched the situation escalate and allowed Shisui to be ambushed by Danzo, triggering conflicts. Even if these were not his subjective wishes, he at least had to take the responsibility of inaction. This is also the reason why Shinji watched him die at the hands of Orochimaru. Shinji would not take the initiative to retaliate against him, but at the critical moment, don't expect Shinji to risk exposing himself to save him. Just as he was unwilling to consume his prestige and stand as Hokage, come out to suppress the conflict between Uchiha and the village. As for Danzo, on the night of the genocide, he led a large number of roots to guard outside the Uchiha clan, watching Uchiha Atake complete the genocide, and finally entered the field to calmly clean up the mess, collecting pairs of Sharingan from the bodies that could not resist on the ground. So Shinji brought Wyoming and Sasuke to watch the battle. This time he would not intervene. He wanted the Konoha ninjas to capture Danzo and send him to him obediently. Only in this way can it be considered revenge. Ah! At this time, Danzo's wailing suddenly came from the field. Shinji, who was a little distracted, looked over and found that many trees and branches were growing wildly in Danzo's body. Undoubtedly, as Danzo continued to launch the wood escape, the first-generation cells in his body that were originally suppressed by the Sharingan began to show signs of going berserk. Shinji was not surprised, because this was a matter of course. Danzo's situation was different from all other people who transplanted first-generation cells. Yamato's transplantation operation was not actually successful. His utilization rate of the first-generation cells implanted in his body was very low, but the advantage was that the stability was very high. Yakumo, Karin, Mu-Name, Shinji and even Obito all used the method of balancing yin and yang and giving birth to the power of all things, so the utilization rate was the highest and the state was the most stable. Danzo obviously made a mistake. He used the Sharingan to suppress the first-generation cells implanted in his body. He neither completely mastered the Sharingan nor subdued the first-generation cells, and he did not dare to try to fuse the two. So when the two barely reach a balance of mutual restraint, they can still live in peace, but once this fragile balance is broken by external factors, the runaway of the first-generation cells is inevitable. What's more, the real Uchiha like Obito, the bloodline ninja with high-quality Yin-Tun chakra like Yakumo, and the ninja with the sage body like Karin are all implanted with diluted first-generation cells mixed with white Zetsu cells. Danzo, with his old body, does not have the bloodline limit of Yin-Tun chakra or the sage body of Yang-Tun chakra. He was lucky to survive after transplanting the original first-generation cells. Taking advantage of the first-generation cells in Danzo's body running wild, the sealing class ninjas hurried forward and performed the sealing technique on Danzo. 4-symbol seal. Instantly, a series of ink-colored sealing techniques emerged from the gaps between the palms of the sealing squad ninjas pressed on the ground, and flexibly climbed onto Danzo's body. In just a blink of an eye, Danzo's body was covered with ink-colored sealing techniques. And with the 4-symbol seal the sealing technique was all over his body, and Danzo fell to his knees on the ground with a thump. All the chakra in his body was imprisoned by the sealing technique, and even the rampage of the first-generation cells in his body was temporarily curbed. The Konoha ninjas were still worried and didn't care about their dignity. They directly locked Danzo tightly with chains and dragged him to Shinji. "My lord, Danzo has been captured." Shinji nodded and looked at Danzo indifferently. There was no triumph of the winner on his face, and there was no arrogance of Uchiha when he was in power. Danzo, with a tired face, looked up at Shinji and shouted, "You can't kill me. Even though I am a retired advisory elder, I have also served as an advisory elder. If you dare to kill me privately, Tsunade and the others will not let you go." He did not choose to die together with Sasuke and Obito with the inner 4-symbol seal as he did in the original time and space. In addition to the sudden outburst of the wood release in his body just now, which disrupted his rhythm, there is another reason that he wishfully believed that Shinji would not dare to kill him privately. In his narrow-minded concept, Shinji had finally rebuilt the Konoha police force and climbed to the high position of the captain of the police force. At this time, he should be concerned about his future and dare not risk privately killing the former advisory elder of his village. Shinji smiled slightly, and then raised his hand in front of everyone and reached Danzo's right eye that was tightly bandaged. "You." Guessing what Shinji was going to do, Danzo was immediately shocked and angry. However, due to the seal, it was extremely difficult for him to mobilize chakra, not to mention launching pupil techniques, and he could not stop Shinji from doing anything. "Shua." Shinji quickly and accurately dug out the Mangeki Sharingan that originally belonged to Uchiha Shisui from Danzo's right eye socket under the bandage. "Ah!" Danzo screamed in pain. The eyes of the surrounding Konoha ninjas were instantly attracted, and then everyone found that what Shinji dug out from Danzo's right eye was actually a scarlet Sharingan, so they consciously looked away. Danzo's transplant of the Sharingan was no longer a secret after the last battle in front of the hospital, so when everyone saw Shinji taking back the Uchiha Sharingan from Danzo, they did not think it was excessive. The first update is here. Chapter 1065 Taking Back the Sharingan. Danzo gnashed his teeth. "Uchiha Shinji, how dare you?" Becoming a prisoner with life and death in the hands of the Uchiha, this was something he had never imagined before. And now, this ridiculous thing, which seemed absurd to him, happened openly in front of everyone. Shinji said lightly, "Is it so difficult for you to accept just taking back the Sharingan that belongs to our Uchiha?" Danzo roared, "It's mine." Shisui's right eye was his trump card for a comeback, but it was easily taken away by Shinji. How could he be willing to accept this? "Really?" After a pause, Shinji said, "Then you may need to get used to it as soon as possible, because soon those things you think belong to you will be taken away by me one by one." Looking at Shinji's indifferent expression, the anger in Danzo's heart was instantly replaced by a more thorough fear. Because he knew how Shinji dealt with him. This method of forcing the opponent into a corner step by step, leaving him with no way to retreat and no choice but to overturn the table, and finally eradicating the opponent in the name of justice, isn't it the method he used against the Uchiha clan back then? Looking at the Mangeki Sharingan in Shisui's hand, Shinji took out a small nutrient tank and put the Sharingan in it. After putting it away, Shinji glanced at Danzo's right arm again, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Danzo was terrified. What do you want to do? Shinji said lightly, if I remember correctly, you should have transplanted a large number of our Uchiha clan's Sharingans on your right arm. You are now a prisoner who colluded with Orochimaru, and you are not qualified to have these Sharingans, so I will take them away temporarily on behalf of the village. No! Danzo roared hysterically. Shinji glanced at the Konoha ninjas who dragged Danzo over, and casually ordered, lift up his right arm. Shinji is now the highest commander of the village, and the reason is also right, so the Konoha ninjas have no way to refuse his order. So they could only bite the bullet, bare Danzo's resentful eyes, lift Danzo's right arm, and hand it to Shinji. Swish! As a Konoha ninja pulled open the sleeve of Danzo's right arm, his right arm full of Sharingan was revealed in front of everyone. Hiss! Shikamaru and other classmates took a breath of cold air when they saw this. Because on this short arm, 10 scarlet Sharingan were densely transplanted front and back. You have to know that even in the Uchiha clan, not everyone can awaken the Sharingan, so what does 10 Sharingan mean? Everyone dared not think deeply about the bloody story behind it. You damn bastard! As soon as he saw Danzo's right arm, Sasuke was furious. Not to mention him, even Yuming, who didn't have deep feelings for the family, couldn't help feeling angry and sad when he saw the densely packed Sharingan on Danzo's arm. Shinji said coldly, are they complete again? During the last hospital battle, Danzo launched Izanagi several times in a row to distort the fate of death, consuming a lot of Sharingan, and then was directly imprisoned in a secret prison, so Shinji always thought that Danzo's arm was full of Sharingan. There were only 2 or 3 Sharingans left. Unexpectedly, Danzo replaced the Sharingans that were consumed before and replenished the Sharingans on his right arm to 10. This at least shows that even though he was imprisoned, Danzo's laboratory and mansion were still not sealed and confiscated by the village. Only in this way can it be explained why Danzo was able to replenish the Sharingans on his right arm. Fortunately, Danzo was affected by his own wood-release runaway just now, and he was sealed before he could activate Izanagi. Of course. It is also possible that it was because Shinji chose to watch the battle from the side that Danzo was careless and failed to activate Izanagi in time. And now Danzo has been completely sealed by the 4-symbol seal, and he can't use any pupil technique or forbidden technique. Shinji took out another small nutrient can. Seeing this, Karin took the small nutrient can from Shinji's hand and took the Sharingan on Danzo's right arm instead of Shinji. You damned Uchiha remnants, I should have killed you all. Danzo roared and struggled. But the seals and chains on his body forced him to half kneel on the ground, allowing Karin to take off the Sharingan on his right arm one by one. When the last Sharingan on his right arm was taken off, Danzo's roar finally began to tremble. The reason why he could withstand the implantation of the first-generation cells in his body was because of the Mangeki Sharingan of Shisui in his right eye socket and the 10-3 Magadama Sharingan implanted on his right arm. Without these 11 Sharingans, his own chakra would not be able to suppress the first-generation cells in his body. Therefore, Shinji's taking away all the Sharingan from him in public was tantamount to torture, and it was all his own fault, because even the most ordinary Konoha ninjas had an instinctive aversion to Danzo after seeing the densely packed Sharingan implanted in Danzo's body. Because no matter what, the Uchiha clan are all ninjas from the same village. You are a high-ranking official in the same village, and you are shouting about fighting against the evil Uchiha while secretly collecting the Uchiha clan's Sharingan for your own use. This is really despicable. After properly storing all the 10-3 Magadama Sharingan on Danzo's right arm into a small nutrient tank, Karin returned the small nutrient tank to Shinji. After taking the small nutrient tank filled with Sharingan, Shinji put it into the ninja bag, and then said, Danzo is the former advisor elder after all. It is too offensive to lock him up like this. Now that the Sharingan on him has been removed, the threat has been lifted. Unseal it. No matter what, we still have to give him some basic decency. Sasuke quickly questioned, Shinji, are you really going to let him go? This bastard has the blood of our Uchiha clan on his hands. We can't let him go so easily. However, without waiting for Shinji to answer, Danzo shouted reflexively, no, the seal cannot be unsealed now. He was very clear about his current state. Without the Sharingan to suppress the first-generation cells in his body, he would be swallowed up by the wood release immediately once the seal was unsealed. Several ninjas in the sealing class did not know the inside story, so they ignored Danzo's objection and executed Shinji's order, stepped forward to tear off the chain, and unsealed the 4-symbol seal that sealed Danzo. Hwalala. As the seal was lifted, the dormant first-generation cells in Danzo's body instantly became active, and a large number of trees and branches broke out of Danzo's body, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a towering tree. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote. There are only a few days left for the double monthly votes. Students who still have monthly votes, don't forget to vote. Chapter 1066, Public Display. Looking at the huge tree standing in front of them, the Konoha ninjas in front of the police building were all shocked. Ah! At this time, Danzo's painful wail came from the bottom of the tree. Everyone realized that although the wood release in his body had completely run away, Danzo was still alive. This. The Konoha ninjas looked at each other, not knowing how to deal with it for a while. Shinji glanced at him and said calmly, "It's my fault. I didn't expect that Danzo's body would have such a serious problem. Sealing Squad, seal Danzo again to prevent the wood release in his body from continuing to run wild and threatening others." Yes. The sealing squad hurried forward and tried to seal Danzo again. Shinji's order was impeccable, so whether they trusted Shinji or not, the Konoha ninjas around him had no objection. Just as the sealing squad tried to seal Danzo again, Sasuke on the side gritted his teeth, "Damn, this bastard is not dead yet." Shinji had no expression on his face. The reason why Danzo was still alive was not because Danzo had a strong vitality or was lucky, but because Shinji secretly instructed Wuming through Naobi to let Wuming mark Danzo with 8,000 spears. Therefore, when the wood release in Danzo's body went berserk, Wuming used the 8,000 spears to draw out some of the yang release chakra in Danzo's body, which saved Danzo's life. Soon after, the ninjas of the sealing squad sealed Danzo again and suppressed the yang release chakra in Danzo's body. It was just that the towering tree formed by countless branches that broke out of Danzo's body was still connected to Danzo by blood. The ninjas of the sealing squad didn't know whether they should cut the area connecting Danzo to the tree, so they all retreated to the side helplessly and looked at Shinji. Shinji walked over, looked at it, and shook his head and said, "Don't cut it for the time being, so as not to stimulate the wood release in Danzo's body and continue to run wild." The intelligence squad ninja was a little embarrassed, "But if we don't cut it, I'm afraid there will be no way to transfer Danzo to the secret prison. If he is connected to such a big tree, if he doesn't perform surgery to cut it, then Danzo can't go anywhere. He can only curl up under the big tree in this embarrassing posture." Shinji shook his head, "I am the head of the village now. I can't let the village bear the risk of wood release running wild, so let Danzo stay where he is and let the police guard him nearby." When this was said, the intelligence squad ninjas and sealing squad ninjas around thought they had heard it wrong, and they were all stunned. Seeing that Shinji didn't seem to be joking, the intelligence team ninja asked tentatively, "Do you mean to let Danzo stay with this big tree?" Shinji nodded lightly, "But he is a prisoner after all, basic precautions still need to be taken, so first tie him to the tree with chains engraved with the sealing technique, and wait for the Hokage to return to the village, and then let the Hokage make the decision." The ninja of the sealing team opened his mouth, but finally swallowed the words on the tip of his mouth and said with a stiff face, "Yes." Not only the ninjas of the intelligence team and the sealing team, but also the other Konoha ninjas around all showed strange expressions after hearing this. Because if they followed Shinji's order, it would be equivalent to locking Danzo directly on the big tree formed by his wood escape and publicly displaying it. And this is too humiliating for Danzo, who once served as the village advisor elder. However, Shinji's concerns were not completely unreasonable. Judging from Danzo's situation just now, his wood release runaway was still dangerous to the people and objects around him. If something really happened, no one would be willing to take the responsibility. "Lock it up." Shinji gave the final order. The sealing squad ninjas had no choice but to step forward and use the chains engraved with the sealing technique to tie Danzo tightly to the tree. Being tied to the tree in such a humiliating posture, tied in front of the building of the Konoha police force, Danzo's anger is needless to say. He looked hysterical, but his body was too weak and he could only hang his head and curse, "I will remember you. One day, I will kill all your wives, children, relatives, and friends, and let you, a group of ants who rebel against the superiors, live a life worse than death." Hearing Danzo's curse, the ninjas of the sealing squad changed their faces one by one. Danzo is, after all, the disciple of the second Hokage and the former advisory elder of the village. Although he is now a prisoner, no one can tell whether he will make a comeback. After all, the current advisory elders of the village, Mitamonen and Utane Koharu, are not only Danzo's companions of the same period, but also his comrades in arms for decades, so there are many variables here. Therefore, many Konoha ninjas around them even had the expectation that Shinji would completely solve the big trouble of Danzo. But Shinji did not let everyone do as they wished, but ordered lightly, "Shut his mouth." Helplessly, the ninjas of the ceiling class could only find a piece of rag and stuff it into Danzo's mouth. Danzo glared at everyone. Except for Shinji and Suzuki, Momei, and Karin beside him, no one dared to look at Danzo and avoided his eyes. Looking at Danzo's angry eyes, Shinji still had no expression on his face. The classmates following behind Shinji didn't dare to look directly into Danzo's beast-like eyes at this moment, and they all lowered their heads. Only Shikamaru secretly glanced at Shinji. Unlike others, he felt that Shinji treated Danzo like this not only for revenge for the Uchiha clan. Because if it was revenge, after humiliating him, he could just find an excuse to kill him. Anyway, no one should come out to stop Shinji at the moment. Shikamaru even suspected that many people were hoping that Shinji would get rid of Danzo in their hearts. But Shinji didn't do so, which shows that Shinji's purpose is not just revenge. Just when he was wondering what Shinji was going to do, his eyes noticed the expressions on the faces of the Konoha ninjas around him, and he suddenly realized, "I understand." Shinji deliberately locked Danzo in front of the police force building, not only for revenge, but also to destroy the authority that the advisory elders had established in the village for a long time in this way. Thinking of this, Shikamaru was suddenly stunned and didn't dare to think about it anymore. Because Shinji is not only destroying the authority of the advisory elders in the village, but also destroying the authority of the Hokage in the village. If Danzo, the disciple of the second-generation Hokage and the former advisory elder of the village, can be locked on a tree like a dog for people to see, then can other advisory elders and even Hokage do the same? So what Shinji really wants to destroy is not Danzo, but the sanctity of the Hokage in the village. The first update is here. Chapter 1067 Shinji's Real Revenge. Shikamaru's guess is correct, this is what Shinji really wants to do, the revenge he wants to take. With Uchiha Madara leaving in anger and finally losing the battle with the first-generation Hokage in the Valley of the End, the Uchiha clan seems to have carried some kind of original sin and has been hostile to the Hokage. However, the Hokage forgot that when Uchiha Madara left, no Uchiha in the village followed Uchiha Madara, but unanimously chose the village. The Uchiha clan made a choice with their actions, but the Hokage did not intend to let the Uchiha go. The second-generation Hokage founded the Konoha police force. In addition to the fact that the village really needed a daily security department as the scale of the village expanded, the hidden intention was to use the job characteristics of the police force and the unique arrogance of the Uchiha clan to divide the relationship between the Uchiha clan and other ninjas from the same village. With the establishment of the Konoha police force, over the past few decades, the Uchiha clan not only offended the ordinary ninjas in the village, but also became more arrogant and conceited because of the privileges of the police force, and gradually became the object of exclusion by all Konoha ninjas. It has to be admitted that the second-generation Hokage is a master at playing with people's hearts. Just using the Konoha police force, the Uchiha clan excluded themselves from the Konoha family, giving the Hokage clan an excuse and public opinion to reasonably and legitimately eliminate the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, the top leaders of the Uchiha clan did not realize this and fell into the trap set by the second-generation Hokage decades ago, and fell deeper and deeper. In the end, the Uchiha clan, a family of eye techniques and blood inheritance that had been passed down from the Warring States period, was almost destroyed. So Shinji was not targeting a Danzo, nor a specific Hokage or advisory elder. What he really wanted to target was the huge prestige and status advantage that the Hokage family had accumulated in the village for decades. Although prestige is something that cannot be seen or touched, it is real because it is in everyone's heart. The Konoha ninjas may not have a clear concept of the Hokage family, but everyone knows that only a very small number of people in the village are truly qualified to become Hokage. This does not involve strength, because even as strong as Kakashi's father, Konoha White Fang, can be manipulated by the Hokage family and forced to commit suicide. It can even be said in a darker way that the reason why Kakashi can now integrate into the Hokage family is that after his father committed suicide, he did not choose to fight against the Hokage family, but continued to be a Konoha ninja diligently, so the Hokage family gave compensation. Or to be more specific, it was the fourth Hokage who compensated him on behalf of the Hokage family. What Shinji wants to smash is the great prestige and status advantage of the Hokage family in the village. The second Hokage used a Konoha police force to tie up the Uchiha clan and divide the Uchiha clan from other Konoha ninja clans. And Shinji is going to use Danzo, the former advisor elder with numerous crimes, to destroy everything that the Hokage family has spent decades of painstaking efforts to build. So Danzo can't die now. A Danzo who is locked under a big tree, embarrassed, crazy and hysterical, is what Shinji really needs. He wants to use the tainted Danzo to let everyone in the village know how many shameful things the high-level officials of the Hokage family have done in secret. After all, Danzo is the biggest flaw and stain of the Hokage family, which is something that other members of the Hokage family do not have. With such a good resource, Shinji must make the best use of it. Otherwise, it would be a huge waste. Things need to ferment slowly, so Shinji is not in a hurry. He turned his eyes to the other side. Orochimaru still stood there, without any reaction to what happened outside. But this is normal, he can't even resist attack as ordinary illusion, let alone the moon reading performed by Wu Ming, who has the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. As for Orochimaru's subordinates, Kabuto Yakushi has woken up. When he fought with Wu Ming before, he could have escaped by himself, but Wu Ming turned around and said he wanted to kill Orochimaru, forcing Kabuto Yakushi, whose Senjutsu chakra was almost exhausted, to turn around and fight again. In the last move, he was hit by Wu Ming's punch, who was fully operating the 12 palaces, and was completely defeated. However, he was very resistant to attacks in the Sage mode, so when the Konoha ninjas besieged Danzo just now, he had already woken up and was quietly refining Sage chakra. Teiwaya also woke up. She was horrified when she found out that Orochimaru was under an illusion, Kabuto Yakushi was defeated, Jago was seriously injured and unconscious, and Gurren was surrounded by Konoha ninjas. Walking towards Kabuto Yakushi, Shinji asked, "Who is instigating you to attack the village?" "Instigating?" Kabuto Yakushi said with a fake smile, "No one instigated us. We came here to rescue Jago, Gurren, and the others." He knew very well that he must not get involved with the Akatsuki organization at this time. Shinji took a deep look at Kabuto Yakushi and immediately ordered, "Sealing squad, seal them all and escort them to the police building." "Yes." The ninjas of the sealing squad stepped forward together. Seeing this, Hong Lian said, "Kabuto, what should we do now?" Teiwaya also shouted, "Break out." Kabuto Yakushi's face changed. Only Hong Lian, Teiwaya, and he who had recovered a little could fight on his side. But he had to face 3 Mangeki Uchiha including Shinji. Especially Wu Ming standing behind Shinji, he was very afraid. He was now sure that Wu Ming was not the B of the Akatsuki organization, but it was meaningless because the opponent's strength had completely surpassed him. Finally, he glanced at Orochimaru, who was still trapped in the illusion beside him, and Kabuto Yakushi sighed. If Orochimaru was not trapped in the illusion, then Orochimaru could summon the first and second generations, the 4 generations of the immortal body. Even if these immortal body are not given too much intelligence, the immortal body of the 3 Hokage can help them break through the siege. What's more, Orochimaru can also summon their last trump card, Uchiha Madara's immortal body. Unfortunately, all of this was wiped out because of the moon reading that Wu Ming made when they met. As the sealing class ninjas approached, Kabuto Yakushi finally chose to give up resistance. Seeing that Kabuto Yakushi had given up resistance, Hong Lian, who was already a familiar customer of Konoha's secret prison, and Teiwaya had no choice but to surrender and let the Konoha sealing class ninjas seal them one by one. The second update is here. There is only 1 day left for the double monthly ticket, so don't forget it if you still have monthly tickets. Chapter 1068 Connivance. After dealing with Danzo and sealing and imprisoning Orochimaru and his gang in the interrogation room in the police building, Shinji began to deal with the affairs of the village. In the office of the captain of the police force, the ninjas from the Anbu and the intelligence team reported the information collected from all over the village to Shinji, who was sitting behind the captain's desk. The attack of the air ninja caused serious damage to the village. According to incomplete statistics, at least 20% of the houses in the village were seriously damaged, and the fire affected dozens of blocks including the core area. Even the ninja school was bombed, and some teaching buildings collapsed in the fire. Shinji asked while looking at the report, "What about the casualties?" The intelligence squad ninja replied, "I'm sorry, the casualties are still being counted. The casualties of the village this time include casualties caused by the air ninja attack, casualties caused by the attack of Orochimaru's group, and casualties caused by the suppression of Danzo just now. Because they are spread throughout the village, the statistics are still in progress." Putting down the documents in his hand, Shinji ordered, "I want to know the specific casualties within today." "Yes." The intelligence squad ninja responded quickly. Shinji said casually, "In addition, after the casualty data comes out, report the situation of the village to the 5th generation and wait for her next instructions." He doesn't have the energy to take care of the mess of Konoha now. The previous seizure of power was just to deal with Danzo. Now that Danzo has been dealt with, he naturally doesn't want to waste too much energy on the village. "Yes." Seeing that Shinji had no intention of cutting off the communication between the village and the coalition headquarters, the ninjas of the Anbu and the intelligence squad secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After a few more brief instructions, Shinji came to the Konoha hospital. The Konoha hospital was already overcrowded at this time. Villagers injured in the air raid, ninjas injured by Orochimaru and his gang, and ninjas injured during the suppression of Danzo were all sent here one after another. However, since a large number of medical ninjas had left the village with the army, the hospital was very short of manpower. Even ninjas like Sakura and Ino who had mastered some medical ninjutsu were temporarily recruited to the hospital to help. Shinji walked into the hospital all the way. Along the way, whether it was the injured or the medical ninjas in the hospital, they all stopped their work and saluted him after seeing him. Obviously, the news that he had seized power in a high-profile manner and punished Danzo had spread throughout the village. Even the injured in the hospital knew that he, the captain of the police force, was currently the highest commander in the village and had power close to that of the Hokage. Shinji nodded in return, and did not become arrogant and rude because of his power. Arriving at the morgue, Shinji saw the body of the 3rd generation who was buried by the Anbu. The Anbu on the side said, "We found the 3rd generation in the forest of death." The 3rd generation was already dead at that time. There were 2 fatal injuries. One was the wound on the throat. The murder weapon should be a ninja tool such as kunao or shuriken. Shinji asked, "What about the other fatal injury?" The Anbu sighed and said, "The other fatal injury is a sealing technique. According to the remains of the 3rd generation and the situation at the scene, we infer that the 3rd generation used the Ashiki fusion before he died, trying to die with Orochimaru." Shinji asked, "Then what's the conclusion?" The Anbu said, "The footprints of a 3rd person appeared at the scene. After comparison, it was Kabuto Yakushi. So the situation should be that the 3rd generation fought with Orochimaru, and finally tried to die with Orochimaru with the Ashiki fusion. As a result, he was disturbed by Kabuto Yakushi and died unfortunately." Shinji stood quietly for a while and said, "This is the way he chose for himself." The Anbu was stunned at first, pondered for a while, and finally nodded slightly. From the fact that the 3rd generation led Orochimaru into the forest of death alone and launched the Ashiki fusion, it can be seen that this final duel between the master and the apprentice was indeed not accidental. So after thinking through this point, the Anbu was not so difficult to accept the death of the 3rd generation. Shinji asked again, "How did Danzo leave the prison?" The Anbu replied, "The 3rd generation personally took him out of the prison before the war." Shinji also casually explained, "The 3rd generation took him out of the prison, probably to temporarily recruit him to fight against Orochimaru. Why didn't he fight against Orochimaru with the 3rd generation? This is one of the evidences of his collusion with Orochimaru and his intention to subvert the village. Don't forget this when you report to the 5th generation later." The Anbu nodded in agreement. Danzo did not assist the 3rd generation in fighting against Orochimaru, but rushed out to grab the fruits of victory after Orochimaru and his gang suffered a setback in front of the police force building. This evidence of guilt is indeed indelible. Maybe the 3rd generation would have protected him before, but now that the 3rd generation is dead, no one will protect him anymore. After leaving the morgue, Shinji came to the ophthalmology department on the 3rd floor of the hospital, where a special patient was being treated. This person was none other than Hyuga Hayashi, who was attacked by Otsutsuki Tonari and had his Byakugan taken away when the air ninja and Orochimaru's gang attacked the village one after another. Shinji asked, "What happened?" The medical ninja who was examining Hayashi stood up and reported, "Hayashi is fine, but his Byakugan was forcibly taken away. He may not be able to see in the future." Hayashi, with bandages on both eyes, asked, "Is it Shinji?" Shinji asked in a routine tone, "It's me." "Hayashi, who attacked you? Who took away your Byakugan?" Hayashi shook his head, "Because I was attacked by surprise, I don't know the identity of the attacker." "No doubt. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon is the secret of the Hyuga clan. Even if the two sides have completely turned against each other, Hayashi does not want to reveal too much to Shinji. After all, Shinji is only temporarily in control of the power of the village. When the 5th generation leads the army back to the village, no one can tell what the power structure in the village will be like, so he dare not represent the Hyuga clan to stand in a hurry at this time. Shinji knew it well, so he didn't ask any more questions. He just said a few polite words about catching the murderer for the Hyuga clan, and then turned and left the ward. Not to mention that when Wuming was fighting with Kabuto Yakushi, he happened to witness Otsutsuki Tonari attacking the Hyuga clan. Keirin's Kagura heart alone had locked Otsutsuki Tonari's trail when Otsutsuki Tonari sneaked into the village to attack the Hyuga clan. So Shinji actually knew about Otsutsuki Tonari's invasion. It can even be said that Otsutsuki Tonari took away the Byakugan of Hyuga Hayashi as a result of Shinji's deliberate connivance. Otherwise, even if Otsutsuki Tonari had the giant reincarnation eye on the moon to protect him, Shinji would be confident to repel him. The first update is here. Chapter 1069. You know nothing about the power of Uchiha. The reason why Shinji turned a blind eye to Otsutsuki Tonari's attack on the Hyuga clan, and even allowed Otsutsuki Tonari to seize the Byakugan of Hyuga Hayashi, was very simple, that is, to fight against the Overlord who had already infiltrated the ninja world. When it comes to facing the Overlord, the Otsutsuki branch on the moon is not his enemy. On the contrary, Otsutsuki Tonari, who possesses all the inheritance of Otsutsuki Hamura and the giant reincarnation eye that is finally condensed by the Byakugan of all the members of the Otsutsuki branch, is Shinji's powerful potential ally. Because with the improvement of strength, Shinji's understanding of the nature of chakra is getting deeper and deeper. He knows very well that the giant reincarnation eye on the moon has its own will. If he has enough time, he may be able to use the reincarnation eye he cultivated to slowly steal Otsutsuki Tonari's authority over the giant reincarnation eye and take the treasure of the Otsutsuki clan for himself. But now he doesn't have the time. Therefore, preventing Otsutsuki Tonari from fusing the Samsara eye at this time is actually weakening the overall strength of the ninja world. As for how to join forces with Otsutsuki Tonari, that is another story. However, Shinji firmly believes that although Otsutsuki Tonari is obsessed with the ancestral wishes that were distorted by the Otsutsuki branch and obsessed with purifying the ninja world, once the Overlord begins to invade the ninja world in an all-round way, he will definitely not turn a blind eye to the Overlord's invasion. Without staying in Konoha Hospital for long, Shinji returned to the police force building. Danzo was still locked under the iron chain with the sealing spell inscribed on it, under the big tree in front of the police force building that he created by the wood escape rampage. Because the villagers hiding in the shelter have begun to return to the village one after another, and because Shinji is in power, all matters of the village need to be decided by Shinji, so the police force building has become a temporary power center, and many Konoha ninjas come and go, so Danzo locked under the tree has become a site for people to visit, and people point fingers and talk about it. Passing by Danzo, Shinji glanced at Danzo, and then walked into the police force building under Danzo's angry eyes. Seeing Shinji coming in, the 4 Enbu guarding the door nodded in greeting. Shinji returned the greeting. Due to limited manpower, Shinji had to temporarily transfer some Enbu to take charge of the guard work outside the police force building. As for the core area inside the building, it was guarded by Karin, Momei, and Suzuki. Coming to the cell where Orochimaru and his gang were detained, Shinji looked at Orochimaru and his gang who were detained in different cells, and asked Suzuki who was in charge of guarding here, "Are they still honest?" Suzuki replied, "Well, they didn't play tricks." Being assigned the task of guarding Orochimaru and his gang by Shinji made Suzuki feel that he was valued by Shinji, so although he was seriously injured in the previous battle, he still played up to 120,000 points of spirit, maintained the state of the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and guarded Orochimaru and his gang seriously. Shinji said, "If you are tired, you can let Wuming take over for you." Suzuki shook his head, "No, I can still hold on." Shinji said no more and walked directly into the cell where Orochimaru was imprisoned. In the cell, Orochimaru's eye sockets were sunken and he looked very tired. From the outside, he was just trapped in an illusion, without any consumption from fighting and without any substantial damage. But only Orochimaru himself knows what he has suffered in the world of the nameless Tsukuyomi. The pain of being burned by Amaterasu for 10 days and 10 nights, if it were anyone else, even an elite jonin like Kakashi, his spirit would probably collapse. Shinji glanced at Orochimaru and smiled, as expected of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, "Your willpower is indeed extraordinary." This is not a joke from Shinji. He is really surprised and impressed that Orochimaru can still maintain his sanity. "You know, People who were hit by Tsukuyomi in the original time and space usually can't even get out of bed without a month of recuperation. Orochimaru looked at Shinji coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. When he broke through Konoha, defeated the third generation, and his life was at its peak, he was inexplicably killed by a group of Uchiha brats. Such a blow is hard for him to bear even for someone who is used to the ups and downs of life. Shinji stopped smiling. Tell me, who instigated you to attack Konoha? What is your purpose in attacking Konoha? Orochimaru said, do you think I will tell you? Shinji did not follow Orochimaru's rhythm, but deliberately asked, Akatsuki organization? What did they promise you? Humph. Orochimaru snorted in response to Shinji. Shinji stared at Orochimaru, pondered for a while, and then said, the first, second, and fourth generations of 3 impure earth bodies are indeed a considerable fighting force. It's just that there are some problems with the sacrifices, and the true level of the 3 Hokage, especially the first generation, cannot be brought into play. Listening to Shinji talking to himself, Orochimaru frowned slightly, not knowing what Shinji was going to do. Shinji propped his chin with his hand and continued, if the sacrifice can be replaced, the 3 Hokage's immortal body should be able to exert stronger combat power. Oh, by the way, now there are 4 Hokage, and the fallen third generation can also be immortal reincarnated to increase combat power. The third generation is the professor of ninjutsu, and his combat power at his peak should be no less than that of the second and fourth generations. It is only because of his old age that his physical strength and chakra have seriously declined, which has led to a serious decline in his strength. But if it is the immortal body state with almost unlimited physical strength and chakra, the third generation can regain its peak strength. However, Shinji has learned from the Anbu that the Ashiki Fusion used by the third generation is not the common death mask, so if you want to release the third generation's soul from the death god's stomach, you may need to find the death mask hidden by the third generation. Fortunately, Shinji has now taken over the village in full, and some of the Anbu directly under the third generation have survived, so it should not be difficult to find the death mask hidden by the third generation. Orochimaru frowned more tightly as he listened, and couldn't help but say, what do you want to say? Want to recruit me? You are not qualified, let Tsunade do it. Orochimaru was not panicking. Because he had an agreement with Obito, and he also saw that Obito needed the power of Uchiha Madara, so he believed that as long as he delayed time and let Obito know that he was trapped in Konoha, Obito would definitely find a way to rescue him. Otherwise, without the tool of Uchiha Madara, with Obito's current strength, he might not be able to take back the Samsara Eye and the 10 tails from Nagato. Shinji smiled and stood up, you know nothing about the power of Uchiha. Why do I need your consent to recruit you? The second update is here. There is only 1 hour left for the double monthly ticket. Students who still have monthly tickets must not forget to vote. Chapter 1070 Kota Amatsukami. In the secret experiment. Shinji passed through the test area and went directly to the underground practice field next door. This dim underground practice field always allows him to calm down quickly. While walking towards the center of the practice field, he took out the small nutrient tank containing Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan from the ninja bag on his waist. Sitting cross-legged in the center, Shinji raised the small nutrient tank in his hand high, and with the weak light source in the practice field, he carefully looked at the Manjiki Sharingan containing Kota Amatsukami floating in the nutrient solution. The ultimate illusion that can change consciousness. Thinking of the fate of the owner of this Sharingan, Shinji couldn't help but sigh. Awakening Kota Amatsukami is simply a curse for a gentle person like Shisui. It not only gives Shisui responsibilities that do not belong to him, but also makes Shisui a target of public criticism. Shinji even maliciously speculated that the third Hokage and even the entire advisory elders should have known that Danzo was going to attack Shisui, but they did not intervene. Because the Kota Amatsukami was too much of a thorn in one's side. Shinji opened the seal of the small nutrient tank and whispered, if there is only one, I don't know if I can control it normally. While taking out Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan from the small nutrient tank, Shinji opened the Susanoo. In an instant, a golden half-armored giant appeared in the underground training ground, dispelling the darkness around. Unlike other people's Susanoo, Shinji's golden Susanoo had 4 pairs of eye sockets neatly arranged under its visor. This was the result of Shinji opening the 6 Megatama Samsara Eye, which further enhanced the ability of his Susanoo lamp. In other words, in addition to his own 6 Megatama Samsara Eye, he could also control 3 other pairs of eyes. Without worrying too much about whether he could control a single eye, Shinji directly activated the Susanoo Sun lamp and tried it. Soon, following a gentle light, the mangekyou that Shinji held in his palm, that Tsutsumi Sharingan, was picked up from the air and flew into the empty eye sockets of his Susanoo. Then, the originally lightless empty eye sockets shone with light. It's done. Shinji was secretly delighted. Although he only had a single mangekyou Sharingan, his Susanoo Tyo-Yu-chan still successfully controlled it. And after successfully controlling it, not only one eye lit up in the second pair of eye sockets of Shinji's Susanoo, but both eyes lit up together, but the brilliance emitted was not as dazzling as controlling a pair of mangekyou Sharingan. After a little perception, Shinji mastered Koda Amatsukami. As he expected, Koda Amatsukami was not a simple illusion, but a technique similar to Izanaga that could change reality by distorting fate, but Koda Amatsukami distorted not fate, but the will of the target. Because of this, the impure world body that even the infinite Tsukuyomi cannot affect cannot resist the control of Koda Amatsukami. In the original time and space, Itaka's impure world body was accidentally hit by Koda Amatsukami, thus breaking free from the control of Kabuto Yakushi, and finally tracking Kabuto Yakushi in reverse, and controlling Kabuto Yakushi through Izanami to remove all the impure world body participating in the war, and reverse the situation of the Fourth Ninja World War in one fell swoop. After adapting for a while, Shinji removed the Susanoo, left the underground training ground, and returned to Konoha. When Shinji returned to the police building again, the sky had darkened. During this period, the intelligence team had reported everything that happened in the village to Tsunade at the Rain Country headquarters. Upon learning that the third generation had died in battle, Tsunade was silent. Because before she led the army to the battle, she had keenly noticed that the third generation was making some preparations to deal with Orochimaru. So she had guessed that there would be such a result, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly and so suddenly. As for Shinji's successful capture of Orochimaru's gang that attacked the village, and the suppression of the rebellious Danzo, and then temporarily taking over the village's defense as the captain of the police force, Tsunade did not have any extreme reaction. Tsunade knew very well that the overall situation at the moment was still a decisive battle with the Akatsuki organization. After the death of the third generation, it was the best result for the village to have someone stand up to stabilize the situation. So Tsunade, as the fifth generation Hokage, acknowledged the established fact that Shinji was temporarily in charge of the village, and asked Shinji to maintain the stability of the village. With Tsunade's approval, Shinji's control of the village was justified. Therefore, the lights in the police building were bright, and the communication team, intelligence team, sealing team, Enbu and other agencies were all waiting here. Coming to the room where Orochimaru was imprisoned again, Shinji nodded to Wuming, who was guarding the door. Due to injuries and fatigue, Suzuki swapped shifts with Wuming and went to rest. However, he did not go back to his apartment to rest, but found a room in the police building to sleep. Walking into Orochimaru's cell, Shinji smiled. Looking at Shinji's smiling face, Orochimaru felt like he saw a devil, and his scalp couldn't help but tingle. After Shinji left with that sentence, he had a vague guess. After all, Shisui's Koda Amatsukami that can distort the will of others is not a secret among the Konoha high-level officials. Orochimaru couldn't help but speak first. What do you want to do? Nothing, just a small experiment. After a pause, Shinji said, I'm curious, is your willpower stronger, or is our Uchiha clan's Mangekyou Sharingan's pupil technique stronger? Damn it! Orochimaru cursed, his face became ferocious. Shinji had already made it so clear, he naturally knew what he was going to face. Shinji said calmly, for you, this is also a kind of redemption. With your crimes of blaspheming the previous Hokage, attacking the village many times, and killing the third Hokage, even Tsunade and Jiraiya will probably not forgive you anymore, right? Humph! Orochimaru snorted coldly. Shinji continued, I know your reincarnation of the dead is a bit weird, and you also backed up your chakra in some people's bodies through the curse seal, which can be used as a seed for resurrection. Ordinary people can't kill you, but I am different. When Orochimaru heard this, his face changed drastically, and he subconsciously looked at Shinji. These are the most core secrets for him. Even his most trusted Kabuto Yakushi only knows part of it, so he doesn't understand why Shinji knows these. And taking advantage of the moment when Orochimaru's mind was shaken, Shinji launched Koda Amatsukami at the moment when their eyes met. The first update is here. Chapter 1071 Orochimaru's Distorted Cognition. The expression of Orochimaru, who was not hit by other illusions, was dull and his eyes were wandering. The expression on his face did not change after being hit by Koda Amatsukami. He was still surprised when Shinji revealed his secret. It was just that his pupils were dilating and contracting violently, showing his mental instability. And Shinji, who activated Kota Amatsukami, had a different feeling. Because he was not sure whether Kota Amatsukami activated by the single eye could have a permanent impact on a ninja of Orochimaru's level, Shinji deliberately said the previous some words, trying to break through Orochimaru's defense and make the other party waver. After all, in the original time and space, Denzo's attempt to launch Kota Amatsukami on Mifune failed. And judging from the effect of the Kota Amatsukami launched by Denzo, it was not satisfactory and could not match the title of the strongest illusion of Kota Amatsukami. But after launching Kota Amatsukami himself, Shinji found that it was not that Kota Amatsukami was not powerful, but that Denzo, the user, was too weak. Everything is self-evident. With the power of Kota Amatsukami, Shinji directly modified Orochimaru's will and made the other party infinitely loyal to him. After completing the will modification, Shinji gently covered his eyes and said to himself, "Is this the cooling of Kota Amatsukami's pupil technique?" The cooling of Kota Amatsukami's pupil technique is not insufficient pupil power, but a state of being unable to respond. It's like no matter how sufficient the pupil power is, it is impossible to use Shinra Tensei continuously. However, Shinji sensed that the cooling time of Kota Amatsukami was not as long as more than 10 years, at least it didn't take that long for him, and it would take about 4 or 5 years to cool down and be used again. After finishing the sensing calmly, Shinji looked at Orochimaru and asked casually, "Who instigated you to come to Konoha this time?" Orochimaru smiled and said in a sarcastic tone, "The clown who calls himself Uchiha Madara in the Akatsuki organization." "Obito?" Shinji asked secretly, "What is his purpose?" Orochimaru replied, "Let me get rid of you. It should be your Takamagahara that made him feel threatened." "I see." Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that Orochimaru was influenced by the power of the fear overlord that infiltrated the ninja world and came to the village to test him. After learning that it was not the overlord who instigated Orochimaru, but Obito, he felt a little relieved. After collecting his thoughts, Shinji casually asked, "How did you reach the cooperation?" Orochimaru raised his lips, and his expression returned to his usual evil charm, "Because I found the real Uchiha Madara." Shinji was stunned for a moment. He really didn't think of this, because in the original time and space, Kabuto Yakushi had enough time to collect corpses everywhere, but Orochimaru barely escaped not long ago, and was hunted down by the Shinobi Village Alliance and the Akatsuki organization as soon as he escaped. Logically, he had no time to find Uchiha Madara's body. But on second thought, in the original time and space, Kabuto Yakushi found Uchiha Madara's body under the guidance of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu can guide Kabuto Yakushi, so he can naturally guide Orochimaru. Thinking of this, Shinji couldn't help but sigh. It seems that in order to compete for the resurrected Ten Tails, Black Zetsu has also begun to make plans. Seeing Shinji lost in thought, Orochimaru waited quietly for a while before reminding him, "If the news of my failure spreads, the fake Uchiha Madara should come looking for him. He has mastered a very tricky space-time ninjutsu, so we need to be careful." "Yet?" Shinji nodded. In the question and answer, Shinji figured out the purpose of Orochimaru's attack on Konoha and the instigator behind it. The conversation between the two was very casual, just like superiors and subordinates who have worked together for a long time and have a very harmonious relationship. Orochimaru even took the initiative to remind Shinji to be careful of Obito's attack. Shinji glanced at Orochimaru and saw that there was nothing unusual in his expression, as if the conversation just now was all natural. "Is this Kota Amatsukami?" It makes changes directly at the cognitive level, so that people can't detect it even if they are under illusions. He was secretly shocked. If he himself was hit by Kota Amatsukami, he was not sure if his pupil power could resist this illusion that directly distorted cognition. Shinji stood up and said, "I will give you a chance to escape, but don't act rashly after escaping, and wait for my order. In addition, regarding Uchiha Madara, do not activate his impure world body without my order." "Yes." Orochimaru responded. Shinji said no more and turned to leave the cell. After confirming that Orochimaru's cognition had been distorted by Kota Amatsukami and he was completely loyal to him, Shinji decided to let Orochimaru leave. Because Orochimaru in captivity had no meaning to him. On the contrary, if Orochimaru was released, it might play an unexpected role in the subsequent fight for the Ten Tails. Of course, Shinji would not completely relax his supervision of Orochimaru. Not only did he link Orochimaru with Niobe and monitor his every move, he also asked Wu Yiming to mark Orochimaru with 8,000 spears. As long as there is something abnormal with Orochimaru, he will find it immediately. After leaving the cell, Shinji called several teams of Anbu and ordered, the interrogation of Orochimaru and his gang has not made any progress. For safety reasons, you are responsible for escorting Orochimaru and his gang to the secret prison for strict guard. No one is allowed to visit. Yes. The Anbu nodded in unison. Originally, serious criminals like Orochimaru should be imprisoned in a secret prison. Before, it was just because Shinji was too strong that they could not raise questions. Now that Shinji took the initiative to hand over Orochimaru and his gang, they naturally would not have any objections. Soon, Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, Gurren, Teiwa, and the seriously injured Jago were locked with chains engraved with sealing techniques and left the police force building under the escort of the Anbu. Standing in front of the building, Shinji watched the figures of Orochimaru and his gang gradually disappear into the night under the escort of the Anbu. For the use of Shinji was a little hesitant before about Kota Amatsukami controlling Orochimaru. Now it seems that it is really necessary. The uncertainty factor of Uchiha Madara alone is enough to consume the cooling of Kota Amatsukami once. Because Uchiha Madara is different from others, he has the ability to remove the control of immortal reincarnation by himself. In the original time and space, the Fourth Shinobi World War, it is more appropriate to say that Uchiha Madara himself wanted to weigh the strength of the 5 shadows of this generation rather than Kabuto Yakushi controlling Uchiha Madara's immortal body to fight the 5 shadows. In addition, Orochimaru also controls the immortal body of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th generations of Hokage, as well as several powerful subordinates such as Kabuto Yakushi. It means that Shinji used the cooling of Kota Amatsukami once to exchange for at least 5 shadow-level combat power. It's just a small effort, please everyone. Chapter 1072, Ghosts Hiding in the Ninja World. Boom boom boom. In the darkness beyond Shinji's sight, there was a sudden explosion. Then, the shouts and roars of the Anbu and the whistling sounds of ninjutsu came one after another. What happened? What's going on? Another attack. In an instant, a large number of ninjas from the Anbu intelligence team and communication team rushed out of the police force building. Shinji, who was standing at the door, pointed in the direction of the secret prison in the distance. The explosion came from over there, it should be Orochimaru's group. Quick, go and gather people, don't let Orochimaru and his group escape. Yes. The Konoha ninjas did not dare to neglect it, and immediately sent a group to support, while the rest hurriedly contacted and gathered people. Hearing the noise, Sasuke, who had just rested, also rushed out. When he came to Shinji, he looked in the direction of the explosion in the distance and asked, Shinji, what happened? Shinji said lightly, it should be Orochimaru's group that started a riot on the way to the secret prison. What? Startled, Sasuke immediately said, I'll go and see, we must not let those bastards escape. Shinji stopped Sasuke and shook his head gently. Sasuke was puzzled, why? Don't worry, I have sent people to support. After a pause, Shinji said, Orochimaru's group was all sealed before they were taken away, and they had no power to resist at all. The riot over there at this time is likely to be other attackers hiding in the village. We are short of manpower now, and it is not advisable to act hastily before the enemy situation is clear. Sasuke had no choice but to suppress the idea of suppressing Orochimaru himself. The ninjas of the communication squad on the side nodded secretly. Shinji's calmness when the village was attacked made them feel relieved, and they began to understand why the 5th Hokage temporarily handed the village over to this young man who had just graduated from the ninja school. Of course, they didn't know what Shinji was thinking at the moment. Shinji's eyes, like everyone else, were also looking at the battlefield in the distance under the night sky, but his mind had long drifted to other things. Before handing Orochimaru and his gang over to the Anbu, he asked the Anbu to check the seals on Orochimaru and his gang, and only completed the handover after confirming that they were correct. So even if Orochimaru and his gang escaped, it had nothing to do with him and the police force. And the way to let Orochimaru escape was very simple, just let Wu Yiming use the 8,000 spears to remotely impact the seal on Orochimaru's body, and he could quietly help Orochimaru escape. Only the nameless 8,000 spears can do this. Even Shinji's Huojin cannot extract and infuse chakra from a target in a sealed state, so it can be said that it is done without anyone noticing. As long as the police force does not move, no one in the village can be a match for Orochimaru, and he can easily escape. So what Shinji is considering at this time is not whether Orochimaru and his gang can escape successfully, but how to improve the strength of the three Hokage's immortal body in Orochimaru's hand. White Zetsu clones should be the most suitable sacrifice choice at present, but I only have some white Zetsu cells on hand, and it is too late to cultivate them into white Zetsu clones. It seems that Orochimaru can only find a way to see if he can capture some white Zetsu clones alive on the battlefield. The quality of the sacrifice has a great impact on the performance of the immortal body. Especially for a strong man with a very high upper limit of strength like the first generation Hokage, if there is a sacrifice close to his previous body, he can exert a strength close to that when he was alive. Of course, in this state, the first Hokage's impure earth body is the same as Uchiha Madara, and it is not easy for the impure earth reincarnation practitioner to control it. As for whether to reincarnate the third Hokage and form a Hokage F4, Shinji is not too obsessed. If he can find the death mask hidden by the third Hokage, he doesn't mind saving the soul of the third Hokage from the death god's stomach, but if he really can't find it, he can only let fate take its course later. After all, he doesn't have time to waste on such things now. Swish swish. Not long after, several Anbu returned to the police force building with dusty faces and reported to Shinji, "I'm sorry, it was our negligence that allowed Orochimaru and his gang to escape." Sasuke asked loudly, "What, you have so many people escorting, how could Orochimaru escape?" "I'm sorry." The captain of the Anbu had to admit his mistake. Until now, they were still confused. They had checked the seal on Orochimaru before taking over. They didn't know how Orochimaru suddenly broke free from the seal and caught them off guard. Shinji asked, "Did anyone else help Orochimaru escape?" Anbu said with a dark face, "No, Orochimaru broke free from the seal himself, injured us, and rescued his subordinates. Report the escape of Orochimaru and his gang to the 5th generation." After saying that, Shinji turned and walked into the police force building. The land of snow. A black shadow was speeding on the road. Passers-by were slightly startled when they saw it, and the black shadow had disappeared in front of their eyes, making people wonder if they had just hallucinated. Undoubtedly, this black shadow was Tanjiro, who came to the land of snow from the land of demons all the way north. In order to absorb enough flesh and blood power and chakra, he slaughtered several small towns in the land of demons one after another. It was just because the 4th Ninja World War broke out, and the ninja world was full of battlefields. In addition, he set fire to the town afterwards and destroyed the corpses, so he had not been noticed. He was like a ghost, speeding all the way, and finally came to a remote village. In the village under the night, there were only a few scattered lights, and it can be seen that this is a very poor village. But it was a quiet little village. Standing outside the village, Tanjiro sniffed with his nose. He came all the way from the land of demons, not to stroll around, he followed the blood to find this place, to see an old friend. As if sensing Tanjiro's arrival, a figure slowly walked out of the village. The figure was holding a pipa in his hand, with long hair down to his waist. It was none other than another demon who escaped from the Battle of Grass Country like Tanjiro, the Upper String 3 Naruto. Like Tanjiro, after escaping by chance, Naruto hid in a remote village in the land of snow. It was precisely because of her restraint and low-keyness that the Ninja Village Alliance had not found her whereabouts. Tanjiro said, "Your breath has weakened. It seems that you haven't eaten people for a while. What are you doing here?" After asking, Naruto's face suddenly changed. "No, you are not Tanjiro. Shua." Before he finished speaking, Tanjiro flashed and pounced in front of Mingnu, slashing down with the long sword in his hand. Here is the first update. Chapter 1073 Fusion. Boom. Accompanied by a roar, a huge wave of air vented in all directions, overturning the walls of the house in front of him. Hey! Looking at the ruins in front of him, Tanjiro had no expression on his face. Obviously. At the moment when Tanjiro swung his sword at Mingnu, Mingnu activated her blood demon art Infinite City and trapped Tanjiro in it. Slowly standing up with the sword in hand, Tanjiro glanced around and said, "Without the replenishment of flesh and blood power, your blood demon art will not last long." There was no response from all around. Only the streets and houses stretched out quietly. Tanjiro sniffed his nose again, as if he smelled something, and with a bang, he slammed his foot on the ground, and the whole person flew out in one direction like a cannonball. Whether it was the houses or the walls along the way, they were as fragile as paper in front of Tanjiro, and he was even too lazy to swing his sword. Boom! After knocking down another wall, he finally saw Ming-Nu holding a pipa behind the wall. Zhang! Just before Tanjiro swung his sword, Ming-Nu played the pipa again, and the space around him changed instantly, and Tanjiro was moved to a strange house again. Humph! With just a light snort, Tanjiro kicked the ground hard again and rushed out of the house like a cannonball. After going back and forth several times, when Tanjiro found Ming-Nu again, Ming-Nu was obviously out of breath and looked tired, and even the sound of the pipa she played began to become chaotic. The blood demon art of the demon is not without consumption, especially for Ming-Nu, who controls a large-scale space in the infinite city, which consumes much more flesh and blood than ordinary blood demon art. With Ming-Nu's strength of upper string 3, if she replenishes her flesh and blood before the battle, she can maintain such consumption for a long time. It's just that during this period of time, in order to avoid the pursuit of ninjas, she dared not devour humans at will, so she was very weak, which made her a little unable to continue. Give up. Tanjiro didn't rush to swing the knife this time. Ming-Nu asked, "Who are you?" Tanjiro replied, "After you merge with me, you will know everything." Fusion? Minoru looked puzzled. Tanjiro walked towards Naruto, no need to question, no need to resist, just accept the fusion. Obviously, Tanjiro came all the way to Naruto not to destroy this upper string demon companion, but to fuse Naruto. The reason is also very simple, it is because of Naruto's blood demon art Infinite Castle. With this blood demon art, it is equivalent to having local control ability. Yubiashiki Ryuhei had the confidence to go to war with the ninja world because Infinite Castle can allow the upper string demons who are outnumbered to gain a local numerical advantage for a short time. It's a pity that Yubiashiki Ryuhei obviously underestimated the strength of the ninja world, and the Battle of the Grass Country was defeated and everything was ruined. Seeing Tanjiro pressing step by step, Naruto sighed and slowly put down the pipa in her hand. Tanjiro can find her through smell and blood induction, so no matter how she activates Infinite Castle, she can't escape Tanjiro's pursuit in the end, so had to give up resistance. Coming in front of Ming-Nu, Tanjiro stretched out his hand and pressed on Ming-Nu's forehead. In an instant, Ming-Nu's body seemed to shrink, and shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only Ming-Nu's body, but also the pipa that Ming-Nu put down, turned into ashes and dissipated with the wind. After a while, Ming-Nu's body completely disappeared, and Ming-Nu's weird face gradually emerged from the back of Tanjiro's head. Day. With just a snap of his fingers, the infinite city disappeared in front of Tanjiro. As he merged with Ming-Nu, he also mastered Ming-Nu's blood demon art Infinite City. After a little sensing, Tanjiro looked into the distance, which was the southeast direction. If he knew the terrain of the ninja world well enough, he would know that the location he sensed was in the Rain Country. Besides him, there is only one last ghost left in the ninja world, that is, the Kyuzagaku ninja Muzu who was transformed into a ghost. Tanjiro absorbed Naruto and obtained the Infinite City. The next step is to absorb the last ghost, Muku, to obtain Muku's ability to sense malice. As a ghost who descended from the Demon Slayer world to the ninja world, the stronger his power is, the greater the anchoring effect will be. Through him, the Overlord of Fear, who has devoured the Demon Slayer world, can more easily sense the ninja world and break through the outer space barrier of the ninja world. So just by existing, he is contributing to the Overlord's breakthrough of the ninja world. Of course, he has been completely corrupted by the power of the Overlord, and he is not willing to passively wait for the Overlord to break through the space barrier of the ninja world. He plans to absorb all the ghosts in the ninja world, find the lantern bearer who protects the ninja world, and kill him. The Land of Rain. Heavy rain is just a daily routine here. In the heavy rain, Kakuzu and Haiden, wearing bamboo hats and Akatsuki's red cloud uniforms, shuttled through a forest. Haiden complained, "Hey, Kakuzu, it's not a good idea for us to hide here and there." Kakuzu glanced coldly, "Shut up." Haiden spat, "Tisk, you don't have to take it out on me if you're in a bad mood." According to the order of leader Nagato, all members of Akatsuki were divided into 3 groups to capture the 3-tailed Jinchuriki, the 4th Mizukage, the 8-tailed Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, Naruto. And Kakuzu and Haiden's target was the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. At first, they thought this task was easy to complete. After all, compared with the 4th Mizukage and Killer Bee of Kumagakuer, Naruto, a Jinchuriki who was not yet an adult, was obviously much easier to deal with. But as the intelligence collected showed, Naruto was actually taken by the 5th Hokage Tsunade and was currently in the headquarters of the Shinobi Village Alliance in the Rain Country. This made it impossible for Kakuzu and Haiden to start, because no matter how arrogant they were, they didn't have the courage to break into the headquarters of the Shinobi Village Alliance alone. As a result, they could only wander around the Rain Country, looking for opportunities to attack. Coming to a resting point, Kakuzu sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Haiden, who was leaning against a tree, muttered, "Why haven't they come yet? Did they die on the way?" Like Kakuzu and Haiden, the four people who were responsible for capturing the eight-tailed Jinchuriki, Itaki, Biwachozo, Wuliang, and Cheneng, had no chance to attack, because the eight-tailed Jinchuriki killer bee was also in the base camp of the Shinobi Village Alliance. So they decided to meet up first, and then work together to find a way to complete the task, and this forest was their meeting point. Soon, Itaki and Biwachozo, who were also wearing bamboo hats and red cloud clothes, walked slowly into the forest in the rain. Kakuzu opened his eyes and asked, "Where are Wuliang and Cheneng?" Biwachozo shook his head, "We can't contact them." Faden said, "They are probably dead." The second update is here. Please recommend and vote. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 1074 Attack and Tracking. The others didn't pay much attention to Feijun's ridicule. If there is still controversy about which group in the Akatsuki organization is most likely to die, then the least likely group must be the monster Wuliang and Cheneng, who is proficient in medical ninjutsu. As a monster, Wuliang itself is immortal. So for it, the worst result is just being sealed. And Cheneng, who has learned dark medical ninjutsu, proficient in the 8 gates of Dunjia, and cultivated the artificial tailed beast Zero Tail, is no longer the spy who used the name of a wandering doctor to spy on the intelligence of various ninja villages. Others may not know, but Kakuzu, Haiden, Itaki, and Biwachozo, who are members of the Akatsuki organization, know it very well. The hard power of the group of Wuliang and Cheneng has actually surpassed these two groups. The rain has become lighter, but it is still drizzling. Kakuzu said, "The leader has understood the situation here, and he asked us to stay where we are." Biwachozo asked, "Is the leader going to take action?" Itaki also looked at Kakuzu, waiting for his answer. Kakuzu shook his head, "I don't know the specific situation here. I heard that the organization still has a few backup plans that have not been used." Biwachozo said, "I have also heard that a large number of white Zetsu clones have appeared on the battlefield recently, with tens of thousands of them, and they have tied down the Ninja Village Alliance on several fronts. According to the people I have planted in the headquarters of the Ninja Village Alliance, according to insiders, the headquarters of the Ninja Village Alliance has been sending out support troops for several days in a row." Itaka stated, "The strength of the headquarters is weakening." Holding the bloody march sickle, Feijun, who looked careless, smiled and said, "Isn't the leader waiting for an opportunity like us?" Kakuzu glared at Feijun, "Shut up, you idiot." Biwachozo inserted the beheading sword into the ground, and then sat down leaning on the beheading sword. "Anyway, it's impossible to attack the headquarters of the Ninja Village Alliance with just a few of us. Wait for Scorpion and the others to deal with the 4th generation Mizu Cage, then contact Wuliang and Cheneng, and finally consider how to act." Kakuzu thought, "If you just want to mobilize the power in the headquarters of the Ninja Village Alliance, I have other ways." Itaka cast his eyes over, "What way?" Kakuzu said, "Remember the war weapon of the Kyuzagakuer village, the Box of Bliss?" Box of Bliss. Itaka's face darkened. Because the giant monster Satoru in the Box of Bliss had appeared in the Grass Country War and blocked the Konoha ninja army for a long time. Its destructive power may not be as violent as the tailed beasts, but in terms of difficulty, it is not inferior to the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails. Because Satoru can sense killing intent, it can sense and perfectly dodge all attacks with killing intent against it in advance. In addition, with its high mobility of flying, it is not a problem to hold back an entire ninja army. Biwachozo asked curiously, "Have you found the Box of Bliss?" Kakuzu said, "We found the grass ninja who controls the Box of Bliss, but he has become a ghost now." Haiden complained, "You don't know, the two of us almost fell into the hands of that guy." Kakuzu interrupted Haiden, "There's no need to emphasize these." Itaki asked, "What do you want to do?" Kakuzu smiled rarely, "Since we have to wait for Scorpion and the others to join us, why not take advantage of this free time to find something for the Ninja Village Alliance to do and continue to weaken the military strength of the Ninja Village Alliance headquarters?" Haiden laughed, "It's getting more and more interesting. Water Country, Kirigakuer Village." Boom boom boom. In the Kirigakuer village immersed in the mist, an explosion suddenly sounded. Under the light of the explosion, a huge shadow was reflected in the sky. The shadow hovered over the Kirigakure village, causing a whistling sound, which blew away a lot of the mist covering the Kirigakure village. As the shadow whistled past again and again, feathers flashing with fire fell down one by one, and then exploded like detonating tags. No doubt. The flying fusion beast that could launch detonating feathers, Obaru, was attacking the Kirigakure village. On the back of the fusion beast, Obaru and Ranmaru stood side by side. Looking at the Kirigakure village ravaged by the explosion below, Obaru smiled and said, "Ranmaru, this is the village that slaughtered your Red Eyes clan. What do you think?" Ranmaru shook his head gently, "I have nothing to do with the Red Eyes clan." Ranmaru is not a direct descendant of the Red Eyes clan, so his hatred for the Hidden Mist village is not as strong as Hikari thought. Hikari teased, "How cruel. Since you don't regard this place as your hometown, you don't need to show mercy later, right?" Ranmaru nodded, then jumped off the back of the fusion beast. Hikari smiled coldly at Ranmaru's disappearing figure. Soon, the Hidden Mist village ninjas below began to counterattack, launching various ninjutsu and ninja tools to attack the fusion beast in the air. Hikari simply jumped off the back of the fusion beast and started killing. The Hidden Mist village, where the elite were all out, was very similar to the current Konoha village. They were both in an extremely weak state, so when Hikari and Ranmaru, two strong shadow-level members of the Akatsuki organization, rushed in, the Hidden Mist ninjas could only barely organize weaving a defensive line, resisting layer by layer. As the war continued, the losses in the Hidden Mist village became greater and greater, large areas of blocks were destroyed, the ground was in a mess, and corpses were everywhere. And in such chaos, a figure quietly sneaked out of the Hidden Mist village and disappeared in the mist in an instant. After a long time, the figure who quietly sneaked out of the Hidden Mist village came to a hidden cave dozens of kilometers away from the Hidden Mist village. He did not rush to enter the cave, but made a sound like a bird outside the cave. After a while, a voice came from the cave, "Come in." "Yes." The figure responded and quickly entered the cave. And just after the figure disappeared in the cave, a white clay bird fell from the sky in the distance. On the back of the clay bird, Deidara smiled, "Brother Scorpion, you really didn't guess wrong. As long as we attack the Hidden Mist village, they will definitely find a way to contact the hidden fourth Mizu cage." Scorpion laughed and said, "This is an open conspiracy. As long as he still cares about the village, he can't escape from our hands. There is no doubt." Hirako and Ranmaru's attack on the Hidden Mist village was just to cooperate with Scorpion and Deidara to find the hidden fourth Mizu cage. As a former high-ranking official in Sand Village, Scorpion knew very well that the weak point of the high-ranking officials in each village was the village that gave them power and status. As long as the attack on the Hidden Mist village was fierce enough, the Hidden Mist village would definitely find a way to quickly pass the message to the hidden fourth Mizu cage. And all Scorpion needed to do was to observe and track secretly. The first update is here. Chapter 1075 Bad News. Scorpion and Deidara jumped off the back of the clay bird and walked slowly towards the cave not far away. Arriving at the entrance of the cave, Scorpion stopped. Deidara was stunned for a moment and asked, "Aren't you going in?" Scorpion said, "After all, he is the Mizu cage and a perfect Jinkraki. We should still give him due courtesy." Deidara smiled and waved his hand. Swish! Instantly, the clay bird following them immediately spread its wings and rushed into the cave. Then, with a boom, a huge explosion occurred in the cave, which almost overturned the top of the cave and blew out a large open pit. In the center of the pit, the fourth-generation Mizu cage Yagura supported his body with his usual iron hook and panted heavily. Beside him, the mist ninja who reported to him was shocked when he saw Scorpion and Deidara defeated by the Akatsuki organization in the distance. You are following me. Very clever camouflage, but your technique doesn't work in my eye," Deidara said, pointing to his left eye with a monocular observation mirror. It was his trained left eye, combined with the observation mirror, that saw through the camouflage technique performed by the mist ninja who reported to the fourth Mizu cage, and tracked him all the way here. Scorpion did not pay attention to the mist ninja who reported the news, but locked his eyes on the fourth Mizu cage Yagura. Unlike what he imagined, Yagura was wrapped in bandages all over his body, only the position of his eyes was exposed, and he could smell the strong herbal smell on him from a long distance, which showed that the rumors of his serious injury were not rumors. "Is it the same injury as last time?" Scorpion smiled and said, "Itaka's Amaterasu has caused you a lot of trouble." Yagura's body was still covered with green smoke from the explosion, and he looked extremely embarrassed, but even so, he still looked grim. Are there only 2 of you? Then die in the land of water. Humph! Scorpion snorted lightly. The 2 sides, who had long been mortal enemies, did not have much communication or greetings, and soon entered into a fierce battle to kill each other. Boom! In an instant, continuous explosions sounded on the battlefield. Even the most common water mist on the side of the water country was evaporated and blown away in the waves of explosions. After a long time, the explosions finally subsided. After the war, the battlefield was full of large and small explosion pits, and the pungent smoke filled the surroundings, showing the fierceness of the battle just now. In one of the giant pits, the 4th Mizukage, who was wrapped in bandages all over his body, supported his usual iron hook and barely stood. Blood seeped out of his bandages, almost dyeing his body red. With his miserable condition, anyone could tell that he was at the end of his strength. The 4th Mizukage himself knew that if he had not been injured, he might still have the strength to fight. Facing Scorpion and Deidara, 2 members of the Akatsuki organization, with a seriously injured body, the chances of winning were too slim. So, taking advantage of the last moment when he still had some strength, he swung the iron hook and prepared to cut his throat. Once the Jinkraki died, the tailed beast in his body would also die. Although the tailed beast could be resurrected, that would be several years later, so his death could at least stop the Akatsuki organization for several years. However, just as the 4th Mizukage swung the iron hook, a palm-sized clay bird rushed in front of him, and then exploded with a bang. Unprepared, the 4th Mizukage, who was already seriously injured, was immediately knocked over by the explosion and fainted. At this time, Scorpion and Deidara slowly came to the 4th Mizukage. Deidara squatted down. Is he not dead? Scorpion said in a deep voice, he is a Jinkraki, it is not so easy for him to die. Deidara turned the unconscious 4th Mizukage over, sniffed his breath, and saw that he was still breathing weakly, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he is still alive, otherwise, the 3 tails might have died with him. Hey! Scorpion looked at the 4th Mizukage lying in the mud in the deep pit, and sighed, if his body was intact and not injured, we would not have won so easily. Yet. Deidara nodded and agreed, I thought he deliberately spread the rumor of serious injury to lure us into the trap, but I didn't expect it to be true. It seems that Itachi's Amaterasu almost took his life last time. Itachi is really a guy, he didn't hold back. If he really killed him, I don't know how long it would take to catch the 3-tailed beast. At that time, it was a battle between the Akatsuki organization and the Ninja Village coalition led by the 5 Shadows. It was understandable that Itachi was ruthless, so even Nagato did not doubt Itachi's motives. After Scorpion sealed the 4th generation of Mizukage with a sealing technique, he said to Deidara, you can send them a signal. Okay. Deidara immediately fired a dazzling flare in the direction of the hidden mist village. Then, Deidara put his hands into the clay bag at his waist, kneaded it, and molded 2 large clay birds. He and Scorpion jumped on one clay bird, and the other clay bird used its tail to roll up the sealed 4th Mizukage, and flew into the air together. In the hidden mist village. Seeing the signal flares flickering faintly through the layers of fog in the sky, Obaru and Ranmaru, who were rampant in the hidden mist village, knew that Scorpion had succeeded, so they reunited and jumped onto the back of the fusion beast in the air. Obaru chuckled and said, I thought I would encounter some troubles, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Ranmaru nodded, with a complicated expression. The hidden mist village, which used to have a sacred color in his eyes, has now become so weak, as if it is defenseless, which makes him a little uncomfortable. But that's normal. The powerful people in the hidden mist village, such as the acting Mizukage Mei Terumi, the elite Jonin Hoshigaki Kisame, Zabuza, and the new generation Ringo Auri, Kojuro, and Mizuki, all gathered in the headquarters of the Shinobi Village Alliance in the Land of Rain. The 4th Mizukage was attacked by Sasori and Deidara outside the village again. So for Hirako and Ranmaru, who have several bloodline limits and can use them freely, there is no one in the hidden mist village who can stand up to stop them, so after a chaotic battle, they didn't even get a little hurt. Finally, after looking at the ravaged hidden mist village, Hirako and Ranmaru left without looking back. The Land of Rain, the headquarters of the Shinobi Village Alliance. Narashikaku came to the meeting room of the 5 cages with a serious face and reported, I just received news from Kirigakure that Kirigakure was attacked by the Akatsuki organization and suffered heavy losses. In addition, the fourth Mizukage who was hiding outside the village to recover was suspected to have been captured. Mei Terumi slammed the table and said, "What? The second update is here. Please recommend and vote. It's just a small favor, please help." Chapter 1076 The Five Cages Response. When the news came that Konoha village was attacked by the remnants of the Sky Ninja village and Orochimaru, and the third Hokage who stayed in the village died in battle, the cages of the other villages did not feel secretly happy because Konoha village was defeated. On the contrary, these villages that had suffered a lot from Konoha village in the past all felt the same. Because it is not just Konoha that is weak now, they are Kumagakuer, Kirigakuer, Sand Village, and Uegakuer are not much better than Konoha. Other smaller ninja villages such as Takigakuer, Kusanagi, and Yokogakuer were defenseless in front of the powerful Akatsuki. Sure enough, what everyone was worried about soon happened. Not only did Kirigakuer suffer heavy losses from the attack, but even the fourth Mizukage who was hiding outside Kirigakuer was defeated and captured by Akatsuki. After Konoha, Kirigakuer also suffered a great defeat. Mei Terumi roared, "Damn it, we must not let these bastards of Akatsuki go." The third Tsuchikage Onoki shook his head gently, "Mizukage, don't let your emotions interfere with your judgment. From the intelligence, the purpose of Akatsuki's attack on your Kirigakuer should be to force out the fourth Mizukage, so their target has not changed, it is still the tailed beast." Bang! The fourth Raikage slammed his fist on the conference table, but it's not a solution to just passively take a beating like this. At the beginning of the war, because the Ninja Village Coalition had the upper hand and had the intelligence support secretly provided by Itaki, it was considered to have caught the Akatsuki off guard. The dozens of strongholds that the Akatsuki had painstakingly managed were eliminated one by the precise strikes of the Ninja Village Coalition in just a few days. It's a pity that the official members of the Akatsuki are not only powerful, but also experienced, cunning and difficult to deal with. After all, before joining the Akatsuki, many of them were S-level wanted criminals who were rampant in the ninja world. Therefore, except for the group of monsters Wu Yang and Sheneng who relied on their strong strength and used themselves as bait to try to kill the ninja army sent by the Ninja Village Coalition, the other members of the Akatsuki organization quickly withdrew from the battle and chose to retreat temporarily after realizing that something was wrong. As a result, the first phase of the Ninja Village Coalition's surprise attack did not achieve the expected effect. Now that the Akatsuki organization has begun to attack, it has not only sent tens of thousands of white Zetsu troops to contain a large number of troops of the Ninja Village Coalition on the front battlefield, but also joined forces with the remnants of the Air Ninja and Orochimaru to attack the weak Konoha village and the Hidden Mist village, causing the Ninja Village Coalition to start to lose. The fifth generation Kazekage Yeking shook his head helplessly, "As long as we can't find the exact location of Nagato and those Jinchuriki, we can only choose to wait." The fourth generation Raikage asked, "How long will it take?" For a while, the conference room was quiet. The Ninja Village Coalition has launched a carpet-style search in dozens of countries of varying sizes throughout the ninja world, but no one can say when Nagato will be found. Tsunade said at this time, "Maybe we can find a way to contact Uchiha Itaki." "Well, that's also a way." The third generation Tsuchikage agreed. Through the previous battles, the accuracy of the intelligence transmitted by Itaki has been verified, so at this dilemma, contacting Uchiha Itaki is also a solution to the problem. After reaching an agreement, several Kage began to discuss the plan to contact Itaki and the plan to defend the village from attacks. Due to insufficient military strength, several Kage even came up with a spark plan, allowing each village to secretly transfer important books, supplies, and children to a safe location to reduce the losses suffered by the village in the attack. There is no doubt that the Akatsuki organization's attack on the ninja village did not make the five Kage present afraid or retreat. The five Kage knew very well that the current situation was a life-and-death situation. As long as the spark was preserved, the village could be rebuilt even if it was gone. But if we lose the big picture at this time and withdraw the troops from the headquarters to guard the villages, we will be defeated by the Akatsuki organization one by one and lose the whole war in the end. There is no such thing as soft-heartedness in the Ninja World War. Just when the discussion of the five Kage was the most intense, a ninja from the intelligence team came to the meeting room in a hurry and reported, "The reconnaissance team heading to target number 7 has just sent back a message." Tsunade asked, "How are Mifune and the others?" The intelligence squad ninja swallowed his saliva and replied, "The reconnaissance team has found Lord Mifune, but Lord Mifune fell into a deep coma soon because of his serious injuries. However, before he fell into a coma, Lord Mifune said that their encirclement and suppression of Wu Yang and Cheneng had completely failed, and the opponent's strength far exceeded the simulation of Takamagahara. Tsunade sighed, "Is that so?" Several encirclement and suppression troops lost contact, and finally even the commander of the Iron Country camp, Mifune, had no news. The headquarters had already speculated. The third Tsuchikage asked, "If that's the case, how did Mifune survive? Wu Yang is a real monster." The intelligence squad ninja shook his head. Lord Mifune fainted before he had time to explain in detail. Mei Terumi immediately asked, "What about the scene?" The scene. After a pause, the intelligence ninja seemed to be considering the words to describe, and said after a while, "The snow peak marked as target number 7 collapsed. No, it should be said that it was completely flattened by some force." Several Cage frowned when they heard this. Such a vague conclusion even made them wonder if the professional level of the reconnaissance team sent to the target number 7 was not up to standard. Just when Tsunade was about to ask more questions, another intelligence ninja hurried to the meeting room and reported, "News came from the Grass Country camp that they were attacked by the monster in the Box of Bliss in the Grass Village. The losses were heavy and support was urgently needed." What? The 5 Cage were all stunned, and their minds quickly recalled the information about the Box of Bliss in the Grass Village. The third generation Tsuchikage looked slightly gloomy. "I have been looking for so long and there was no news before, but it happened to jump out at this time. Could it be that the Box of Bliss in the Grass Village has always been controlled by the Akatsuki organization?" Tsunade said, "That monster is very difficult to deal with. When the Grass Country War was going on, that monster held back our Konoha ninja army by itself. So if we don't send people to support the Grass Country camp immediately, they will definitely not be able to hold on." The fourth Raikage said angrily, "This must be a vicious plan of the Akatsuki organization to weaken the military strength of our headquarters." Although he was angry, the fourth Raikage did not object to sending troops to support. Firstly, the Grass Country and the Rain Country are neighbors, so it is not difficult to support them. Secondly, if the headquarters abandons the Grass Country camp, the other party can attack one camp after another, endlessly weakening the control of the Ninja Village Alliance over the Ninja world, and in the end, the Ninja Village Alliance will definitely be the one that can't resist. The first update is here. Chapter 1077 Target Grass Country. In the Rain Country base camp. Seeing Chino coming in with a rice ball in his mouth, Longshi, who was healing the wounded, asked casually, "Any new news?" Because the Akatsuki organization activated tens of thousands of white Zetsu troops, there was a steady stream of wounded soldiers sent to the front line. The medical ninjas in the headquarters of the Shinobi Village Alliance were originally sufficient, but they were suddenly stretched to the limit in the face of the large influx of wounded soldiers, so Raijia, who was good at medical ninjutsu, was also mobilized to join the ranks of treating the wounded. Chino chewed a rice ball and shook her head, "It's still the same." After bandaging, Longshi gave the wounded a few words of advice, and then walked out of the tent with Kieno. The headquarters of the entire Ninja Village Coalition is centered on an inconspicuous town in the Rain Country. The most central area of the headquarters is the town. The 5 Shadows and the Jinkraki, as well as the elite Jonin of each village, the main combat forces of the Ninja Village Coalition, are almost all stationed in the town. And on the outskirts of the town, there is a circle of interlocking camps. Except for the core buildings of these peripheral camps, which are brick and stone fortresses, most of the others are simple tents. Most of those stationed in these peripheral camps are ordinary Chunin and Genin from the 5 major ninja villages, as well as some ninja from the small ninja villages. Medical camps are also distributed outside the base camp, on the side close to the stream, so that medical ninjas can get water. The number of ninjas in the entire base camp, plus the samurai of the Iron Country, as well as some porters, cooks and other laborers who accompany them, has reached 20,000. Therefore, the inside is bustling with people, like a huge city. And Longshi knows very well that this camp in front of her may have gathered the strongest fighting force in the ninja world except for the Akatsuki organization. Being in it, she often feels that she is still too small. Swish! Just then, a figure landed in front of Longshi, waved at her, and casually greeted her. Longshi said, "Senior Kakashi." No doubt. The person who suddenly appeared in front of Longshi was not someone else, but Kakashi, who was holding a copy of Intimate Paradise in his hand. Putting away Intimate Paradise, Kakashi said, "There is a temporary task that requires your and China's assistance." Longshi asked, "What task?" Kakashi stared at Longshi and asked, you should be familiar with the Box of Bliss in your Kyuzagakuer village, right? Box of Bliss. After a moment of surprise, Longshi's face suddenly showed surprise. Did you find Muk? Well, I guess so. Kakashi sighed helplessly and explained, not long ago, I received news from the camp of the grass country that they were attacked by the monster in the Box of Bliss and suffered heavy losses. Longshi did not hesitate at all. I understand, I can set off at any time. When she agreed to be Shinji's guinea pig, join the Akatsuki organization, and practice the 12 zodiacs, in addition to Keirin's reason, there was another point that she wanted to become stronger and use her own strength to return her childhood good friend to her. Tomo Ryukui was rescued from the control of the Box of Bliss. Now that she finally had news about Ryukui, she naturally had to go and see. Kakashi didn't expect Ryaga to be so straightforward, and his eyes turned to Chino who was standing beside him. Chino said, of course I'll go with Ryaga. Kakashi nodded, come with me. Soon, Kakashi led Ryaga and Chino to the town in the central area of the base camp and stopped in a house. At this time, many ninjas had gathered in the yard. Ryaga knew Ringo Auri, Kojuro, Suijutsu from Kirigakuer, Gara from Sand Village, Temari, Kankuro, Darui, Samui, Amu from Kumagakuer, Kuratsuka from Uegakuer, and a large number of Konoha ninjas including Yakumo, Shizuan, Asuma, Hong, etc. These ninjas did not chat, but checked the ninja tools and prepared their luggage, as if they were about to go to the battlefield. They are all elites. Longshi sighed secretly. As if he saw Longshi's sigh, Kakashi explained to Longshi and Chino, we suspect that the Box of Paradise is just a trick thrown by the Akatsuki organization to disperse the troops of our base camp, but the grass country camp was attacked and we must respond, so we decided to concentrate our elite forces to quickly solve the Box of Paradise. Yet, Longshi agreed with the decision of the top leaders of the Shinobi Village Alliance. At the same time, she was a little worried. If the attack was really controlled by the Dark Akatsuki behind the scenes, she was afraid that Muk had already joined the Dark Akatsuki. Yakumo came over at this time. Longshi, Chino, you are here. Longshi nodded. Yakumo said, this operation is very dangerous. We may be attacked by Akatsuki. You must be prepared. Ryuaga said, I understand. Kakashi looked at the time and said, you only have 15 minutes to prepare your luggage. If you need any ninja tools, you can go to the warehouse over there to get them. We will set out on time in 15 minutes to meet up with the ninja army outside to support the grass country camp. Ryuaga and Chino did not dare to neglect and hurried to prepare their luggage. After receiving various ninja equipment including kunao, shuriken, detonating tags, and antidotes, the two left the town on time with the team. In the camp outside the town, everyone met up with a ninja army of about 1,000 people. There is no doubt that the ninjas gathered in the center of the town just now were only the elite backbone of this operation. In the outer camp, the Five Shadows also dispatched a large ninja army to cooperate with them. Even if they were ambushed by the formal members of Akatsuki, they would have an absolute advantage in numbers. The other side of the ninja world. A ghostly figure was moving forward rapidly, and he walked through valleys, rivers, forests, and swamps along the way as if he were walking on flat ground. He was Tanjiro, who had absorbed the upper string 3 Naruto in the Snow Country not long ago. It had only been 1 day since he absorbed Naruto, but he had already passed through the 4 countries of Snow Country, Demon Country, Bear Country, and Bird Country, and came to the border between Bird Country and Rain Country. His speed was obvious. Stopped at the border of Rain Country, he sensed it again, and then frowned slightly. Because he found that the target seemed to have left Rain Country and went to the north. He shifted his gaze and looked to the north. Is that the grass country in the ninja world? Instantly, the memories of the battle in grass country flooded into his mind. It was that battle that made the upper string demon and the demonized pillars fall into the sand and lose everything. In a flash, he collected his thoughts, turned around and did not cross the border of the Rain Country, but rushed along the border line towards the grass country. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 1078 Akatsuki Organization Attacks. Swish! The dazzling lightning flashed across the dark sky, like a flash of lightning in a storm. However, even this lightning-fast attack was still easily dodged by the winged and ferocious-looking Satoru. Falling from the sky, Kakashi turned his head suddenly and looked at the Satoru hovering in the air with an extremely embarrassed expression. Undoubtedly, the lightning in the air just now was Kakashi's Reikari. When launching this attack, Kakashi not only opened the first 2 gates of the 8 gates of Dungia himself, increasing his speed to his limit. He also cooperated with Kai and used the power of Kai's Konoha Great Tornado Flying Kick to further increase his speed. But even so, he still failed to attack Satoru. Boom boom boom. Soon, there were more explosions in the sky. These were anti-aircraft bombs modified by the engineering team of the Ninja Village Coalition. Once launched, they could block an entire airspace with explosions. However, such dense explosions still failed to hurt Satoru at all. It screamed and shuttled leisurely in the explosions, like a demon with wings spread in the dark night. Damn it! Kakashi's face became uglier. Swish swish. At this time, Asuma and Hong rushed to Kakashi's side. Looking at Satoru hovering in the air, Asuma said, "We can't hit this monster at all. It seems that we have to think of other ways." Hong said, "The casualties on the campsite are very heavy. We must lead this monster away first so that the camp can treat the wounded." When the support troops led by Kakashi arrived at the grass country camp, the grass country camp was already on the verge of collapse due to the repeated attacks of Satoru. Because even if the camp opened the defensive barrier, it could only maintain temporary safety. And the monster Satoru, which is close to the size of the tailed beast, is as powerful as the general S-level ninjutsu even with the most ordinary physical impact, so under the rampage of Satoru, the barrier team in the camp can't hold on for long. So, Kakashi didn't care about the entire ninja army to deploy a battle formation, and directly cooperated with Kai to launch a surprise attack on Satoru. Soon, Yakumo, Ryaga, Chino, and the elites of each village also rushed to Kakashi. Everyone looked up at Satoru whistling in the sky, and their expressions were solemn. A target that can fly is already very difficult, not to mention a monster like Satoru that has both destruction and evasion. After carefully observing with the red dragon eye for a while, Yakumo said, "Its ability to dodge attacks is not just perception, it looks more like a kind of foreknowledge." Ringo Yuyuri was surprised. "What?" Kuratsuka shook his head. "Precognition? How is that possible?" Kakashi wanted to refute Yakumo, but when he thought about his attack just now, the speed had reached the extreme. Even if ordinary enemies sensed it, they might not be able to dodge it, but Satoru could dodge it so calmly, it seems not an exaggeration to describe it as foreknowledge. Yakumo pointed to the sky. "Look, even if it can sense the trajectory of the bomb, it can't accurately sense the range of the bomb explosion before the explosion, and it just bypasses all the bombs." After being reminded by Yakumo, everyone's expression froze. Because the bombs fired into the air by the ninja army have different explosive power, some bombs will be more powerful, and some will be less powerful. So according to common sense, it is impossible for the opponent to accurately determine the explosion range of each bomb and then evade it. Darui of Kumagakure asked, "What should we do? If it can predict our attack, plus the ability to fly, our attack will never work." Yakumo shook his head slowly. "Its ability to predict attacks must have a triggering condition." Temari asked, "What condition?" "This monster should not need to make hand seals like us." Yakumo also fell silent. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Ryaga and Chino. After all, the Box of Bliss is the war weapon of the grass country. As ninjas of the grass village, they must know more than others. Longshi pondered for a moment and said, "I don't know much about the Box of Bliss, but I know that it is Muku who controls it now. As long as I can find him, maybe I can convince him to put this monster back into the Box of Bliss." Kakashi asked anxiously, "Can it be done?" "Yes." Longshi nodded heavily. Kakashi immediately began to deploy. "Longshi, Chinano, you two are responsible for finding Muku. Yakumo, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Ringo Yuyuri, Kojuro, Suijutsu, Kuratsuki, Darui, Samui, Umui, you are responsible for assisting Longshi and Chinano." "Yes." All the people whose names were called responded in unison. Then, Kakashi said to the others beside him, "Kai, Asuma, Hong, you guys help me to temporarily lead the monster away. Shizuan, you are responsible for helping the grass country camp to treat the wounded." "Understood." The senior ninjas also nodded. Kakashi finally glanced at everyone. "Remember, this attack is likely to be a trap set by the Akatsuki organization, so we may be attacked by the official members of the Akatsuki organization at any time. Everyone must be careful. If you are attacked, don't force it, remember to send a signal at the first time." After a pause, Kakashi finally said, "This is a ninja war, I hope I will have a chance to drink with everyone after the war. Asuma smiled and said, then you have to treat us. Kakashi nodded solemnly, don't worry, I'll treat you. Okay, let's go now. Swish swish swish. Instantly, in a series of air-breaking sounds, the ninjas of the coalition each performed their duties and flew in different directions. In a forest in the distance, Itaki, Biwajozo, Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, Deidara, Hokuro, Ranmaru, 8 members of the Akatsuki organization, either standing, squatting, sitting on the ground, or leaning against a big tree, lined up and looked at the grass country camp being ravaged by Satoru in the distance. Deidara, sitting cross-legged on the ground, smiled, this monster is more difficult than imagined. Kakuzu, Haiden, where did you find it? Haiden, squatting on the ground with a bloody march sickle, looked proud, how is it? Not bad, right? Scorpion said, don't talk nonsense, the Shinobi Village Alliance has started to act. Deidara asked, are we going to act too? Don't wait for Wu Yang, Sheneng, and others? Biwajozo said, it's too late, do it. Hokuro laughed grimly, let them experience the horror of the Akatsuki organization. The first update is here. Chapter 1079 A Solitary Figure. Long Tongue, Kyunyi flew all the way, searching for Ryukui who controlled the Box of Bliss, and the sky was getting darker. Kainyi looked around and said, it's getting dark. It was already evening when the support troops arrived at the grass country camp. After a little delay in the battle, the sunset glow on the horizon had disappeared, and the night sky was completely dark. Under such lighting conditions, even Chino, who possessed the blood dragon eye, could not observe a position too far away. Following Ryahi, Yakumo, who was beside Chino, took out a map and spread it on the ground. Gaara and the others are searching to the south. Ringo Yuyuri and the others are responsible for the east. Darui, Samui, Amu and the others are in the north. Later, Kuratsuki and I will search the west. This central area nearby will be left to you two. Okay. Ryahi nodded. At the moment, no one knows how far away Muku, the controller of the Box of Bliss, can stay from Satoru, so searching separately can find Muku in the shortest time. Yakumo glanced at Longshi and Chino, and warned, be careful. Longshi said, you too. Kuratsuka smiled, don't worry, keep in touch. After that, Yakumo and Kuratsuka flashed and flew towards the west. In just a few breaths, their figures disappeared into the night. Seeing that Yakumo and the others had also left, Chino, who was left alone, asked Longshi, how do we find him next? Longshi closed his eyes, blew the night wind for a while, and suddenly said, I feel it, Muk must be nearby. The grass country camp. With the timely support of Kakashi's new force, although the situation was not completely reversed, at least the camp was no longer in danger. Just when Kakashi and others restrained Satoru and led Satoru out of the camp, the sharp whistling sound of flares suddenly sounded frequently around the battlefield. Kakashi looked around at this time and found that in every direction of the battlefield, it seemed that formal members of the Akatsuki organization wearing red cloud uniforms appeared. 1, 2, 3. 8, this. Kakashi's expression froze. He guessed that this was a trap set by Akatsuki, but he didn't expect Akatsuki to gather so many official members at once. You should know that in the past, only a 2-person team of Akatsuki had the terrifying power to threaten a ninja army, but now there are 8 of them. After a brief panic, Kakashi noticed Itaki among the members of Akatsuki. Although the current situation is extremely bad, the chaotic battlefield is the best time to contact Itaki and obtain intelligence from Akatsuki, so he ordered his companions, Kai, you come with me to deal with Itaki and Biwajozo. Asuma, Hong, you help hold back other Akatsuki members. Asuma looked at Kakuzu and Haiden in the distance and smiled, the simulation in Takamagahara can finally come in handy. Hong reminded, be careful, Shinji's Takamagahara has a certain error. It's okay, even if there is an error, my team should have no problem holding back 1 or 2 Akatsuki members. After that, Asuma didn't wait for Hong to continue to remind him, and directly called out, and then rushed towards Kakuzu and Haiden in the distance. Almost at the same time, 16 fully armed ninjas were separated from the ninja army and caught up with Asuma, who set out first. There is no doubt. The 16 ninjas that jumped out of the crowd were the elite sniper team trained by Asuma using Shinji's Takamagahara. Their target was Kakuzu and Haiden from the Akatsuki organization. Seeing that Asuma had already attacked, Kurane sighed and then called out. Instantly, more than 20 elite ninjas were separated from the ninja army, and this one was Kurane's exclusive team. The deputy captain was Mitarashi Anko. The weakest member of the team had the strength of a senior chunin. Their target was Sasori and Deidara on the other side. Looking at the unstoppable Hirako and Ranmaru who had charged into their own army, Kai asked, Kakashi, what should we do with them? Kakashi shook his head, we no longer have enough manpower to deal with Hirako and Ranmaru, so we can only leave it to you to buy us some time. Let's go, you help me hold Biwajozo, I'll deal with Uchiha Itaki. In a blink of an eye, on the huge battlefield with the grass country camp as the center, the ninjas of the Ninja Village Coalition and the 8 official members of the Akatsuki organization launched an earth-shaking battle. At this moment, the originally dark night sky was completely illuminated by the light and shadow of various ninjutsu and the explosion of ninja tools on the battlefield. Shouts, roars, and wails intertwined with each other, mixed into the sound of battle formations that only exist on the battlefield, and soared into the sky. And if you look down at the entire battlefield from a very high altitude, you can find that Itaki and Biwajozo were restrained by Kakashi at the edge of the battlefield. Kakuzu and Haiden were pinned down by Asuma's team at the other edge of the battlefield. The situation was slightly worse for the red team, which was facing Sasori and Deidara, as they had been attacked by Sasori and Deidara. However, these 3 groups of Akatsuki members were temporarily pinned down and did not cause much damage to the Shinobi Village Alliance. The only real threats to the Shinobi Village Alliance, apart from the monster Satoru still hovering in the air, were the rampant Hirako and Ranmaru who had already entered the Shinobi Village Alliance's formation. Both of them were monsters who had experienced the bloodline fusion ceremony. In the Shinobi world, bloodline ninjas are elite. If there were no corresponding masters to pin them down, it would be difficult for ordinary ninjas to pose an effective threat to them, as they were strong men with several bloodline limits. This was also the reason why they easily broke through the Hidden Mist Village, and only 2 of them turned the Hidden Mist Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages, upside down. Listening to the distant battlefield noisy, Kyunyi said while chewing on a rice ball, a flare was raised over there, it should be the people of Angxiao who took action. Longshi glanced at the battlefield in the distance, a trace of worry flashed across her face, but she quickly suppressed her distracting thoughts and said, our mission is to find Ryukui, I feel he is nearby. Just then, Kyunyi suddenly sensed something and looked at the small slope in the distance. There was a lonely big tree on the small slope, and under the big tree, there was also a lonely figure standing. Longshi looked over and his face suddenly brightened, Ryukui. Kyunyi stretched out her hand to stop Longshi who was about to rush over, and said vigilantly, I sensed a very exaggerated blood power in him, I'm afraid he is no longer a normal person. Longshi looked calm, no matter what he becomes, he is Ryukui. I will take him back to Kusagakure village. It's just a small effort, please everyone. Chapter 1080 Sniper and Sneak Attack. A corner of the chaotic battlefield. Asuma wiped the blood from his forehead and grinned, I thought you were so strong, but you are just like this. Tisk. Haiden spat, his expression very annoyed. Kakuzu, who was standing by, also looked unhappy at the moment. As soon as they encountered Asuma's team, the bloody March sickle in Haiden's hand was sucked away by a magnetic ninja from Kumagakure in Asuma's team. Then, 2 masters of the Hyuga clan teamed up with soft fists to easily suppress Haiden, who had no weapons and was unarmed. Kakuzu's situation was slightly better. He was facing Asuma, whose overall strength was not as good as his, but the gap between the 2 was not big, so after a fight, Asuma was only slightly injured. The injured Asuma was in high spirits, everyone, work harder, get rid of these 2 first, and then go to support others. In the previous number 7 target operation, when it was reported that Shinji's simulation of Takamagahara had serious deviations, he was worried that his team's simulated operation in Takamagahara would be invalid. After the fight, although the real situation deviated from the simulation in Takamagahara, this deviation was completely within an acceptable range. In other words, as long as nothing unexpected happens, the sniper team he led against Kakuzu and Haiden can really kill these 2 official members of the Akatsuki organization. After a short pause, the fierce fight broke out again. Haiden, who lost his weapon, was suppressed by 2 Hyuga clan members and could not spare any effort to help Kakuzu. And Kakuzu was gradually at a disadvantage under the siege of Asuma and a dozen elite ninjas. Boom! In the huge explosion flames, Kakuzu barely jumped out, and most of his red cloud suit was burned, looking extremely embarrassed. Hwalala. He casually tore off the burnt red cloud suit on his body, and said, "Since you are looking for death, I will grant your wish." After the red cloud suit was torn off, the 4 masks of different colors on his back swelled up rapidly, and then these masks broke free from his body one after another, turning into 4 monsters wearing masks formed by countless black meridians. Asuma saw this and shouted, "This is the opponent's secret technique, Earth Grudge. We can only completely kill him if we defeat all his masks in his body." Seeing that Asuma instantly saw through his secret technique, Kakuzu's face became more gloomy. "Uchiha Shinji's Takamagahara? If I had known, I would have killed that Uchiha kid first." At this time, Haiden in the distance muttered, "Kakuzu, come and help me. The soft fists of these 2 guys can seal my meridians. It's too difficult to deal with them." Idiot. After cursing secretly, Kakuzu focused his attention on Asuma on the opposite side. No doubt. The Konoha Jonin in front of him with the 12 Guardian Ninjas logo wrapped around his waist is the core of the opponent. Only by solving him can the situation be broken. Just when Kakuzu was distracted for a moment, a golden light suddenly flashed, and he and the 4 masked clones around him were all knocked out. "Well done, Dailu." Asuma was overjoyed and took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack on Kakuzu. Dailu, who died in the hands of Kakuzu and Haiden in the original time and space, and was one of the 12 Guardian Ninjas together with Asuma, was also recruited by Asuma into his team. Not long after, under the siege of everyone, Kakuzu lost 2 masks one after another and was completely trapped in a dead end. "Hoo!" Kakuzu panted heavily, his face could not hide his fatigue. He also caused a lot of casualties to Asuma's team, but it was obviously useless. With Asuma and Dailu as the core, he could not change the situation by himself. He glanced at Haiden in the distance and found that the situation on Haiden's side was worse than his side. He was suppressed by 2 Hyuga clan members throughout the whole process. If he had not been immortal, he would have died many times. Damn it! He cursed secretly. The combination of him and Haiden is actually a typical assassination combination. As long as the target does not know their intelligence, no matter how strong they may fall into their hands. But such a combination is obviously not suitable for the ninja army to fight, not to mention that the opponent has completely mastered their intelligence, divided him and Haiden, making it impossible for them to cooperate effectively. Seeing victory in sight, Asuma shouted, "Everyone hold on a little longer, we will get rid of them soon." Puff! Suddenly, a hand pierced Asuma's chest, interrupting his words. Asuma lowered his head and looked at the hand that pierced his chest from behind. It was just a shadow. If it weren't for the blood, it would not be visible at all. Through escape. At this time, Ranmaru behind Asuma revealed his figure and said to Kakuzu, "You seem to be in trouble." Kakuzu said a little unhappy, "Mind your own business." Ranmaru pulled out the arm that pierced Asuma's chest, shook off the blood on his arm, and then looked at Haiden not far away. Although Haiden's physical strength is not very good, the curse of death by blood is strange and difficult to defend. As long as he can get the target's blood, Haiden can easily curse him, so the Akatsuki organization obviously can't let Haiden die easily. Asuma! Captain! Dlu and the members of Asuma's team around him exclaimed. Like Asuma, they did not notice Ranmaru sneaking over, so when they saw Asuma fall to the ground, they all messed up. In an instant, Ranmaru came to the magnetic ninja who kept Haiden's bloody March sickle. Under the other party's horrified eyes, he pierced the other party's chest with his arm strengthened by steel escape, then snatched the bloody March sickle, threw it fiercely, and threw it to Haiden who was being suppressed in the distance. Yahoo! After receiving the weapon, Haiden immediately swung it vigorously, forcing back the 2 Hyuga clan members who suppressed him, and then joined Kakuzu. Just as Kakuzu and Haiden were killing people, Satoru, who had been harassing the allied ninjas in the air, suddenly turned and flew away. Kakuzu frowned when he saw this. Damn it! Haiden, follow me! Satoru's sudden departure was obviously due to a problem with the Box of Paradise. Considering that the allied ninjas had previously assigned some people to search for the Box of Paradise, Kakuzu quickly abandoned the war in front of him and went to deal with the problem with the Box of Paradise. Because Satoru's war potential has been confirmed, it is enough to contain thousands of ordinary ninjas of the allied ninjas, so before breaking through the base camp of the allied ninjas, the Box of Paradise must not be lost. Damn, I still want to settle accounts with these guys. Although he cursed, Haiden still followed Kakuzu obediently and chased in the direction where Satoru left. The first update is here. Chapter 1081 Fighting. On a small hill far away from the battlefield. The figure standing under the tree looked at Longshi quietly, although he said nothing, but it seemed to have a lot to say. After breaking free from Kiane, Longshi walked over step by step. After approaching, with the cold moonlight, Longshi finally saw the other person's appearance clearly, exactly the same as Ryukui in his memory. Longshi shouted excitedly, "Ryukui, I finally found you." Ryukui showed an expectant look on his face. "Longshi, have you really been looking for me?" "Yes." Longshi nodded heavily and said, "I and the village have been looking for you all these years, but you seem to have evaporated from the face of the earth. But now it's okay, I finally found you, come back to the village with me. Everyone misses you very much." "Thank you." Ryukui showed a faint smile on his face, which made people feel particularly gentle with his handsome face. But in a flash, the smile on his face twisted, and his expression instantly became ferocious. "What a pity, it's too late." Longshi was puzzled. "Too late?" Ryukui roared, "Why can't you find me earlier? I can't go back now. I can't go back anymore." Longshi shouted, "No, no matter what you become, you still have a chance to turn back." At this time, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and landed behind Ryukui. Longshi looked up and found that the huge black shadow behind Ryukui was the monster Wu who attacked the camp of Grass Country. "No matter what I become." After a playful smile, Ryukui leaned back and his body instantly merged into the body of Wu. Then, Wu opened his bloody mouth and said, "Is it okay for me to become like this?" Longshi was stunned. She then realized that it was not Ryukui who was controlling Satoru behind the scenes, but Ryukui had become Satoru, and Ryukui was the monster that attacked the Grass Country camp. "Kill her!" Kakuzu's order suddenly came from a distance. Kakuzu and Haiden followed Satoru all the way here, and when they saw Ryoga and Chino, they quickly gave orders to Ryukui. Ryuzu, who had merged with Satoru, roared, "Shut up!" Humph! With a cold snort, Kakuzu made a seal. In an instant, the huge Satoru fell heavily to the ground, and a painful wail came from his mouth. There is no doubt. After catching Ryukui last time, Kakuzu implanted a sealing technique in Ryukui's body. Once activated, Ryukui would be worse than death. After stopping the seal, Kakuzu shouted, "Say it again, kill her." Wu stood up and said to Longshi, "Longshi, don't blame me, blame the village that turned me into a monster." After that, Wu launched an attack on Longshi. Longshi while dodging, he shouted, "Ryukui, I will definitely find a way to change you back." In the distance, listening to the conversation between Ryukui and Longshi, Feijuan laughed and said, "So they are old acquaintances?" "Kakuzu, you are too mean." Kakuzu scolded, "Idiot, it's war now. Don't be lazy, get rid of these two brats and let Satoru return to the battlefield as soon as possible." It can be said that except for Okuriko and Ranmaru, once the other members of the Akatsuki organization were surrounded by the ninja army, as long as there was no cover, they would be defeated, so Kakuzu hurried over to deal with Satoru's affairs. Swish! At this moment, Chino flashed and blocked Kakuzu and Haiden. "Don't disturb Long Tongue." Haiden was stunned for a moment, then laughed, "Kakuzu, we seem to be underestimated. This kid doesn't think that she can stop us alone." Kakuzu, who had 2 hearts killed by Asuma's sniper team, was already full of anger at this time. He was not a kind man. Seeing Chino blocking him without knowing the danger, he immediately grinned, "It happens that I am missing 2 hearts, so I will choose you." Unexpectedly, Chino faced 2 members of the Akatsuki organization alone, not only without any fear, but also grinned, "Hehe, the adults should be very happy to get rid of the scum of your 2 organizations." Kakuzu and Haiden were stunned. On the battlefield, following the flares that kept exploding in the night sky, Yakumo and others who had been searching for the box of bliss separately before realized that the battlefield had changed and quickly returned to the battlefield. Clang! Just when Ranmaru, who had activated the transparent escape, was about to kill the other members of Asuma's team one by one, Yakumo, who had returned in time, used a kunao to block his arm that had been strengthened with the steel escape. Ranmaru stepped back and looked at Yakumo with a sharp look. "Thank you." Dlu, who had walked through the gates of hell, sincerely thanked Yakumo. If Yakumo had not arrived in time, he would have followed in Asuma's footsteps and been ambushed by Ranmaru. Yakumo, who had already activated the red dragon eye, stared at Ranmaru on the opposite side and said to the others, "Leave this to me." Swish swish. Darui of Kumigakure, Ringo Auri, and Kojuro of Kirigakure also arrived at the scene at this time. Darui waved his hand, "Do you need help?" Ringo Yuri held the thunder sword, "This guy is our Kirigakure ninja. I heard that he attacked the village, so count me in." Kojuro waved the scorpion, "And me." Among the others who rushed back to the battlefield, Gara, Temari, and Kankuro found Sasori. Kuratsuka found Deidara. Suijutsu targeted Biwajozo, who held the beheading sword. Samui and Amui cooperated with others to resist Beiruo, so the rest of them came to support Yakumo. At this time, GLU from Asuma's team said, "Just now, Kakuzu and Haiden of the Akatsuki organization chased the monster in that direction." What? Everyone was surprised. Because everyone remembered clearly that the direction was the direction where Ryaga and Chino searched for the box of bliss. Thinking of Satoru and Kakuzu, and Haiden went there one after another, it is not difficult to guess that it might be Ryaga and Chino who found the box of bliss. Thinking of this, Yakumo and others did not dare to delay, and hurriedly left Ranmaru behind and rushed over there. Kakuzu and Haiden are formal members of the Akatsuki organization. It is unknown how many masters have fallen into their hands before and after, so everyone is worried that if they go too late, not only will the box of bliss be out of control, but Ryaga and Chino may also be in danger. Seeing Yakumo and others chasing in the direction where Kakuzu and Haiden left, Ranmaru hesitated for a moment, and then rushed over. Just like the Ninja Village Alliance is trying its best to solve the box of bliss, the Akatsuki organization is also trying its best to keep the box of bliss, because Satoru's ability to see through people's hearts and sense malice is too overbearing in large-scale ninja wars. It's just a small effort, please everyone. Chapter 1082 I Will Take Your Lives. As Yakumo and others from the Ninja Village Alliance and Ranmaru from the Akatsuki organization chased in the direction where Kakuzu and Haiden left, other people on the battlefield also noticed this change. After all, the sudden departure of the monster Satoru, who was hovering in the air and tied up a large number of people from the Ninja Village Alliance, had a great impact on the entire battle situation. So, Kakashi, who noticed this, quickly arranged for people to support Yakumo. On the Akatsuki side, the other members were trapped on the battlefield and could not get out for a while, so Deidara on the clay bird in the air was the first to react and rushed over there. Kuratsuki, who had learned the light and heavy rock technique and had been entangled with Deidara in the air, followed closely behind, and also chased after Deidara's clay bird. For a while, the battlefield was divided into two parts. Although the battlefield at the grass country camp was huge, the other battlefield surrounding the box of bliss was the key to the entire battle. While galloping on the flat grassland, Yakumo looked a little solemn. Yuri Kainu said, "Ryaga, Chino, and the others are not trash, don't worry too much." Kojuro took over the conversation, but facing two official members of Akatsuki at the same time, the two of them may not be opponents. The overall strength of Kakuzu and Haiden may not be the top in Akatsuki. But the record is real. The two-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumigakure, Yukato, who is known as the perfect Jinchuriki, and the six-tailed Jinchuriki of Kirigakure, Yujeo, were captured alive by them. So in the threat level of Akatsuki members announced by the Shinobi Village Alliance, Kakuzu and Haiden's rating is not lower than other Akatsuki members. Darui said, "The monster in the box of bliss must be controlled by Akatsuki. Ryaga, Chino, and the others may have to face not only the people of Akatsuki, but also the monster that ran out of the box of bliss. Let's move faster." As he said, Yakumo increased his speed again. The other people didn't care about saving Chakra, and they all increased their speed and followed. In the back, Ranmaru kept a certain distance, hanging far behind the others. For Ranmaru, who mastered the swift escape, it was not difficult to catch up with Yakumo and the others, but he was a little afraid of Yakumo's red dragon eye, so he deliberately kept a distance. On another battlefield, on the open grassland under the night, the huge Satoru and Longshi were fighting fiercely. However, what was unexpected was that Satoru, who could dodge the attacks of the coalition forces, seemed to have lost the ability to understand people's hearts and sense murderous aura when facing Longshi, and was hit frequently. Not far away, Chino intercepted Kakuzu and Haiden. Bang bang bang! The three of them fought together, making bursts of high-frequency fist and foot collision sounds, and the cold moonlight reflected down, illuminating the three people's erratic shadows like ghosts. Needless to say, Kakuzu and Haiden's physical skills. In the original time and space, Kakuzu could suppress Kakashi in a one-on-one fight. He was definitely at the top level in the ninja world, only slightly weaker than some strong men who specialized in physical skills. Although Haiden's physical skills were slightly worse, the large-scale attack weapons in his hands and his immortal body made up for his lack of physical skills. In addition, the main pressure was on Kakuzu, so he could attack as much as he wanted. And Chino, needless to say, with the insight of the Blood Dragon Eye and the fully operating 12 zodiacs, she was even stronger than Kakuzu in terms of physical skills. If she was not still young and her physique had not fully developed, her advantage in physical skills would be even greater. After a round of confrontation, both sides jumped away. Tick. Tick. Chino touched her cheek and found that in the previous confrontation, her cheek was scratched by Haiden's bloody March sickle. The blood dripping on the grass was flowing from her wound. On the other side, Haiden glanced at the blood of Chino on the tip of the bloody March sickle and said with a smile, "Kid, you're done." Kakuzu looked at Satoru who was hit by the dragon's tongue again in the distance and frowned. "Haiden, stop playing. Something is wrong over there, hurry up and get rid of this kid." Haiden first laid the spell to activate the blood of death on the ground, and then licked the blood of Chino on the bloody March sickle with his tongue, saying, "Kid, you are indeed very strong, but you are unlucky to meet us." Kakuzu had already moved his eyes away from Chino. Because in his eyes, Chino whose blood was taken was equivalent to a dead person. Because even a ghost like Jinkriki or Immortal, under Haiden's blood of death spell, is as fragile as an ordinary person. Bang! At this moment, an explosion suddenly sounded beside Kakuzu. Kakuzu turned his head and saw that it was Haiden who exploded. His entire head was blown off, leaving only his body shaking twice, and finally fell to the ground with a thump. Kakuzu was stunned. What's going on? Haiden's head rolled several times after it fell to the ground, making unclear sounds. Kakuzu then found that Haiden's mouth had been completely blown to pieces. Even if he was immortal, he couldn't speak for a while and answer his questions. Tick. 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 Chino used a kunao to cut her palm, letting more blood flow out, grinned and said, "I still have a lot of blood here, do you want it?" Blood Dragon Eye. Kakuzu's mind instantly flashed with information about the Blood Dragon Eye. Akatsuki was also collecting information about the Ninja Village Alliance. As for the recently active Dragon Tongue, Chino was naturally noticed by Akatsuki. It's just that there are too many targets that the Ninja Village Coalition needs to pay attention to. Longshi and Chino have to stand back. In addition, Chino didn't use blood-related abilities just now, so she didn't attract the attention of Kakuzu and Haiden. And Haiden needs the target's blood to launch a spell. But the Blood Dragon Eye can control blood. When used to the extreme, it can even detonate blood at will and make human bombs through blood. Therefore, the Blood Dragon Eye completely defeats the blood of death. Hwalala! At this time, all the blood dripping on the ground floated up, turned into blood drops, and lingered around Chino. Chino raised her hand, and these blood drops instantly condensed together, turning into a slender blood blade in Chino's palm. And Chino's other hand was stained with blood, and she wiped it on her face, as if she was wearing a blood mask. "You little devil!" Kakuzu's expression became solemn, and he could no longer care about the distant Satoru at the place. Katsuki Organization K is here. Chino lowered her center of gravity and made a surprise attack posture, and continued to say, "Kakuzu, Haiden, I will take your lives." The first update is here. Chapter 1083 Crushing. Shua. A thin line of blood passed by, cutting off all the black meridian tubes, and a mask was also cut off along with the black meridian tubes. Turning his head to look at the shattered masks on the ground, Kakuzu's face was extremely solemn. In the previous fierce battle with Asuma's sniper team, he had already lost 2 masks in succession, which seriously hurt his vitality. "I thought I could kill Longshi and Chino, and temporarily replenish 2 fresh hearts. I didn't expect that these 2 little ghosts dressed as Kusanagi were ridiculously strong. One of them could actually fight back and forth with a monster like Satoru, and even knock Satoru to the ground several times. The other one directly disabled Haiden, leaving his head still on the ground screaming." What Kakuzu didn't expect was that Chinano actually called herself Akatsuki's K. Is this kid really from A? Aren't there only A, B, C, D, E, F, and G? A wants to use the power of the Ninja Village Coalition to deal with us. All of a sudden, one question after another came to Kakuzu's mind. But in a flash, he suppressed these questions in his heart, because the situation at hand really didn't allow him to be indecisive. At this time, China no approached Kakuzu again, while raising her finger. Let me count, the mask that just broke is of fire attribute. You also used wind attribute ninjutsu and water attribute ninjutsu, which means that the masks that were broken before were of earth attribute and thunder attribute. Kakuzu's face darkened. Chino smiled and said, it's enough to just break 2 more of your hearts. Kakuzu said angrily, little brat. Shua. As soon as Chino finished speaking, she launched a surprise attack on Kakuzu, still using the full power of the 12 palaces, which was much faster than the general instant body technique. Kakuzu, who had suffered a loss, quickly blocked with a kunao. However, just as the blood blade was about to collide with his kunao, the blood blade suddenly scattered into blood drops, splashing all over him. Oh no! He thought it was not good, and quickly launched the water prison technique, trying to use water escape to wash off Chino's blood on his body. Boom boom! The next moment, the flames of the explosion shone in the water prison, making a low explosion sound. Kakuzu was blown out of the water prison and fell heavily to the ground, but the water escape he used in time did weaken the power of the explosion, allowing him to avoid the bad luck of being completely blown to pieces by the blood bomb. Before Kakuzu could recover, Chino suddenly rushed in front of him with a swishing sound, and stabbed down fiercely with the blood blade in her hand, instantly piercing his heart. Poof! Kakuzu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face full of ferocity. What a hateful little devil! At this time, a gust of wind blade attacked Chino, forcing Chino to jump high. And Kakuzu's masked clone, who used wind escape ninjutsu to force Chino back, quickly rushed to Kakuzu's side, and then drilled into Kakuzu's body, replacing the heart that Kakuzu had just been pierced by Chino's blood blade. Climbing up from the ground, Kakuzu panted heavily. Counting the water attribute heart of his original body, 4 of his 5 hearts have been broken, leaving only the wind attribute heart that had just merged into his body. If this one is broken again, he who has survived from the Warring States period to the present will really be completely finished. Swish! At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed to Kakuzu's side and asked in an incredible tone, what's going on? Obviously, the person who rushed over was not someone else, but Ranmara, who followed Yakumo and others. His red eyes, like the white eyes of the Hyuga clan, are perspective eyes and have the ability to observe from a distance. In addition, his red eyes have been strengthened by the blood fusion ceremony, becoming the first and only mutant red eyes in the ninja world, so he discovered Kakuzu from a distance. Haiden was in a desperate situation, so he immediately launched the swift escape to surpass Yakumo and others and rushed over. Swish, swish, swish. Then, with the sound of breaking wind, Yakumo, Ringo Yuyuri, Kojuro, Darui, and others also rushed to the scene. They looked at Ryuaga, who was fighting Satoru in the distance, and Chino, who blew Haiden's head off and put Kakuzu into a desperate situation, and looked at each other in bewilderment. On the way here, they were extremely worried about the safety of Ryuga and Chino. Although Ryuga and Chino were ninjas from a small ninja village like Kyuzagakuer, after several actions, they had already recognized the strength of Ryuga and Chino and regarded them as companions. It was this bond that made them rush to support regardless of danger. But who would have thought that the scene was such a scene, which was completely beyond their expectations. Even if they had come a little later, Ryuga and Chino might have solved all the enemies. Kojuro couldn't help but ask Chino, did you do all this by yourself? Chino nodded, her eyes still fixed on Kakuzu. Kakuzu, who had recovered, said, be careful, that guy is. Bang! Before Kakuzu finished speaking, a small explosion occurred in his body. Although the power of the explosion was not great, it blew his body into pieces. Ranmara was startled, and the alertness on his face became more serious. There is no doubt. This explosion was caused by Chino just piercing Kakuzu's heart. A little bit of his own blood was left inside. Originally, she was going to cooperate with the surprise attack and get rid of Kakuzu in one wave, but Ranmara's arrival interrupted her plan, so she could only launch an explosion to shut Kakuzu up. But Kakuzu, who was blown to pieces, did not die immediately. Countless black warp tubes stretched out from his broken body, which were connected and entangled with each other, and put his shattered body together again, but he obviously couldn't say anything in the process. On the other side, the head of Haiden, whose mouth was blown to pieces, was still mumbling on the ground, but no one could hear what he was mumbling indistinctly. Yakumo, who had the same ability, naturally saw through Chino's move at a glance. But Ringo Auri, Kojuro, and Darui felt puzzled, and even a little creepy. They really couldn't imagine that strong men like Kakuzu and Haiden of Akatsuki would lose so badly in the hands of Chino. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, more and more people rushed to the battlefield. First, Deidara and Kuratsuki in the air came to the battlefield and circled in the air. Then, the ninja army sent by Kakashi on the ground also arrived. Then, the team sent by Kyuzagakure to support from the other direction also arrived in time. The captain of the team was Ryogen, the elder brother of Ryuko, and there was also an elite jonin of Kyuzagakure, Mue, in the team. And he was Muse's father. The purpose of their trip was very simple, which was to calm the turmoil caused by the Box of Bliss and correct the mistakes made by Kyuzagakure in the past. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 1084 Mutation. Bang! With just an ordinary punch, Longshi hit Ryuki's transformed Satoru again, knocking him flying and falling to the ground. Fire escape, Great Fire Prison. Just as the huge body of Satoru fell to the ground, a loud voice suddenly sounded behind him. Along with the sound, flames ignited on Satoru's body. These flames were not ordinary flames. They did not burn randomly on Satoru's body, but were like chain-like sealing techniques, crawling all over Satoru's body and binding him up. Only then did Longshi see Longlan and others, and he was overjoyed. Brother, Uncle Wu-Vai. Longlan waved and shouted, "Don't worry, we are here." Longshi breathed a sigh of relief. When she faced Ryuki, who had become Satoru, alone, although she was not timid, she was still a little unsure in her heart. Now that her brother and Uncle Wu-Vai have also arrived, she thinks the problem has been solved. Because Uncle Wu-Vai is not only Ryuki's father, but also an elite jonin in the village and a master of sealing techniques. Roar! At this time, Satoru roared and tried to get up from the ground. However, the fire sealing techniques all over its body were not obvious just now. As soon as it struggled, those fire sealing techniques suddenly burned up, and the flames instantly spread all over its body, making it like a huge torch, dispelling the darkness around it. What a powerful sealing technique! Kojuro took a breath of cool air. Darui breathed a sigh of relief, finally sealed this monster. Most of Yakumo's attention was on Ranmaru of the Akatsuki organization opposite, but when he saw Satoru in the distance being successfully sealed from the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. Akatsuki organization's side. In the air. Deidara, who was sitting cross-legged on the clay bird, said heartlessly, "Wow, this is so gorgeous. If there is a big explosion, the fire will illuminate the entire night sky, that is the ultimate art." On the ground, Kakuzu and Haiden were busy with their own affairs. One was trying to piece together his body, and the other was cursing incoherently. They didn't care about the sealed Satoru. And Ranmaru looked gloomy. Now Kakuzu and Haiden were severely injured. Not only did they lose their fighting power, but they also became a burden to him. In addition, Satoru was sealed by the Ninja Village Coalition, and the situation had begun to tilt in a direction that was unfavorable to them. At this moment, no matter the enemy or us, everyone's attention was involuntarily focused on the sealed Satoru. Roar! 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 Wu's angry roar continued, and the roar seemed to be full of penetrating power, piercing the night and the clouds, making anyone who heard the roar feel a palpitation. However, no matter how Wu struggled, the heavenly prison of fire on its body still bound it unyieldingly and burned its body continuously. After a while, Wu's roar gradually subsided. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the huge Wu fell straight to the ground, raising a burst of smoke and air waves. When the smoke gradually dissipated, the huge Wu had disappeared, and only Wugui in human form was left in the pit. Wugui! Wu-Vai jumped over and came to Wugui's side. Wugui said weakly, "Father, you are finally here." Wu-Vai was ashamed for a moment. As a father, he cannot escape the responsibility for the fact that his kind and excellent son has become what he is now's responsibility. Longshi also came to the two of them at this time. "Ryukyu, come back to the village with us. Everyone is waiting for you." Ryukyu shook his head, "I have become a ghost, I haven't." Longshi interrupted Ryukyu and said excitedly, "There must be a way. As long as you don't give up, there must be a way." Ryukyu was stunned for a while, and asked after a long time, "Is there really a way?" Wu-Vai nodded heavily, "There will be, come back." Ryukyu slowly stood up, and the despair in his eyes turned into confusion, and then uneasiness and anxiety. Solved. Yakumo finally put his mind at ease. The other coalition ninjas who hurried to the field also showed joy on their faces. If we can solve the monster Satoru that can't be hit here, the battle situation in the camp will be much better. When Ranmaru saw this scene, his face was tangled. Once Wu was subdued by the Shinobi Village Alliance, the organization's battle plan would fail. It would be meaningless to continue fighting, so he began to have the idea of retreating. However, he was still a little hesitant about whether to take the risk to cover Kakuzu and Haiden's evacuation. He looked up at Deidara in the air and thought to himself, I'm afraid we can only rely on Deidara's clay bird to have a chance to take Kakuzu and Haiden away safely. The Akatsuki organization began to plan a retreat, while everyone on the side of the Shinobi Village Alliance smiled, and the situation seemed to have begun to reverse. Swish! At this moment, a long sword with a cold glow suddenly pierced Ryuki's body. Ryuki lowered his head, his face full of confusion and puzzlement. Not only Ryuki, but also Longlin, Longshi brothers and sisters around him, and Ryuki's father Ryuvai were all stunned in place, with faces full of surprise. Ghost, this is your fate. At this time, the voice of the master of the long sword slowly came from behind Ryuki. Upper string 1. Longshi was shocked and instinctively wanted to fight back, but was grabbed by Longlin beside him and jumped away. The opponent could stab Ryuki without them noticing at all, which at least showed that the opponent's speed was far superior to theirs. In this case, the safest choice is to retreat and figure out the situation first. Compared with Longlin, Ryuvai, who had just found his son, was obviously not so calm. He immediately began to form a seal, and then reached out with one hand, pressing hard on the upper string 1 who attacked his son, and shouted, Fire escape, heaven prison. Shua! A flash of blood passed by. Everyone around was stunned, and it took a moment for them to react. The flash of blood turned out to be the sword shadow swung by upper string 1, and the blood splashing was splashed from the wound on Ryuvai's broken arm. Snap! Then, Ryuvai's broken arm, which had been tumbling in the air for several circles, fell to the ground. The surroundings were suddenly silent. The sneak attack of upper string 1 was unexpected, and what was even more unacceptable was that Ryuvai, who had just subdued a monster like Satoru, had his arm cut off by upper string 1 with a casual sword. What a jerk! Ryuvai covered the wound of his broken arm and took 2 steps back, his face turning purple. At this time, upper string 1 pressed his hand on Ryuki's head. It smells so sweet, it turns out to be the taste of fear. So much fear, then I will accept it with a smile. The first update is here. Chapter 1085 Infinite City reappears. How is it possible? Upper string 1? He's still alive. What a fast swordsmanship. The situation suddenly changed, catching everyone off guard. There were not only Long Lan, Long Shi, and Wu Wei present, but also the inner and outer circles, the Ninja Village Coalition, the Akatsuki organization, and more than 100 people on the scene. But no one noticed the surprise attack of the upper string 1 in advance. The opponent was like a ghost in the dark night, suddenly appearing behind Wu Kei and completing a sneak attack. And if Wu Kei was ambushed, there was also an element of sneak attack. The upper string 1 slashed Wu Wei with a sword, which was a real, superb, and terrifying sword skill that made people shudder. You should know that Wu Wei is one of the most elite jonin in the Kyuzagakure village, and is definitely not a small jonin. Just by the sealing technique he just used to turn Wu Kei from the state of enlightenment back to human form, you can see his strength. But even such a master, at such a close distance, not only did not succeed, but his arm was easily cut off. This made the surrounding ninjas intuitively feel the horror of the upper string 1. In the distance, Yakumo, who was also shocked, asked in doubt, why is he here? And what's the matter with the face on the back of his head? Unlike the others, Yakumo, who possessed the red dragon eyes, observed more carefully, so she immediately noticed that on the back of the head of Tanjiro, who was the upper string 1, there was a face with the upper string 3 engraved in the pupils. It was as if the upper string 1 had deprived the upper string 3 of his face. Ranmaru, who possessed the mutated red eyes, also noticed this. While secretly surprised, he had the idea of taking advantage of the opportunity of the upper string 1 to disrupt the battle situation and taking away the seriously injured Kakuzu, Haiden, and Muzu who controlled the Box of Bliss. At this time, after cutting off Ryuvai's arm that was trying to seal him with a sword, Tanjiro reached out to Muzu's head, ready to follow the same method and fuse Musa with him like he did with Naruto. Through the induction just now, he has discovered that Ryukui, who controls the box of bliss, is different from ordinary ghosts. If he can completely absorb Ryukui, his power will be qualitatively improved. Snap! Tanjiro's hand pressed on Ryukui's head, and in an instant, the flesh and blood on Ryukui began to melt and flowed towards Tanjiro's hand. The closest Longshi immediately formed a seal, fire escape, ghost lantern. Swish, swish, swish. High-temperature fireballs as big as basketballs, with a whistling sound that broke the wind, hit Tanjiro. But Tanjiro used his other hand to swing his sword and destroyed the attacking ghost lanterns one by one. Longshi widened his eyes. How is it possible? At this moment, a slender blood blade slashed towards Tanjiro. Humph! Tanjiro showed disdain and swung his sword again to meet it. However, at the moment when the blood blade collided with the long sword in Tanjiro's hand, the blood blade suddenly turned into blood drops and splashed all over Tanjiro's head and face. Boom! The next moment, all the blood drops on Tanjiro's body were ignited by the power of the Blood Dragon Eye, and a series of explosions occurred. As the smoke and dust from the explosion surged, countless branches and vines broke out of the ground, some of which entangled Tanjiro, and some of which entangled Miyuki. Undoubtedly, this was the wood release performed by Yakumo, and she wanted to take this opportunity to take Miyuki out first. However, just as countless branches and vines broke out of the ground, a vague shadow also rushed into the smoke and dust of the explosion and reached out to grab Miyuki. Obviously, Ranmaru, who performed the transparent release, was also thinking the same thing. Zhang! Just as Yakumo and Ranmaru were preparing to take Miyuki away from Tanjiro at the same time, with the melodious sound of the pipa strings, everyone found that the surrounding scenery had changed. It was no longer an endless grassland, but a strange and weird city. Is this the Infinite City? Yakumo was stunned for a moment and remembered the information about the Infinite City. At the beginning, the Upper String Demon and the Upper String Demon cooperated with this Infinite City that could replace space at any time, causing serious damage to the Ninja Village Coalition. Another place. Ranmaru was stunned and looked at the unfamiliar house in front of him. Just now, the immortal was clearly close at hand, but with the sound of a pipa string, everything around him changed. Ranmaru thought to himself, space-time ninjutsu? This is troublesome. In order to avoid being disturbed when absorbing the immortal, Tanjiro activated the Blood Demon Technique Infinite City. The power of the Blood Demon Technique is positively correlated with the flesh and blood power of the demon itself, so Tanjiro, who was originally the Upper String Demon, was corrupted by the power of the Overlord of Fear and then merged with the Upper String Demon, and his strength has surpassed that of Yabayashiki Ryohei, who was the Demon King at the time. So the Infinite City he activated has an astonishingly large range. Whether it was Muku, Ryaga, Ryuran, Muei, Ranmaru, or Yakumo, Chino, and a large number of ninjas from the Ninja Village Alliance who were nearby, they were all transferred to his Infinite City. Even Deidara and Kuratsuki in the air could not escape, and were drawn into the Infinite City like everyone on the ground. Soon, the Upper String One took action, and the news of the reappearance of the Infinite City spread to the main battlefield of the Grass Country camp. When they learned that the Upper String One who had disappeared for many years suddenly appeared and attacked the Ninja Village Alliance and the Akatsuki organization at the same time with the Infinite City, the two sides fighting fiercely on the main battlefield withdrew from the battle and tacitly rushed towards the Infinite City. Whether it was the Ninja Village Alliance or the Akatsuki organization, there was a consensus on targeting the Upper String Demon. The original Grass Country War can actually be seen as the Ninja Village Alliance and the Akatsuki organization joining forces to uproot the Upper String Demon forces. Because even if we don't mention the past grudges, the behavior of the Upper String Demons treating humans as food is something that all forces in the ninja world cannot tolerate. Of course. This time, the two sides tacitly stopped fighting and rushed to the Infinite City together. In addition to solving the Upper String One, they also wanted to rescue their own personnel and snatch the immortal who controlled the Box of Bliss. After attracting reinforcements from the Ninja Village Coalition and weakening the strength of the Ninja Village Coalition headquarters, the war in the Grass Country camp has lost its meaning. Continuing to entangle there is just a simple consumption of the military strength of the Ninja Village Coalition. After all, the official members of the Akatsuki organization are at a disadvantage in terms of number. Such consumption is not good for them, because if they are not careful, they may really fall into the military formation. Therefore, instead of confronting the large-scale ninja army, it is better to play the advantage of strong individual strength, take back Immortal, and let Immortal, a real monster, consume the ninja village coalition. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 1086 Hesitation. On the ground. Hundreds of ninjas marched towards the direction of the Infinite City. Kakashi, the leader, issued various orders while listening to the reports of the intelligence team ninjas. With the end of the battle at the camp, the preliminary casualty statistics have been released. In the grass country camp attacked by Satoru, the number of ninjas killed reached more than 300, and the number of injured was countless. Although the ninja army led by Kakashi did not fight for a long time, it suffered huge losses due to the surprise attack by 8 members of the Akatsuki organization, nearly a quarter of the total. Many elite jonin like Asuma were seriously injured and temporarily lost their combat capability. After listening to the report, Kakashi's face was gloomy. Such a huge loss was beyond his expectation, and the sudden attack of the upper string one made him feel a little uneasy. Soon, he looked up at the sky while running on the grass. Different from the mighty force on the ground, there was only a huge black shadow in the sky, which was the flying fusion beast of Bailuhu. 4 members of the Akatsuki organization, Bailuhu, Scorpion, Itaki, and Biwajozo, were on the back of the flying fusion beast at this moment, and their target was also the Infinite City in front of them. Soon, both the Ninja Village Coalition on the ground and the Akatsuki organization in the sky stopped. Because in front of them, a gloomy and strange city appeared. Kai was surprised and said, "Is this the Infinite City?" It's no wonder Kai was so surprised. You should know that in the current ninja world, the scale of towns is generally not large. A town like Konoha village that can accommodate more than 100,000 people is already very large. And the Infinite City in front of us is simply a super city. In the dim night, it almost merges with the endless grassland. At first glance, it seems to have no end. Kakashi looked serious. It's a little different from the description in the intelligence. Hong asked, "What's wrong?" "Too big." After a pause, Kakashi frowned and said, "Based on my own experience and the intelligence summarized by the intelligence team, the Infinite City should not be so big. This is obviously too big." Hong frowned and said, "What should we do now? Yakumo and the others are still trapped in it. No matter what, we have to rescue them first." As he said that, Kakashi turned his head and told the intelligence team ninja standing by, "Inform the headquarters immediately about the situation here." Yes. The intelligence team ninja did not dare to delay and immediately contacted the communication team. In the air, looking at the almost endless Infinite City below, the faces of the people on the back of the flying fusion beast were also a little solemn. Biwajozo said, "Is it the ability of the upper rank demon again?" Obaru observed for a while and said, "The outline of the border is completely blurred. It's as if the city was squeezed into this space." Scorpion said, "It's called Infinite City, at least that's what the Ninja Village Alliance called it. But it shouldn't be that big, right?" Biwajozo hesitated and asked, "Do you want to go in?" For a moment, no one answered. It stands to reason that for the fearless members of the Akatsuki organization, there would generally be no such hesitation. But the Infinite City in front of them was indeed too strange, so they had to be vigilant. Itaka didn't say anything and kept observing the Infinite City carefully. According to the information from the last battle in the Land of Grass, although the Infinite City involves time and space, if there is a huge explosion or sound in the city, it can be seen and heard from the outside. But now, the Infinite City just lay quietly on the grassland, as if there was a force separating the inside and outside, so that even he, who had the Mangeki Sharingan, could not see what was happening in the Infinite City. Inside the Infinite City, unlike the relatively peaceful outside world, a bloody battle was taking place in the Infinite City. Swish! A flash of sword light passed by, and a mist ninja who was good at the mist hidden ninja assassination technique was cut in half by Tanjiro, and blood spurted out. Suddenly, the ground under Tanjiro's feet suddenly cracked, and a pair of hands stretched out from the ground, trying to grab Tanjiro's legs. With a light snort, Tanjiro, who was covered in blood, shook his wrist holding the sword, and the tip of the sword stabbed downwards and pierced into the ground. Ah! With a wail, the hands that stretched out from the ground instantly fell down powerlessly. Pulling out the long sword that had pierced into the ground, Tanjiro swept around coldly. "Damn it! Monster! Monster! What should we do?" The faces of the ninjas around were full of fear and panic. The strength shown by Tanjiro at this moment was stronger than when he participated in the Grass Country War as the upper string one. Even the jonin who were good at physical skills and swordsmanship had no power to fight back in front of him. Just a short while ago, the ground was covered with corpses. The corpses on the ground kept attacking the defenses of the ninjas around. As ninjas, they had long been accustomed to the cruelty of the world, but the scene in front of them was still too shocking. Seeing that the ninjas around were trembling, many of them had lost their will to fight, Tanjiro did not entangle with them, and went directly to the unconscious Ryukui on the side. His current priority was still to absorb Ryukui. If it weren't for the waves of ninjas who stopped him fearlessly, he would have absorbed Ryukui long ago. Lightning escape, black spot. Just then, a black lightning came like a cheetah and hit Tanjiro instantly. Swish! Another figure fell from the sky and shouted, "G Flounder, release!" Although his body was paralyzed by the lightning escape, Tanjiro relied on his strong flesh and blood strength to barely swing his sword to block the attacking figure. Clang! The harsh sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the long street. Undoubtedly, this surprise attack was jointly carried out by Darui of Kumagakure and Kojuro of Mist Village. Darui took the opportunity to sneak attack, while Kojuro was responsible for the strong attack. However, what the two did not expect was that they were hit by Darui's black lightning. Tanjiro, who was hit, was able to swing his sword to block the blow of Kojuro's full-strength swing of the G-flat. It was incredible. Go to hell! Just as Tanjiro and Kojuro were wrestling, with a swoosh, Ringo Yuyuri, wrapped in lightning, suddenly attacked behind Tanjiro, and the double swords Rega in her hands stabbed fiercely, instantly piercing Tanjiro's body. After succeeding, Ringo Yuyuri did not forget to finish off the knife, and used the Rega inserted into Tanjiro's body to launch several powerful lightning ninjutsu. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, huge lightning penetrated Tanjiro's body, and Tanjiro was like the filament in a light bulb, and was instantly burned by the huge current and glowed all over. The first update is here. Chapter 1087 Target. Succeeded. As expected of the 7 ninja swordsmen of Kirigakure. The black lightning just now was Darui from our village. This is the extreme change of the nature of a single attribute chakra. The ninjas who were just shocked by Tanjiro's cruelty recovered when they saw that Darui, Kojuro, and Ringo Yuyuri succeeded in the sneak attack. Looking at Tanjiro, who was burned like charcoal and still emitting green smoke, Darui said, "He should be dead, right?" Kojuro said, "Being pierced through the body by the thunder fang, even the upper string one would definitely not be able to bear it." SHH. Ringo Yuyuri signaled the two to be quiet. The two hurriedly looked at the field, and saw that the charred body of Tanjiro, who looked like charcoal, was fading rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 2 or 3 breaths, Tanjiro returned to his original appearance, and even the coldness on his face was exactly the same as before. What? Not only Darui and the other 3, but also the ninjas who had just recovered all had a look of seeing a ghost on their faces. Hey! At this time, Tanjiro exhaled a mist from his mouth. If Bai was here, he could see at a glance that this was the characteristic of Tanjiro's breathing method. In other words, in the series of battles just now, Tanjiro did not use the ability of breathing method at all, and simply relied on the most basic strength and reaction of his body to fight. Then, a conspicuous flame-like mark appeared on Tanjiro's forehead. Ringo Yuyuri realized something and shouted, "Oh no, this guy is serious." Darui was speechless. "What do you mean? Was he just playing?" Ringo Yuyuri was too lazy to explain and shouted directly, "Kojuro, you take Muku first, we will hold him back." Shua. Before she finished speaking, a stream of blood spurted out of Ringo Yuyuri's chest. She looked down and found that she had a wound on her body at some point. The wound extended from her left shoulder to her right waist. When was it? She looked incredulous, but the strength in her body quickly drained away as the wound bled, as if it was sucked away by a black hole. Plop! The next moment, she fell to the ground. Not far behind her, Tanjiro exhaled a breath of mist again, slowly sheathed his sword, and whispered, "Round dance flash." Kojuro's eyes widened, so fast. Darui was also so frightened that his hair stood on end. He didn't care about the consumption of chakra, and instantly activated the lightning chakra mode and shouted, "Kojuro, be careful." Swish! Almost at the same time as he warned, blood spurted out of Kojuro's body, and then he fell to the ground dejectedly. Darui's heart trembled, and he reacted instantly, dodging Tanjiro's slash. Then, the two started a fierce fight. Darui, who activated the lightning chakra mode, is already a first-class level in the ninja world in terms of speed. There are only a handful of people in the entire ninja world who can beat him in speed. But even so, he found that his speed was still slower than Tanjiro, and his insight, reaction, etc. were far inferior to his opponent, so it seemed that the two were fighting fiercely, but in fact he was being beaten the whole time. If it weren't for the lightning chakra mode, which was both offensive and defensive, and could fight and resist, his performance would not be much better than Ringo Yuyuri and Kojuro just now. And watching the strong men like Ringo Yuyuri and Kojuro of the Kirigakure 7 ninja swordsmen being beaten casually by Tanjiro, the surrounding ninjas finally appeared to be deserters, and fear spread among the crowd. Swish! After a while, the long sword in Tanjiro's hand pierced Darui's stomach and nailed him to a wall. The high-intensity fierce battle consumed a lot of Darui's chakra, and he had not learned the lightning chakra mode for a short time, so he could not use it skillfully, so he revealed a small flaw that was not very noticeable, causing his lightning chakra mode to be interrupted for a moment. Under normal circumstances, ordinary opponents cannot grasp such a small flaw, but Tanjiro is obviously not ordinary. So Tanjiro instantly seized the opportunity and pierced Darui's body with his long sword. Drawing out the long sword, Tanjiro looked at Darui indifferently. Darui coughed up blood. "You monster!" Tanjiro said, "Ants like you will not understand, so just accept your fate calmly." Bang! Before Tanjiro could finish his words, he was knocked out by a figure, and he couldn't stop even after crashing through several walls. Darui was stunned for a moment, and then he saw that it was Ryaga who knocked Tanjiro out. Then, Yakumo and Chino also arrived. The few people looked at the corpses all over the ground, Ringo Auri and Kojuro who were lying on the ground and their lives were unknown, and their faces were extremely ugly. Helping Darui, Yakumo asked, "Are you okay?" Darui panted and said, "That guy is very strong, you must be careful." Yakumo looked at Tanjiro who was walking towards him from the smoke and dust. The headquarters of the Land of Rain. The changes in the Land of Grass were quickly delivered to the meeting table of the 5 cage by the ninjas of the communication team. Tsunade frowned. Upper string 1. Why did he jump out at this time? Is he also controlled by Akatsuki? Narashikaku said, "From the intelligence, the opponent's target seems to be the former Kyuzagaku ninja Muzu who is controlled by Akatsuki, so the upper string 1 should not be from the Akatsuki camp." The 4th Raikage said coldly, looking for death. The remnants of the upper string demon force dared to interfere in the decisive battle between the Ninja Village Coalition and Akatsuki. In the eyes of the Raikage, this is undoubtedly looking for death. Narashikaku said, but it is worth noting that the opponent's strength seems to be stronger than the previous battle of the Grass Country, and according to the description of the eyewitnesses at the scene, the face of upper string 3 appeared on the back of the head of upper string 1. In addition, the scale of Infinite City is far greater than the last battle of the Grass Country. After hearing this, the 5 shadows all sank. Konoha Village. Yakumo immediately informed Shinji of the changes in the Grass Country through Niobe. Afterwards, because Yakumo was trapped in the Infinite Castle and was disturbed by the Infinite Castle, the direct connection between Shinji and Yakumo was interrupted. Tanjiro. In the office, Shinji was thinking. At this time, as the remnant of the demon remaining in the ninja world, Tanjiro should not jump out so high profile to disrupt the situation. Is it because of the influence of the Overlord? The reason why Shinji did not clean up Tanjiro and Naruto was that Tanjiro and Naruto were very honest, and he had too many things to do and could not spare any time for a while. Secondly, he vaguely felt that keeping Tanjiro and Naruto would have unexpected effects. The current situation seems to confirm his feeling. If who is most likely to be affected by the Overlord at the moment, it is undoubtedly Tanjiro and Naruto who have a slight connection with the demon world. They jumped out again at this time, and the goal was instantly clear. It's just a small effort, please everyone. Please leave. Please leave. I caught a cold these days, and my head feels particularly dizzy today, so I'm going to take a day off. Sorry. Chapter 1088 Attack. In the captain's office. Knock knock knock. Shinji tapped the table with his fingertips, thinking about the next action. As long as the Overlord is targeted, it means that the whole world is bound to be destroyed, without exception, so no one knows how to deal with the Overlord effectively, and Shinji has no experience to learn from or refer to, so he must be extra careful. However, from the whole process of the Demon Slayer world being targeted by the Overlord until it is destroyed, the Lantern Bearer still has a certain amount of room for operation. Ryohei Yubayashiki. Soon, Shinji thought of Ryohei Bayashiki, the lantern-bearer of the Demon Slayer world. Although Ryohei Bayashiki's plan to invade the ninja world was destroyed by Shinji, it was the Overlord who caused Ryohei Bayashiki to go from madness to death. It was the Overlord who first infiltrated the power into the Demon Slayer world, causing Ryohei Bayashiki to fall into madness and despair. Then the Overlord projected the person that Yubayashiki Ryohei feared the most, Tsugakoku Yoriichi, and killed Yubayashiki Ryohei with the concrete fear. From this point of view, before swallowing the world, the Overlord will definitely get rid of the lantern-bearer who protects the world. Therefore, as the lantern-bearer of the ninja world, Shinji should try to avoid direct contact with the Overlord's power to prevent being eroded by the Overlord's power, or being used by the Overlord to project some difficult monsters in the fear of the lantern-bearer. Because the lantern-bearer obviously has no tolerance for error, any negligence is enough to kill the lantern-bearer and let the world fall into destruction. Knock knock knock. The fingers are still tapping on the table, but Shinji has already made a plan in his heart. The most urgent task now is to confirm whether Tanjiro has been eroded by the Overlord's power. Only after confirming this can Shinji act. Otherwise, if he acts rashly and is eroded by the Overlord's power, everything will be over. If it is confirmed that Tanjiro has been corrupted by the power of the Overlord, then the next step is how to deal with him. Before, Yakumo had reported all the abnormalities of Tanjiro to Shinji before the Naobi was interrupted, so he knew that if Tanjiro was really corrupted by the Overlord, he would definitely do something that would harm the ninja world, so no matter what Tanjiro wanted to do, he must do his best to stop it. Thinking of this, Shinji got up and walked out of the office. The situation of the ninja world war began to become clear. Whether it was the 5 great ninja villages or the Akatsuki organization, there were not many cards left in their hands. The decisive battle was imminent. At this time, Shinji no longer had to stay in Konoha village, because it was no longer important. As soon as Shinji left after leaving the office, Wyoming, Karin, and Suzuki, who were guarding the building, immediately came up to him. Shinji's eyes swept over the 3 people one by one, and finally fell on Suzuki, saying, "Orochimaru's escape has a very bad impact, we must hunt him down. Wyoming, Karin, you two follow me. Suzuki, you are responsible for staying behind in the police force building." "What?" Suzuki was stunned at first, and then hurriedly said, "Shinji, I want to go too." Shinji shook his head, "Someone must stay behind in the village and the police force building. Apart from me, you are the most suitable person." Suzuki wanted to argue a few more words, but considering that he had suffered a series of defeats at the hands of Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, he lost his confidence all of a sudden. After a while, Shinji and the other 2 packed their luggage. After giving a few instructions to the intelligence team, Enbu and other personnel who stayed in the police force building, Shinji patted Suzuki on the shoulder, "The village is in your hands." As if he felt the responsibility on his shoulders, Sasuke's temperament changed, and he nodded calmly, "Don't worry, Shinji, I will definitely protect the village before you come back." Shinji said no more, and led Karin and Wyoming to the outside of the village. At the gate of the village, Shinji stopped and looked back at the village behind him in the night. Karin asked, "Shinji, is it really okay to let Suzuki stay in the village alone?" Shinji retracted his gaze and looked at the road that extended from the gate to the outside of the village and gradually disappeared in the darkness, and said lightly, "Konoha is no longer the key, it is safer for him to stay here." Karin suddenly realized. "Let's go." Shinji stepped out of the gate. Without hesitation, Wyoming and Karin followed Shinji closely, disappearing into the dark night. On the eastern seashore of the Land of Fire. Boom! Accompanied by huge explosions, thick black smoke rose from the fleet of the Sky Ninja village on the sea, and the flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire area near the sea as if it were daytime. Swish! At this time, a figure landed on the beach on the coast. He, or they, were exactly Ninkai and Kimimaro, who were sent by Shinji to annihilate the Sky Ninja fleet. The individual strength of the Sky Ninja is relatively poor among the small ninja villages. But after all, the Sky Ninja has several motherships on the sea, and the scale of the personnel is there, so after discovering the traces of the Sky Ninja fleet, Ninkai and Kimimaro directly chose to merge and launched a surprise attack on the Sky Ninja fleet in the fusion mode. The whole battle needs no further explanation. In the combined mode, Ninkai and Kimimaro were cage level. After they infiltrated the Sky Ninja fleet, the Sky Ninjas in the fleet were unable to resist them and were easily destroyed by them one by one. After releasing the combined state on the beach, Ninkai looked at the burning Sky Ninja fleet in the sea in the distance and said with emotion, "I didn't expect that the destroyed Sky Ninja village still maintained such a huge fleet. It's really surprising." Kimimaro didn't have much emotion, and said in a cold tone, "The mission is over, you can return to the village." Ninkai nodded, "Well, I'm also a little worried about the situation in the village." At this moment, the two were stunned. After a while, they looked at each other. Just now, Shinji contacted them through Niobe. After learning that they had successfully destroyed the Sky Ninja fleet, he immediately gave them a new order, asking them to immediately go to the line from the grass country to the rain country and lie in wait. It looks like the decisive battle is about to begin. Ningji was a little nervous. Kimimaro said, "Let's go." The H on both of them said, "You guys are responsible for the journey, I'll recover my chakras so that we can deal with the battle later." The combined state is a big burden for H, and the three of them know that the leader has arranged for them to go to the decisive battlefront of the Ninja World War at this time, and there will be no shortage of fighting, so they try their best to adjust their state to meet the cruel battle they may face. The first update is here. Chapter 1089 Joining Forces. In the Infinite Castle. Boom boom boom. China was blown away like a cannonball, knocking down several walls and smashing through several houses along the way, and barely stopped. Ryaga shouted, "China!" Yakumo on the side shouted, "Don't be distracted." Shua. Before he finished speaking, Tanjiro flashed in front of Ryaga, and slashed down with the sun wheel sword in his hand. Ryashe reacted and immediately waved the kunao in his hand to block. Clang! Instantly, a sharp metal collision sound resounded throughout the entire block. Then, the Nichiren sword in Tanjiro's hand suddenly turned red, and then with a click, the kunao in Ryashe's hand broke into two pieces, and Tanjiro's Nichiren sword cut it down instantly. How could it be? Although he was terrified, Ryashe, who had already activated the 12 zodiacs, still reacted and quickly retreated. Swish! The sword shadow slid down, bringing up a blood flower. Hoo-hoo! Ryashe panted heavily, she lowered her head and glanced at her chest, a shallow sword mark was clearly visible, which made her terrified. If her reaction just now was a little slower, I'm afraid that the whole body will be cut in half by the opponent. Yakumo on the side was also panting. It wasn't too long since they arrived at the battlefield, but this short time seemed so long in their eyes. The strength of the upper string one in front of them was completely beyond their imagination. Whether it was speed, strength, or reaction, the opponent had reached the top level in the ninja world. Yakumo even vaguely felt that the opponent had mastered some kind of eye technique that could see through their movements. Yakumo's guess was actually correct. Tanjiro's attainments in the breathing method were catching up with Shugakuko Yoriichi. He not only opened the marks, but also mastered the transparent world that represented the highest level of the breathing method. Clang! After throwing away the half-broken kunao in his hand, Ryasho looked solemn. Now she finally understood why Ringo Auri, Kojuro, and Darui were defeated by the upper string one so quickly. The opponent is not only powerful, but also has unexpectedly sharp weapons. You should know that she is equipped with the most sophisticated ninja tools provided by the Ninja Village Coalition, all of which are forged by Master Steel. But even such ninja tools can't block the weapons in the opponent's hands. At this time, Chino, who fell in the ruins, jumped out and wiped the dust off her face. She didn't dare to be distracted anymore, staring at Tanjiro's dragon tongue with her eyes and asked, "Chino, are you okay?" Chino replied, "I'm fine." Yakumo said, "Everyone be careful, this guy is a little bit wrong." This is more than just a little bit, everyone present can see that the upper string one is wrong. The upper string demon is indeed very strong, but not to this extent. It can be said that among the ninjas present, only Chino, who has practiced the 12 Palaces dragon tongue, or Yakumo who has the red dragon eye can resist the upper string one. Others, such as Ringo Yuri and Darui, could barely keep up with the speed of the upper string one, but they could not keep up with the opponent in terms of insight and reaction. If ordinary ninjas went further, they would basically die, and it would be difficult for them to even consume the opponent. Yakumo even thought of retreating first, reporting the situation here to Shinji, and then taking action after Shinji or Karin came to support. Yes, unlike other ninjas trapped in the Infinite City, Yakumo, who controls the Red Dragon, can leave at any time. It's just that there are too many companions trapped in the Infinite City at the moment. If she leaves, the situation may collapse in an instant, and the casualties are difficult to estimate. In addition, the upper string 1 is obviously coming for Muk this time. She is worried that after the upper string 1 merges with Muk, it may be more difficult to deal with. Swish! At this moment, a gust of air surged, and then Muk, who fell to the side, was suddenly grabbed by a transparent figure and flew away quickly. Tanjiro reacted instantly, slashed with a swift sword, and stopped the transparent figure who was about to sneak away Muku. No doubt. The one who tried to sneak away Muku was Ranmaru, who activated the transparent escape. Seeing that Tanjiro's sword slashed at him, not only blocked his way, but also approached his face, so he quickly activated the golden escape and raised his arm to block. Clang! There was another sharp sound, and Ranmaru flew back. He looked at his bleeding left arm, his face was extremely solemn. This was the first time he was hit by a sharp weapon and bled after mastering the golden escape. What made him even more unacceptable was that the other party seemed to be able to see through his transparent escape. It is so. Yakumo said secretly, and became more and more certain that the upper string 1 had mastered some kind of eye technique. As the one who possessed the red dragon eye, she actually noticed Ranmaru just now, but she did not make a sound to interfere with Ranmaru's attempt to take Musukui away, because she felt that even if Musukui fell into the hands of Dark Akatsuki, it would be better than being fused with the upper string 1. Similarly, Ranmaru did not try to sneak attack Yakumo and his team while they were fighting with the upper string 1, because Ranmaru also tasted the weirdness of the upper string 1, and his intuition told him that he must not let the upper string 1 fuse with Musukui. In this way, Ranmaru of the Akatsuki organization was added to the battle circle surrounding the upper string 1. Not counting Ringo Auri and Kojuro, who had fallen to the ground with serious injuries, the only ones who were still able to fight in the battle circle at this time were Yakumo, Ryaga, Chinano, Ranmaru, and the injured Darui, plus some coalition ninjas who were almost scared out of their wits in the outer circle. The number of people was less than half of the beginning, so it seemed a bit sparse, and the morale was even lower. Everyone looked at each other, especially Yakumo and Ranmaru, who were enemies fighting each other just now, but now they have to join forces because of the appearance of the upper string 1. Suddenly, a whistle was heard in the air. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a huge clay bird falling from the sky and landing on the head of the upper string 1. Explosion is art. Boom boom. In an instant, the clay bird exploded, and the huge explosion swept everything, and the whole block was engulfed in flames. Under the shock wave of the explosion, the nearby blocks were also affected, and large areas of houses were razed to the ground. In the ruins, Yakumo, who was hiding under the wood release, was speechless while holding the unconscious Ringo Yuyuri. Deidara's attack was too sudden and the affected area was too large, so with her speed, she could only barely take Ringo Yuyuri out of the battlefield. Fortunately, Ryaga and Chino were also very fast, and one rescued Kojuro, and the other rescued the injured Darui. And Ryukui was dragged out of the core area of the explosion by Ranmaru. As for the other ninjas, since they were originally in the outer circle, although they were affected by the explosion, most of them escaped. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 1090 Fierce Battle. In the center of the explosion, the smoke and dust did not dissipate for a long time. The ninjas who had just fled to the surroundings poked their heads out of the bunkers one by one and cast their eyes on the location of the upper string 1. He should be dead. No one can survive such an explosion, even the upper string 1 should not be able to. But why hasn't the infinite city disappeared yet? The ninjas whispered. Unlike other ordinary ninjas, Yakumo, Ranmaru and other ninjas with pupil techniques still looked solemn at this moment. The smoke and dust can block the vision of others, but it can't block their sight. With their eye skills, they could clearly see that the upper string 1 at the center of the explosion was still alive. Although the explosion just now did cause considerable damage to the upper string 1, 1/3 of his body was directly carbonized by the high temperature of the explosion. But as a ghost, his strong vitality allowed him to recover quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flesh and blood under his skin moved rapidly, and he recovered in just a few breaths. How is it possible? Yakumo and Ranmaru looked extremely embarrassed after seeing this scene. At this time, a breeze blew, and the smoke and dust covering the explosion point finally dissipated, revealing a figure standing in the original place. This! Damn it! What kind of monster is he? The ninjas who were watching were emotionally broken at once. Even Yakumo, Ranmaru, Ryaga, and Chino felt their hearts thumped and felt difficult and fearful. At this time, Deidara poked his head out from the ruins and said with a smile, "This is simply a perfect bomb tester." Kuratsuki, who was not far away, said, "Stop making trouble, find a way to get rid of him." Tanjiro, who was attacked by surprise, had no anger on his face. He just glanced around indifferently, and then looked for the figure of Miyuki. When he saw Miyuki being dragged away by Ranmaru of the Akatsuki organization, he lowered his body and made a sword-drawing action. While spitting out a mouthful of mist, he whispered, "God of Fire Kagura, Yang Huetu." Swish! In an instant, Tanjiro attacked Ranmaru. Ranmaru, who had secretly activated the steel release and swift release, first threw Miyuki in the direction of Deidara, and then joined forces to meet Tanjiro. At the same time, he also activated his ability to mutate the red eyes, creating red-eyed clones one after another, and various ninjutsu rushed to Beirahu from all directions as if they were free. As the battle started, Yakumo, Ryaga, and Chino were not idle either. They each launched ninjutsu to attack Tanjiro, supporting Ranmaru in disguise. Outside the Infinite City, the clay bomb that Deidara had just detonated shook the entire land. Although the spatial force of the Infinite City isolated part of the impact of the explosion, a small amount of the impact of the explosion still dissipated outside the Infinite City. In the distance, staring at the Infinite City, Hong asked, "Is it an explosion?" "Yes." Guy nodded. Kakashi said, "It seems that a war is breaking out inside." As he said that, he immediately looked up at several members of the Akatsuki organization in the air. They seemed to be hesitating about something. On the back of the flying fusion beast in the air, Biwajozo said, "It can break through the shield of space power. The explosion just now can't be wrong. It must be Deidara who did it." "It should be." Nodding, Scorpion continued, "I just don't know who he is fighting with." "Hey! Hello!" suddenly exclaimed. The others looked in the direction of the sound and found that the Ninja Village coalition on the ground had begun to try to send people into the Infinite City. Biwajozo asked, "What should we do?" Itaka said, "We have no choice. Unless we give up Kakuzu, Haiden, Ranmaru, and Deidara, we can only take the risk to go in." Hello said firmly, "We can't give up Ranmaru." He was so determined, not because he had much friendship with Ranmaru, but simply because he had set his eyes on Ranmaru's mutated red eyes. Scorpion also said, "I have no plans to change partners recently." Itaka said lightly, "Then let's go, I hope it's not too late." After the Akatsuki members reached a consensus, they acted extremely fast. Before the Ninja Village coalition forces noticed, they directly controlled the flying fusion beasts and plunged into the Infinite City. Seeing that all the Akatsuki members had entered the Infinite City, the Ninja Village coalition forces also took action immediately. Kakashi led the elite and broke into the Infinite City from the ground. In the Infinite City, the fierce battle entered a white-hot stage from the beginning. Tanjiro, who used all the abilities of sun breathing, transparent world, red blade, etc., reached an astonishing level of strength. Ranmaru, who possessed several blood limit, was already a top figure in the ninja world, but even so, he still, in a short time, Ranmaru was severely injured by Tanjiro. If it weren't for Deidara's clay bomb, Ranmaru might have been inexplicably killed by Tanjiro. After losing Ranmaru's powerful fighting force, the situation immediately collapsed. Yakumo, Ryaga, Chino, and Kuratsuki and Darui, who played as assistants, could barely hold on at the beginning, but it was not known whether they were too exhausted or for some other reason, they became more and more difficult to resist, and gradually began to lose. Under such circumstances, the ninjas trapped in the Infinite City could no longer care about their hostility to each other. The medical ninja of the Ninja Village Coalition helped Feijuan sew the severed head to the body, and Kakuzu found fresh hearts from the corpses on the ground and replenished himself. Then the two of them joined the battle under the cover of Deidara, cursing. Taking advantage of the gap in front of them that could barely resist Tanjiro, Deidara came to Muku with a smirk. At this time, Long Lan and Wu Wei, who had his arm cut off, were guarding Wu Kei. Seeing Deidara coming over, Long Lan looked alert. "What are you going to do?" Deidara grinned, "If you are not blind, you should be able to see that this kid is the opponent's target, right? That monster is already so tricky. If he is allowed to devour this kid, I am afraid that even our boss may not be able to deal with him." After hearing Deidara's words, Long Lan and Wu Wei were all speechless. Deidara stopped talking nonsense and squatted directly beside Wu Kei. In front of Long Lan and Wu Wei, he used a kunao to pry open Wu Qiu's stomach, and then stuffed a large ball of clay bomb that had been prepared long ago into Wu Qiu's body, and laughed, you may be able to see the ultimate art later, hey. Long Lan and Wu Wei looked at each other, and the development of the situation was somewhat beyond their expectations. The first update is presented. Chapter 1091 Fear. On the battlefield. Chino, holding the Thunder Blade, and Ryuaga, holding the G-Flute, blocked Tanjiro's Nichiren sword, which had turned into the red blade state, from the front. Because ordinary ninja tools can't block the Nichiren sword in the red blade state, they can only use Ringo Auri and Kojuro's swords. Kakuzu and Darui launched a composite ninjutsu of water escape and lightning escape, attacking Tanjiro's back. Yakumo launched the wood release from a distance, and used tough branches to tightly bind Tanjiro's arms and legs, restricting Tanjiro's movements. And farther away, Haiden stabbed himself with a long sword in the death by blood curse technique. With such a battle, let alone a ghost, even a 6 paths level strongman would probably be in trouble. But even so, Tanjiro still did not lose his fighting power. Although physical attacks and ninjutsu attacks are effective against him and can cause certain damage, he can recover in an instant. Even if Feijuan uses the blood of death to directly attack his internal organs, he cannot cause real effective damage to him. Hey, something is wrong. After fighting to this extent, even the thick-skinned Feijuan realized that something was wrong. Because many people present have dealt with upper-rank demons and are not unfamiliar with demons, Muk was captured by Kakuzu and Feijuan not long ago. Because of this, they know that although upper-rank demons are a bit weird, they are definitely not so difficult to deal with. Otherwise, the upper-rank demons group would not have been defeated in the last battle of Grass Country, and Yabayashiki Ryohei, the Demon King, would not have been defeated and fled. Kakuzu said in a deep voice, "This guy is definitely not an ordinary ghost." Leaning against a broken wall, Ranmaru panted and said, "I saw a very strange power in him, not the flesh and blood power of a ghost, nor ordinary chakra." Because the transparent escape was restrained by the opponent's transparent world, and the steel escape was broken by the red sword, Ranmaru was in a very bad state, and he was stabbed several times, and the wound was still worsening. However, this did not prevent his mutant red eyes from seeing the strange power lingering on Tanjiro. "I noticed it too," Yakumo echoed. Her red dragon eyes were better than Ranmaru's mutant red eyes in terms of insight, so she naturally noticed the strangeness of Tanjiro. Haiden, who had stabbed himself until he was covered in blood, asked, "Stop talking nonsense. What did you see?" Ranmaru shook his head, "I don't know." Yakumo said, "I don't know if you noticed. Not only is he weird, but there's something wrong with us too." Chino interrupted, "Well, I always feel like I can't do anything." Ryuko was surprised, "You're like this too? I thought I was the only one like this." Kuratsuki in the distance breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that everyone is the same. When facing Tanjiro, Kuratsuki always felt guilty for no reason. She had some difficulty speaking before, but now she felt relieved when she heard that everyone had more or less similar situations. At this time, Deidara, who happened to come over, asked, "What's the same?" Kuratsuki hurriedly asked, "Don't you feel guilty facing that guy?" Deidara was stunned, "Guilty? Why should I feel guilty?" Kakuzu and Ranmaru glanced at Deidara, and both of them were speechless. Yakumo seemed to have grasped something when he heard it, and asked, "Don't you feel that there is something wrong with your body?" Deidara pouted, "I feel that there is something wrong with you." Haiden muttered, "Hey, bastard, what did you say?" Kakuzu also reacted at this time, and said in a deep voice, "I seem to know what's going on." Yakumo said, "Me too." When they fought just now, even if the situation was deadlocked, as long as time went on, they would quickly fall into disadvantage. At first, Yakumo thought that their physical strength and chakra were consumed too much, so their combat power declined. Now she realized that it was because they had fear in their hearts, so their own strength dropped sharply without knowing it, which highlighted the horror of Tanjiro. This also explains why the morale of ordinary ninjas collapsed so quickly when facing Tanjiro, and many elites with good strength were killed by Tanjiro like cutting melons and vegetables. Of course, this is also because they are lucky that there is a pervert like Deidara in the team who doesn't know what fear is. Otherwise, it is not necessarily possible to accurately judge what is wrong with themselves in such a short time. Kakuzu said at this time, "Use the sealing technique." Yakumo nodded and began to seal, 4-symbol seal, forbidden. Soon, after completing the seal, Yakumo pressed her right hand to the ground. A series of ink-colored sealing techniques sprang out from between her fingers, and like a spirit, they followed the branches of the wood release and entangled Tanjiro. Her wood release originally had the properties of binding and sealing. Now with the 4-symbol seal, it stands to reason that no matter how strong a person is, he should not be able to resist. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, the ninjas of the Ninja Village Coalition who came to support arrived at the battlefield amidst the sound of breaking wind. And the Akatsuki who came to support also jumped onto the roof of a house and looked at the battlefield here. When they saw the situation on the battlefield clearly, both the Ninja Village Alliance and the Akatsuki were shocked. They never thought that the two sides who were fighting for life and death just now were now working together to fight against the upper string one, and judging from the messy battlefield, the corpses and wounded everywhere, the battle seemed very tragic. How is it possible? Hibio was shocked. It was really hard for him to imagine that Ranmaru, whose strength was slightly above his, was so seriously injured that he almost withdrew from the frontal battle. Biwajozo was also surprised. He first noticed the ninja swords in the hands of Ryaga and Chino, and then found Ringo Yuyuri and Kojiro whose life and death were unknown. Scorpion raised the corner of his mouth with interest. It seems that this ghost is not simple. I want this ghost, don't fight with me. Hirahu sneered, why should I give it to you? The Ninja Village Alliance. Kakashi and others were also quite surprised when they saw the situation on the battlefield, but he quickly analyzed the current situation. It is understandable that the two sides who were trapped in the Infinite City had temporarily joined forces to fight against the upper string one. However, at this moment, the upper string one has been controlled by Yakumo using the wood release and the 4-symbol seal. The threat is lifted, and the basis for the alliance is gone, so now they have to guard against the attack of the Akatsuki organization. It's just a small effort, please everyone. Chapter 1092 Ignite the Chakra. The strange atmosphere began to spread rapidly. The Ninja Village Coalition began to disperse the formation and surrounded the members of Akatsuki, who were all ready to fight. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight. In the center of the battlefield, Tanjiro, who was heavily bound by the sealing techniques of wood release and 4-symbol seal, suddenly burst into a violent chakra fluctuation. This. How is it possible? Such a strong chakra. The surrounding ninjas were all shocked. The scale of the chakra that Tanjiro burst out at this moment was far beyond the level of ordinary ninjas, and it was still increasing. In a blink of an eye, it was close to the level of a fully erupted Jinchuriki. Yakumo exclaimed, oh no, he is going to break free. As Tanjiro burst out with terrifying chakra, both the wood release and 4-symbol seals showed signs of loosening. This was when Yakumo used all his chakra to maintain it, otherwise, Tanjiro would have escaped. The injured Ranmaru shouted, we must stop him. Unlike the others who had just broken into the Infinite Castle, the ninjas who had fought with Tanjiro before knew the evil of this upper string one, so their intuition told them that it would be safer to destroy this demon first before turning against him. While stabbing himself with ninja tools, Haiden complained, it's easy to say, how can I stop it? Ryaga, Chino, and Kakuzu had already been forced back by the air waves caused by Tanjiro's chakra burst. It was difficult to even get close to Tanjiro, let alone stop him. In the distance. Seeing that the upper string one bound by Yakumo's wood release and 4-symbol seal could break free by bursting chakra, the ninjas who had just entered the Infinite City were all stunned. So, the two sides, who were on the verge of a fight, temporarily put aside their plans to turn against each other immediately. Several sealing squads in the Ninja Village Coalition quickly stepped forward, trying to apply more seals to completely suppress the upper string one before Yakumo's restraint on the upper string one completely failed. However, before they could launch the sealing technique, Tanjiro, who was almost completely wrapped in the scattered chakra, just waved his hand casually, and the upper string one that was able to be used before was no longer able to be used. The wood release that bound him tightly, at this moment, all broke like dead branches. Not only the wood release, but even the ink-colored seal of the 4-symbol seal, were all corroded by the fierce chakra. Hirako's face sank, this is impossible. Scorpion also said, something is wrong, it seems that there is more than chakra on him. Yakumo, Ranmaru, Ryaga, Chino, who were closer, felt it more deeply. As a biological instinct, they were frantically reminding them to stay away from the monster in front of them immediately. In the center of the chakra storm, Tanjiro had a grim face. The purpose of his trip was not to go to war with the ninja world. His goal was always the last demon, Muzu, in the ninja world besides him. Only by absorbing Muzu could he push his own strength to the peak. However, he obviously underestimated the power of the ninjas. He didn't expect that at the last moment of absorption, he was not only interrupted by the ninjas, but even he himself was imprisoned and sealed. Although his body and mind were corroded by the power of the Overlord, Tanjiro still retained his own memory and corresponding intelligence. So according to his understanding of the ninja world, if he didn't take advantage of this time to explode, he might really die in the hands of these ninjas. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to use the power of the Overlord to ignite himself. This is a weird way to turn oneself into firewood. The power of the Overlord is far higher than the flesh and blood power and chakra he obtained by devouring the creatures of the ninja world, so the power of the Overlord can easily ignite the flesh and blood power and chakra in his body, allowing these two forces to burst out with full power in a short time. So Scorpion's judgment was correct. At this time, in addition to the completely ignited chakra, there was also the flesh and blood power of the demon that was also completely ignited. Everyone be careful, his power is still increasing. Yakumo exclaimed loudly. Perhaps she herself did not notice that her voice could not stop trembling after a short warning. Others did not notice the abnormality of Yakumo's voice, because everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. In just a short while, the scale of chakra emitted from Tanjiro's body had completely surpassed the level of Jinkra ki. These dark red chakras lingering around him seemed to have substance, like blood and mist. Ranmari reacted suddenly and shouted loudly, "Quick, take Wukui away, his target is Wukui." Zhang. At this moment, with the sound of a piercing pipa, the surrounding space suddenly turned upside down. The streets and houses were no longer distributed in an orderly manner. Some courtyards were turned upside down, and some long streets were intertwined. Everyone in them had their sense of space and direction completely destroyed in an instant. Everyone was dizzy and confused, and even couldn't tell up, down, left, and right. Undoubtedly. Before, Tanjiro disdained to use the Infinite City, but now it was different. In order to merge with Muzu as soon as possible, he did everything he could. As he activated the space displacement ability of the Infinite City, Muzu, who was far away, was transferred to his front. He extended his arm towards Muzu with a grim smile. With his peak state of burning chakra and flesh and blood, it would not take much time to merge with Muzu. Boom! But at the moment when Tanjiro's hand touched Muzu, Muzu's body swelled up rapidly. Then, the flames of the explosion broke through Muzu's body, forming a burst of flames, instantly engulfing Muzu and Tanjiro. The huge explosion overturned everything around, and the complex and chaotic space nearby was emptied by the shock wave of the explosion. There is no doubt that this was the clay bomb that Deidara had buried in Muzu's body that was detonated. Taking advantage of the gap created by the explosion, the ninjas who were moved to various parts of the Infinite City quickly gathered following the sound of the explosion, and a melee that was larger than the previous one broke out again. On one side were 8 members of the Akatsuki organization, including Itaki, Biwajozo, Sasori, Deidara, Hokuriko, Ranmaru, Kakuzu, and Haiden. On the other side were elite jonin such as Kakashi and Gai, as well as geniuses from various villages such as Yakumo, Ryaga, Chino, Gara, and Kuratsuki. In this upside-down and disordered space, the war was carried out with unprecedented cruelty. Here is the first update. Chapter 1093 Cruelty. The headquarters of the Ninja Village Coalition. Thanks to the efforts of the communications team, the battle situation at the Grass Country camp was continuously sent to the hands of the 5 shadows in the headquarters. Because they had already prepared for the battle at the Grass Country camp as a trap set by the Akatsuki organization, the 5 Kage were in a heavy mood but did not show too much surprise when they learned that 8 official members of the Akatsuki organization showed up together. Tsunade looked at the battle report and urged loudly, "Let the support troops speed up." Yes. The intelligence team ninjas guarding the conference room immediately turned around to convey Tsunade's order. Mei Terumi said, "It should still be in time." The Rain Country, where the headquarters of the Shinobi Village Alliance is located, is adjacent to the Grass Country, so as long as the support troops are sent in time, there will be no big problem. Soon, another intelligence team ninja came with new information arrived at the meeting room. After taking the intelligence and looking at it, the third Tsuchikage frowned and said, "What's the matter with this upper string one? Why did he appear on the battlefield?" After circulating the intelligence, the 5th Kazekage Yekara said, "Could it be that the remaining upper string demons have defected to the Akatsuki organization?" The 4th Reikage snorted coldly, "They were lucky that we didn't find them before. Now they dare to jump out, so we will take advantage of this ninja world war to catch them all in one fell swoop." The current ninja world is not the period when we have just come into contact with the upper string demons. Even the upper string one is just a slightly more difficult enemy in the eyes of the 5 cages, and is not qualified to influence the entire battle situation. After a while, the intelligence team ninja reported the new situation again. Tsunade's face darkened. Infinite City has appeared. Mei Terumi asked, do we need to send more reinforcements? Yakura expressed his concerns, if we send more reinforcements, will the headquarters be? There are many fronts that need support at the moment. If we continue to send reinforcements, the combat power of the headquarters will continue to decline. Tsunade said, Akatsuki has sent 8 official members at once. The grass country is now the most important front. We can't afford to lose. The third Tsuchikage said, now is not the time to argue, just vote. Soon, after the vote of the 5 shadows, the Shinobi Village Allied Forces headquarters sent reinforcements again, and rushed towards the direction of the grass country camp. And in a puddle not far from the headquarters, Zetsu poked half of his body out from the ground, looking at the teams of supporting ninjas leaving the Shinobi Village headquarters from afar. After a smile, Zetsu retreated back into the ground. After a while, Zetsu reappeared in a hidden forest and joined Obito, who was waiting there. Obito asked, what's the situation? Zetsu smiled and said, the headquarters of the Shinobi Village Alliance is still sending reinforcements to the land of grass. It seems that Scorpion's plan has succeeded. Obito nodded and asked, how much combat power is left in the headquarters now? Zetsu looked embarrassed. The headquarters of the Shinobi Village Alliance is fully covered by the barrier, so even I can't get too close. But there shouldn't be many ninjas in the headquarters, about 10,000 to 15,000. After a pause, Zetsu continued, in terms of high-end combat power, the 5 Kage should be in the headquarters, and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Rabbi and the 9 Tails Little Ghosts should also be in the camp. Obito shook his head, there are still too many. Ze asked, is there any movement from Nagato? Obito's face darkened and he shook his head again, Nagato's recent behavior is a bit too abnormal. I'm worried that he will get out of our control. Ze bewitched, it seems that we need to use the power of that person. Obito knew who that person in Zetsu's mouth was referring to, but he was still a little entangled. After all, the shadow that person brought to him was too big. If it was not necessary, he did not want that person to be resurrected in any form to the ninja world. Obito changed the subject, by the way, how is the situation in the land of grass now? Zetsu stopped smiling and looked a little strange. Something seems to have gone wrong there. Obito frowned, what's wrong? Zetsu replied, the upper string one suddenly appeared and attacked the grass village immortal controlled by Kakuzu and Haiden, so the situation there is very chaotic now. Even the Infinite City has appeared, and other members of the organization have all entered the Infinite City. What are those ghosts going to do? Obito was stunned for a moment, then remembered something and asked, where is Itaki? Zetsu said, he has also entered the Infinite City. Tens of thousands of white Zetsu clones not only put great pressure on the various fronts of the Ninja Village Alliance, but also spread across the countries of the Ninja Realm, forming a huge intelligence network, so Zetsu knows no less intelligence on the battlefield of the Land of Grass than the Ninja Village Alliance. In the Infinite City, the entire Infinite City has become a huge ruin. In this severely fragmented ruin, there is no intact house or clean street. In the center of the battlefield, Tanjiro, who was missing an arm, was breathing heavily. Even if he used the power of the Overlord to burn all the chakra and flesh and blood in his body, pushing his strength to an unimaginable peak in a short period of time, he still suffered serious injuries, so that as the upper string one, his wounds could not recover for a long time. Not only that, the chakra lingering around him also declined a lot, falling back to the level of ordinary people. Obviously, as burning firewood, the chakra and flesh and blood in his body can no longer support the continued ignition of the Overlord's power. So as time goes by, his strength will continue to decline. However, the situation on the ninja side is even worse. Facing the upper string one who burned all his chakra and flesh and blood desperately, the casualties on the ninja side are very shocking. The messy battlefield was littered with various bloody and charred corpses, numbering hundreds and thousands. The reason why there were charred corpses everywhere was because the ninjas were worried that the corpses of their companions would become the nourishment of the upper string one, so whenever a companion died in battle or was seriously injured, they would decisively use fire escape to deal with the corpses. Among the corpses scattered all over the ground, the survivors were scattered sporadically. On the Akatsuki side, Haiden's body was broken into several pieces, and there was no time to piece it together. Kakuzu, who had refilled his heart, was left with only one heart to survive again. Biwajozo was seriously injured and unconscious. If it weren't for Itakus Suzano, he would have died long ago. Scorpion replaced a total of 17 puppet bodies. Deodara had his 2 arms cut off. Not to mention making seals, he could only use his mouth to make explosive clay. Because of Suzano, Birako's situation was slightly better, but his chakra consumption was also very serious, and he looked very tired. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 1094, Absorbing Fear. Several members of the Akatsuki organization suffered a lot, and the losses of the Ninja Village Coalition, which had weaker average strength, were even more shocking. Behind the huge barrier formed by wood release and yellow sand, there were rows of wounded lying on the ground. The blood from the wounds of the wounded seeped into the soil, almost dyeing the entire ground behind the barrier red. Leaning against the barrier, Yakumo panted heavily. Even with her chakra, she couldn't withstand long-term high-intensity consumption. If it weren't for Gaara's sand, the barrier in front of her would have been broken by Tanjiro in the previous battle. She shuddered at the thought of the consequences of the barrier being broken. If Tanjiro, the killer, really broke through the barrier, more than 80% of her companions would die. In fact, considering the special nature of the Infinite City, Kakashi had already conducted a screening before choosing to enter. All ninjas who entered the Infinite City for support either had strength at least at the level of Senior Chunin, or were special teams such as the Sealing Team, the Barrier Team, and the Communication Team. Therefore, the Genin and some inexperienced Chunin had long been eliminated and did not enter the Infinite City. But even so, the ninjas of the Ninja Village Coalition who entered the Infinite City for support suffered heavy casualties. Just in the short 10 minutes of fighting just now, hundreds of ninjas were directly killed by Tanjiro, and almost all the survivors were injured. Kakashi himself was stabbed. If it weren't for Guy's timely support, half of his body might have been cut off by Tanjiro. Hong was hit hard by Tanjiro, and more than a dozen ribs were broken. She slumped to the side and had difficulty even getting up. All of Kankuro's puppets were destroyed, and Temari's ninja tools were also cut off. Fortunately, they were protected by Gaara's sand, so they escaped death. Kuratsuki, who mastered the light and heavy rock technique and could fly, and Suijutsu, who mastered the water transformation technique, were in a slightly better situation, but they were also seriously injured. As for Ryaga and Chino, who were against Tanjiro's main force at the beginning, they were even more seriously injured. If they could not control blood and use pupil techniques to force all wounds to stop bleeding, and if they had not mastered good medical ninjutsu, they would not have been able to hold on until now. But even so, they are almost at the end of their strength. Looking at the companions around him, Yakumo's expression became more solemn. Including herself, everyone basically had little fighting power left. If they continued, the entire battle might collapse in an instant. At this time, she looked through the gap in the barrier at Tanjiro in the center of the battlefield and sighed, fortunately, his chakra is also weakening. Tanjiro, who completely burned his own chakra and flesh and blood, had completely surpassed the level of Kage at his peak, and his strength briefly reached an astonishing level. To be honest, if they hadn't encountered the lawless and powerful lunatics of the Akatsuki organization, who used all kinds of weird means to resist Tanjiro's peak state, the scene would have been completely swept away by Tanjiro. Gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, the flesh and blood at Tanjiro's charred wound began to wriggle wildly again. And as the flesh and blood wriggled wildly, his wounds began to heal rapidly, the charred black faded, and even the broken arm grew back. 1 minute and 27 seconds. Scorpion pouted. This is the time it takes for the opponent's wound to recover, which means that the saturation attack they just inflicted on Tanjiro only suppressed the opponent's recovery ability for a short period of 1 minute and 27 seconds. Hirako's face was full of anger, this at least shows that he can be killed. Itaka said, our power seems to be suppressed. Scorpion asked, what do you mean? It's fear. After a pause, Iroko explained, my Manjiki Sharingan can collect the opponent's extreme emotions, so I can clearly sense that the guy is absorbing the fear we emit. And generating fear also requires consuming our mental power. Scorpion said in a deep voice, so he has been absorbing our mental power. Itaki realized something in an instant, it is not the right choice to try to besiege him with the advantage of numbers. On the other side, Yakumo explained to Kakashi, the more people we have, the more we will be weakened, because fear is contagious, and it will grow bigger and bigger in the process of infection. Kai said, "This is too weird." Dlu shook his head. "In fact, there are many ways in the ninja world to absorb other people's malice, and the monster Wu Yang is one of the best." Kakashi said, "It seems that our advantage in numbers is counterproductive when facing him. Only a small number of strong people, or ninjas who don't know what fear is, can deal with him. The best solution." Yakumo sighed, "No one can completely overcome fear." She understood this deeply, because even if she knew that the other party could absorb the fear she emitted, she still could not completely control the fear. Swish! At this moment, Tanjiro launched another offensive, and his target was the Akatsuki organization and others on one side. Hirako did not dare to be careless and immediately launched the Susanoo. The steel escape could not defend against the opponent's red sword, which Ranmaru had already tested for him. Kaka! As Tanjiro's red sword slashed at the Susanoo in the skeletal state instantly made a crisp sound of breaking. However, the Susanoo blocking this time was enough. Hirako quickly formed a seal, storm escape, dragon thrust. A stream of electric light instantly spurted out from his palm, drawing a brilliant arc and shooting towards Tanjiro. Tanjiro was about to dodge, but found that his legs were bound tightly by black iron sand at some point, and he could not move. Boom! Hirako's storm release instantly hit Tanjiro. And the flesh and blood body could not resist the sudden attack of storm release at all. In an instant, a big hole was pierced through Tanjiro's chest. It was only because of the lightning chakra contained in storm release that it interfered with the black iron sand that bound Tanjiro's legs, allowing him to break free. The bondage of black iron sand. Then, Tanjiro, whose chest was pierced by the storm release, did not retreat but advanced, slashed the front of Okunaki's Susanoo with a sword, penetrated into the Susanoo, and stabbed Okunaki. Although steel release could not completely resist the red blade, it could greatly reduce the damage of the red blade. Coupled with the speed of swift release, Okunaki was not seriously injured after being stabbed. Just as the Akatsuki members jumped far away to guard against Tanjiro's subsequent offensive, Tanjiro suddenly flashed and pounced on the side of the distant ninja village alliance. Not good. The Akatsuki members instantly realized that Tanjiro's fierce attack on them just now was just to prevent them from supporting the ninja village alliance. The first update is here. Chapter 1095 He Must Die. Seeing the upper string one rushing towards them with great momentum, Kakashi and the others immediately realized that the other party's target was still the Muzu who was brought behind the barrier by them. Boom! Tanjiro directly used the impact of his body, like a cannonball, to smash the barrier composed of Yakumo's wood release and Gaara's sand. After breaking into the barrier, he stood in place and scanned the area, and his eyes quickly locked on Muzu. At the same time, in just a short while, the hole in his chest that had just been pierced by Okuro's storm release was filled with new flesh and blood. Moreover, when he hit the barrier, his shoulders, arms, etc., which were twisted and deformed by the huge impact force, were all restored in just a few breaths. Just when everyone thought that Tanjiro would rush to Muzu like before, he suddenly turned around and swung his sword to slash at the wounded on the side. Water release, J-Ebashi. Suiyu immediately activated the secret technique of water escape, and the whole person turned into a huge water monster, blocking the wounded. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, Tanjiro's red knife slashed Suiyu's body, and a huge steam burst out. Undoubtedly, the high temperature of the red knife combined with the breathing of the sun quickly evaporated the moisture on Suiyu's body. At this time, taking advantage of the moment that Suiyu gained, Kakashi and Kai rushed over and attacked Tanjiro from the left and right. Yakumo's wood escape and Gaara's sand also rushed over at this time. Just when the attention of the ninja village coalition was all attracted to the wounded, Tanjiro suddenly flashed in front of Mikuro in the distance with extremely fast body movements. After casually cutting Wuyuvi who had been guarding in front of Mikuro with a knife, Tanjiro and Mikuro fought again. Without any hindrance, his eyes turned fiery when he looked at Wuyukui. Because he was a ghost, Wuyukui's body recovered little by little despite the damage caused by Deidara's clay bomb. It was just unknown what Tanjiro's initial sneak attack had done to him, causing him to remain unconscious and unable to defend himself. With one step, Tanjiro's hand was only a few dozen centimeters away from Wuyukui's body. At this time, the people of the Ninja Village Coalition were either unable to stop him or too late to stop him, and all of them showed expressions of fear on their faces. Yakumo even had a flash in her mind that once Tanjiro successfully absorbed Wuyukui and the situation completely collapsed, she would try to take as many people as possible to escape from the Infinite City. Just when Tanjiro's hand was about to touch Ryuki's body suddenly twisted. Tanjiro stopped his movements. Just when Tanjiro was stunned, he heard a whoosh and Muzu was completely swallowed by the twisted vortex and disappeared. After losing the sense of Muzu, Tanjiro was stunned for a moment, then realized something, and his face showed a furious expression for the first time. Even though he was separated by several countries, he could locate the positions of other ghosts through flesh and blood, so there was only one explanation for his loss of sense of Muzu, that is, Muzu was no longer in the space where he was. The surrounding ninjas were also stunned for a moment, and then everyone noticed Kakashi's left eye. No doubt. In the critical moment just now, Kakashi was forced to open his Mangeki Sharingan and launched at Muzu. Kai was surprised. Kakashi, you. Kakashi panted and explained, I originally wanted to save this trick to deal with Hirako. Although his kamikaze is strange and difficult to defend, it still takes some time from activation to effectiveness. If the opponent is fast enough and prepared, the success rate of the sneak attack will be greatly reduced. This is why he just aimed at the unconscious Muzu instead of Tanjiro directly. The situation reversed instantly, making Tanjiro, who was only one step away from success, feel a little helpless. He wanted to kill all the ninjas present immediately, but he knew that the chakra and flesh and blood power that burned as firewood were not much left, and his strength was continuously declining. If he continued to entangle here, he might be buried here. After suppressing the urge to kill in his heart, he instantly put away the Infinite City, and then his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. As the Infinite City disappeared, the familiar grassland reappeared in front of everyone, and the dizziness and discomfort caused by the spatial disorder in the Infinite City gradually subsided. He escaped. We survived. I thought I was dead. Watching the Infinite City disappear and Tanjiro escape, the ninjas of the Ninja Village Alliance were grateful, but still scared. Because the losses were too heavy, neither the Ninja Village Alliance nor the Akatsuki organization had any plans to continue chasing Tanjiro. Because everyone could see that Tanjiro still had the strength to fight, and if he rashly chased him, he would probably get himself involved. As Tanjiro's figure gradually disappeared under the night sky, the situation on the field became weird again, and the two parties who had cooperated before began to be wary of each other. However, this time it was not as tense as last time, because the losses on both sides were too great. On the Akatsuki side, Haiden was shattered, Biwajozo was seriously injured and unconscious, Deidara, Ranmaru, Kakuzu, and Obito were all injured, many of them were seriously injured, and only Scorpion and Attaka's combat power was relatively intact. The Ninja Village coalition was even more miserable. The only advantage was the number of people. After all, there were hundreds of ninjas guarding outside and not entering the Infinite City. After a short confrontation, the Akatsuki side saw that the situation was not good and chose to retreat. Because of Obito's flying fusion beast, they retreated very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they flew into the air and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Kakashi sighed and had to order, "Do your best to treat the wounded." Yes. The ninjas in the medical class responded in unison and immediately got busy. At this time, Yakumo in the crowd had left the Infinite City and restored the direct connection with Shinji. So she quickly reported what happened in the Infinite City to Shinji, and emphasized the various strange things about Tanjiro. Absorbing fear. After listening, Shinji ordered, "Let Ito follow, he must die." Yakumo replied, "Don't worry, Ito has already caught up." Before, considering that the coordinates were needed to activate the Red Dragon, Ito had not been with Yakumo, but hid nearby, so when Tanjiro escaped, Ito, as a spirit, immediately followed. One day later, Tanjiro, who escaped to the territory of the Land of Earth, stopped. Because the previous battle burned almost all of his chakra and flesh and blood power, he was worried that the ninja would catch up with him, so he didn't dare to stay and stopped to rest after running for a whole day. He whispered, "I must find a town to replenish my chakra and flesh and blood power." At this time, a teasing voice came from not far away, "What a coincidence, I'm afraid you don't have that chance. It's just a small favor, please help me." Chapter 1096 A Person Without Fear. Tanjiro turned his head sharply, looking towards the direction of the voice with his eyes piercing. Because of the continuous decline in his condition, he could no longer maintain the marks in the transparent world. At this time, behind a big tree that Tanjiro was looking at, Orochimaru slowly walked out. He looked Tanjiro up and down, and his tone was still joking, "It seems that your condition is very bad. The people of Akatsuki are very difficult. Tanjiro stared at him intently. Orochimaru continued, absorbing fear? This should not be the ability of a ghost, right? I am beginning to be a little curious about what happened to you. Tanjiro's face sank. He remembered very clearly that in the previous battle, the ninja who fought with him did not have this person in front of him. Then, he suddenly frowned. Why do you have the breath of a ghost? There is no mistake, although it is very faint and mixed with some kind of power, but I will not sense this breath wrongly. Orochimaru smiled and said, this is the result of my research on your body. It's not bad, right? By the way, what is the name of the guy who was tortured by me? Upper string 4. Or upper string 5. Forget it, it's just a piece of meat anyway, so I'll describe it with the label I gave it, Living Body 002. Undoubtedly. Tanjiro sensed the breath of transformation fluid on Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru had replaced his body once with reincarnation of the dead, he injected the transformation fluid again afterwards, so his new body was also transformed by the transformation fluid. The essence of the transformation fluid is extracted from the flesh and blood of the demon, so even if the special flesh and blood of Jago is added, mixed with natural energy and chakra, there is still a little bit of the unique breath of the demon. This is different from the Blue Higanbana No. 1 developed by Shinji. The Blue Higanbana No. 1 developed by Shinji completely wiped out the breath of the demon because of the addition of Blue Higanbana, becoming a pure medicine for strengthening cells and improving physical strength. Therefore, Long Tongue and Chino, who were watching the Blue Higanbana No. 1, were not smelled by Tanjiro. After realizing that the other party had successfully used the power of the demon, Tanjiro took a step back, his face full of shock. So you are the lantern bearer here. Lantern bearer. Orochimaru was a little confused in his heart, but his face did not show it, and he still maintained his usual playful expression. Tanjiro seemed to be certain of his guess, and his expression became ferocious. No wonder you can find me. Orochimaru smiled. Oh, do you have any other cards? Tanjiro laughed wildly. You don't understand the power of the master at all. Smart fool, the moment you appear in front of me, you have already lost. You and your pathetic world, accept the fate that is bound to come. Before he finished speaking, bursts of black smoke came out of his body. Then, his declining power began to rise rapidly. If Yakumo, Ranmaru, and Hirahu were here, they would be surprised to find that in just a short moment, Tanjiro's power has returned to its peak state in the Infinite City. No, it is even stronger than his peak state of burning chakra and flesh and blood. Tisk tisk, what an amazing power! No wonder he can cause so many casualties by himself. After sighing, Orochimaru raised his arms and began to slowly seal, let professionals deal with monsters. Tanjiro waved his knife and said coldly, it's useless. Your ridiculous ninjutsu can't stop me. However, before Tanjiro finished speaking, coffins rose from the ground and lined up in front of Tanjiro. Looking at the coffins with 1, 2, 3, and 4 marked on the coffin lids, Tanjiro frowned slightly. Bang bang! As the coffin lids fell to the ground, the 4 Hokage walked out of the coffins stiffly. Orochimaru smiled and made a seal again. This time we are going to deal with the demons that threaten the ninja world. Please don't be lazy if you are the ones who bear the name of Hokage. While laughing, Orochimaru untied the restraints on the 4 Hokage's intelligence and gave them full authority. Swish, swish, swish. With the steam emanating from their bodies, the 4 impure earth bodies gradually came to life. The first generation's attention was instantly attracted by Tanjiro on the opposite side, and he said in a deep voice, what an evil power. The second generation was somewhat dissatisfied. Orochimaru, you are really brave, you dare to let go of your control over us. The fourth generation looked at the third generation in a daze. Third generation, what's wrong with you? The third generation looked solemn. Orochimaru, did you break my Shiki Fusion so quickly? Is it Danzo who is helping you? Obviously, the third generation can be immortal reincarnation by Orochimaru, which means that his soul has been successfully released from the belly of the god of death. The only one who could do this was Shinji, who controlled the village. The third generation did not hide his most trusted Anbu from his arrangements. After all, no one wanted their soul to really sleep in the belly of the god of death, so even the third generation, who had decided to die with Orochimaru, left clues to crack his Shiki Fusion. So after taking power, Shinji did not spend much effort to find the god of death mask hidden by the third generation and secretly gave it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled and said, Teacher, now is not the time to reminisce. This ghost in front of you slaughtered hundreds of ninjas not long ago. No matter what position he stands on, he is a monster that we ninjas must destroy. The fourth generation frowned, what a strong smell of blood. The third generation also turned his eyes to Tanjiro on the opposite side, upper string 1. It is so powerful. Orochimaru began to retreat and said with a smile, by the way, the other party also has the ability to absorb fear. The fear emanating from you will become the other party's food. The first generation looked indifferent, I can overcome fear. The second generation curled his lips, I am a dead man, I have no fear. But if it is anger, I have a lot here. The fourth generation chuckled and shook his head, carrying the name of Hokage, I dare not be afraid. The third generation finally spoke, it's just a ghost. Tanjiro obviously also noticed the weirdness, because when he faced these four people, he really couldn't sense even a trace of fear. You know, even Orochimaru, who always kept a playful face in front of him, would follow the instinct of living things and emit a faint fear. After retreating to a distance, Orochimaru clapped his hands, I won't bother you. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, Kabuto Yakushi, Jago, Gurren, and Teiwa appeared and landed in 4 different directions, and at the same time formed a seal, ninjutsu, 4 purple flame sarui. Instantly, a series of purple barrier walls formed a huge cube, covering the 4 Hokage and Tanjiro inside. The first update is here. Chapter 1097 The Real Hokage. Boom boom. The huge roar continued to echo in the 4 purple flame array. Sometimes, the huge impact of the explosion will even cause the barrier wall of the 4 purple flame array to swell or even twist. The 4 people who were responsible for maintaining the 4 purple flame array, Kabuto Yakushi, Jago, Gurren, and Teiwa, no longer had the previous ease on their faces. At first, they didn't dare to say anything, but in their hearts they still felt that Orochimaru was making a fuss by going to such great lengths to target a ghost. But after the 4 Hokage and Tanjiro really fought, they knew the deep meaning behind Orochimaru's layers of arrangements. They even felt that these arrangements might not be safe. Inside the barrier. With a swish, the body of the third generation was cut in half by the red sword in Tanjiro's hand. However, almost instantly, the third generation, as an impure earth body, began to recover. The red sword in Tanjiro's hand can indeed suppress the power of flesh and blood. Even if the wounds cut by the red sword are treated with medical ninjutsu in time, it is extremely difficult to heal. Unfortunately, what Tanjiro is facing now are not flesh and blood bodies. They are just impure earth bodies that can be continuously recovered, so the red sword in Tanjiro's hand, although still sharp, but it lost the terrifying killing power when fighting with normal ninjas just now. Boom boom. The next moment, a violent explosion occurred on Tanjiro's body. It turned out that the body was cut off just now because the third generation did it intentionally. As a ninjutsu professor, he is very good at taking advantage of all the advantages he can use, so he took advantage of the characteristics of the impure earth body that he is not afraid of casualties, deliberately approached the opponent, and took advantage of the gap when the opponent cut off his body to stick the detonating tag on the opponent. The explosion did not cause much impact on Tanjiro, but just made him stagger forward. At this moment, with a swish sound, a thin stream of water the line drew an arc and cut off Tanjiro's arm holding the knife. Clang! At the moment when Tanjiro's red blade fell to the ground and made a sound, the 4th Hokage used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash to the side of the red blade, and then the next moment, with a whoosh sound, the red blade disappeared from his hand. The 4 Hokage were all ninjas with extremely rich combat experience. As soon as they fought, they found that Tanjiro, who had studied the breathing method, was too threatening with the red blade in his hand, so they immediately adjusted their tactics and finally successfully let the 4th Hokage use the Flying Thunder God technique to move Tanjiro's red blade to a distance. Damn it! Tanjiro's arm, which was cut off by the second generation's water-style ninjutsu, recovered in an instant, but the loss of the red blade still made him furious. As he was completely corroded by the Overlord's power, he was no longer like the previous Tanjiro. In other words, at this moment, he was just a creature with Tanjiro's appearance, memory, and experience, a puppet created by the Overlord's power. Snap! At this time, the first generation put his hands together and activated the wood style. Accompanied by the shaking of the earth, countless branches and vines emerged from the ground, instantly entangled Tanjiro's body, and buried him. The 4th generation asked, "Is it solved?" The second generation said, "No one can break free from my wood style. But the first generation shook his head. Don't be careless, the opponent's chakra is very strange, even my wood style can't restrain it. The reason why the first generation's wood release is so powerful is because it has the properties of the sacred tree, which can suppress ordinary chakra, so even if it is as strong as the nine tails, once it is bound by the wood release, it is difficult to break free. But Tanjiro's situation is different. His chakra is mixed with the power of the overlord, and the energy level is extremely high, even above the sacred tree, so the wood release has no special suppressing effect on him. Boom boom! Sure enough, in a burst of explosions, Tanjiro broke free from the first generation's wood release with his bare hands just by exploding chakra. If it were someone else, people would be scared to death if they saw this situation. But the four Hokage were different. Although they were also surprised, they were not scared by the scene, but thought about other tactics. The third generation, who died the latest, took the time to briefly tell the other three Hokage about the situation of the upper string demon. After learning that demons have extraordinary blood and flesh recovery ability, the second generation said, the recovery of living things requires energy. Even the eldest brother cannot achieve endless recovery. So in this situation, just give enough attacks. The third generation reacted instantly, which move are you going to use? The second generation said, isn't the immortal reincarnation prepared for this move? Monkey, fourth generation, you cover me. Without any extra nonsense, the third and fourth generations communicated with each other with just a simple glance. Instantly, the third generation used the earth escape technique to create a small-scale mudslide to restrict Tanjiro's movements. Then, with a whoosh, the fourth generation activated the Flying Thunder God technique and flashed to the top of Tanjiro's head. A raise nan followed and hit Tanjiro. Bang! With a muffled sound, Tanjiro was hit to the ground by the fourth generation's raise nan. Swish! The next moment, the fourth generation and the second generation completed the exchange, and the second generation took advantage of Tanjiro's stiffness caused by the fourth generation's raise nan and he used the forbidden technique mutual detonation talisman. Boom boom boom! Soon, a series of explosions broke out in the four purple flame formation. In order to make the power of the explosion more concentrated, the third and fourth generations jointly performed a wind escape ninjutsu, and in an instant, a whirlwind enveloped the explosion. The wind helps the fire, and the fire helps the wind. The flames of the explosion instantly surged into the sky, as if to overturn the dome of the four purple flame formation. Orochimaru said coldly, strengthen the barrier. Yes. Yakushi Kabuto and his companions did not dare to be careless, and immediately infused chakra into the four purple flame formation, which barely saved the four purple flame formation. Then, Hong Lian said with a shocked face, so this is the real strength of the Hokage. Teiwaya couldn't help but sigh, if I were in there, I would definitely be killed in an instant. They had seen Hokage fighting in the impure world body before. Although they thought it was powerful and a killer that could change the situation, it was far less shocking than it was now. Because they put themselves in Tanjiro's shoes and found that if they were in Tanjiro's situation, they would definitely die faster than Tanjiro. It can be said that the Hokage who has fully recovered his intelligence is completely different from his previous state. Whether it is the choice and use of tactics, the means of creating fighter planes, or the ability to analyze the enemy, they are all textbook level strong. So at this moment they personally experienced what the word Hokage means. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 1098 Immortal Law, Ming Shenman. The huge flames wrapped in the wind escape ninjutsu are still blooming brilliantly in the four purple flame formation. This means that the second generation's mutually multiplying detonating talisman is still continuing, and the endless explosion is fighting against the endless recovery. After a long time, the first generation, who was sweeping the formation on the side, frowned first. Then, the third and fourth generations who continued to maintain the wind escape ninjutsu also noticed something strange, and their expressions became solemn. Teiwaya asked, what happened? No one answered. Through the four purple flame formation and the continuous explosions of internal chaos, even Kabuto Yakushi, who has the strongest perception among the few people, cannot judge the battle situation in the barrier at this moment. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, a huge black smoke appeared in the wind escape, and the smoke gradually suppressed the flames of the explosion, making the brilliant flames in the wind escape gradually dim. How is it possible? The third generation looked surprised and suspicious. Unlike the other three cages, he had experienced the battle with the upper string demon in the land of grass before his death. After that, he deployed the final extermination of some demons remaining in the ninja world as a Hokage, so he knew demons very well. And the upper string one in front of him was obviously a little bit wrong, and it had exceeded the strength that a demon should have. The black smoke was still expanding. In just a moment, not only was the explosion of the second generation's multiplication detonation talisman completely suppressed, but even the wind escape ninjutsu launched by the third and fourth generations was suppressed by this black smoke without any reason. Shua! In a flash, the second generation jumped out of the battle circle in a mess and fell to the ground. Although the immortal body is immortal, the second generation who withdrew from the battle circle at this time still looked extremely miserable and embarrassed. The burn marks left on the second generation due to the explosion are self-evident. What is really eye-catching is the traces of black smoke corrosion on his body. It seems that because of these black smoke, even the self-healing of the filthy earth body has been affected to a certain extent. Ugh, damn it! The second generation then cried out in pain. You should know that the continuous explosion of the mutual multiplication detonation talisman is two-way, which means that both the target and the caster must endure the pain caused by the continuous explosion. From this, we can see what kind of person the second generation who developed the mutual multiplication detonation talisman is. Even such a person can't stand the pain caused by the corrosion of black smoke, which shows how terrifying this black smoke is. Glancing at the second generation, the first generation made a judgment in an instant, and said solemnly, "You guys retreat first." The third and fourth generations looked at each other, and then silently retreated. In the center of the explosion just now, Tanjiro, who was wrapped in black smoke, slowly stood up. At this moment, his body seemed to be dissolving, his flesh gradually loosened, and even the words upper string one in his pupils began to blur. No doubt. Even if he practiced the breathing method to the extreme and reincarnated as a demon, becoming the upper string one among the demons, Tanjiro's body could no longer fully withstand the power of the Overlord. Therefore, when the power of the Overlord began to fully awaken, his body irreversibly moved towards dissolution. This was not dissolution at the cellular level, nor even at the soul level. It was a kind of conceptual law, so that Tanjiro, who possessed terrifying flesh and blood power, could not reverse it, or even slightly delay the speed of his body's dissolution. Perhaps it was the madness before he was about to go to destruction. At this moment, Tanjiro exuded a dangerous aura from inside to outside. Even though there was a purple flame formation between them, the few people who maintained the barrier could not feel the slightest bit of safety. This guy Orochimaru frowned. He had overestimated the opponent's strength, but now he found that he still underestimated the power of this ghost. Among the people who maintained the barrier, only Kabuto Yakushi was slightly better. Others, even Jago, showed uncontrollable fear on their faces. This was the instinct of creatures when facing natural enemies. As for Honglian and Teiwia, it was even worse. They were able to maintain the purple flame formation on the spot and not escape, which was the result of mustering all their courage. In the barrier, the first generation did not retreat but advanced, took a step forward, and clasped his hands together, Senjutsu, Ming Shenman. Instantly, two eye shadows representing natural energy appeared on the first generation's face, and then, his chakra surged, and quickly transformed from ordinary chakra to Senjutsu chakra containing natural energy. Swish! The next moment, a red torii fell from the sky, easily breaking through the dome of the purple flame formation and pressing down on Tanjiro, who was covered in black smoke. Tanjiro couldn't bear the pressure and half knelt on the ground in an instant. But he soon reacted, supporting the torii that was pressing on him with both hands, trying to lift it up. Seeing that Tanjiro actually lifted up the torii, the second, third, and fourth generations could not hide the surprise on their faces. Swish! But just when Tanjiro was about to stand up and completely lift up the torii, another torii fell from the sky and pressed down on him, pressing him back to a half-kneeling position again. Swish, swish, swish. Without waiting for him to exert force for the second time, the third, fourth, and fifth torii fell from the sky one by one, pressing down on Tanjiro's body layer by layer, completely knocking him down from a half-kneeling position and firmly pressing him to the ground. Outside the barrier, as expected of the first generation who is known as the God of Ninja, Orochimaru raised his lips, and his face returned to his usual playful expression. Yakushi Kabuto also breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Lord Orochimaru, it seems that the new sacrifice has indeed greatly enhanced the strength of the Hokage." No doubt about it. After receiving Shinji's order, Orochimaru immediately rushed to the forefront of the tug-of-war between the Akatsuki organization and the Ninja Village Alliance, and captured several white Zetsu clones at lightning speed. Then he used these white Zetsu clones as sacrifices to replace the impure earth bodies for the first, second, third, and fourth generations. If not for this, with the strength of the previous sacrifices, even if Orochimaru completely released the suppression of the minds of the Hokage, the first generation would not be able to easily use the immortal method. The wrestling began again. It's just that this time, what was consumed with Tanjiro was no longer explosions and ordinary ninjutsu, but the immortal arts containing natural energy, which was the immortal law, Myojinmen, that could suppress the 10 tails. So although the black smoke on Tanjiro's body was also trying to corrode the Myojinmen, with the immortal chakra continuously infused by the first generation, every time a Myojinmen was corroded and decayed by the black smoke, a new Myojinmen would immediately fall from the sky, suppressing Tanjiro. And as the consumption continued, Tanjiro's body dissipated faster and faster, and slowly, even the outline of his body became a little unclear. The first update is here. Chapter 1099 Fear Projection. Roar. Not long after, Tanjiro, who was suppressed by layers of Myojinmen, let out a heart-wrenching roar. This sound penetrated the four purple flame formation and hit the hearts of everyone present, making people feel a burst of fear for no reason. And this sound doesn't sound like a human roar, but more like the roar of a dead beast before dying. Whether it is the Hokage inside the barrier or Orochimaru and others outside the barrier, they are very clear at this time. At this time, the upper string one is a truly terrifying and invincible monster. If it weren't here, if it wasn't the first generation, even if there were thousands of ninja soldiers, they would not be able to stop Tanjiro in his most crazy state. The second generation on the ground side, it is indeed a monster that can threaten the ninja world. Because his body was being corroded by the black smoke emitted from Tanjiro, the second generation had not fully recovered until now and could only fall to the ground. The third generation couldn't help but feel scared. If he escapes, the ninja world may really be in ruins. The fourth generation nodded. Whether it is the opponent's recovery ability, attack ability, or weirdness, he has never seen it before. It's also thanks to the first generation that he was there, otherwise, he really didn't have the confidence to deal with this monster. At this time, the first generation shouted a warning, "Everyone be careful." Perhaps knowing that if he continued to consume like this, even if his body was dissolved, he would not be able to break free from the suppression of the Ming Shen Gate, so Tanjiro no longer retained and burned some, including his experience, memory, and even his soul. Boom! As Tanjiro sacrificed everything he had, the black smoke around him expanded instantly, and in an instant, he decayed 4 Ming Shen Gates in a row, and only the last Ming Shen Gate was left to escape. Seeing this, the first generation shouted, "Immortal Law, Ming Shen Gate." In an instant, another Ming Shen Gate fell from the sky, like stacking blocks, pressing on Tanjiro layer by layer. But this time, no matter how many layers of Ming Shen Gate accumulated, they could not completely crush Tanjiro. Tanjiro, who had sacrificed everything and resisted the Ming Shen Gate, stood in place without even bending his waist. But likewise, carrying so many Ming Shenmen, he couldn't take a single step forward and was forced to stand still. The black smoke was still, it was constantly corroding the Ming Shenmen, and every time a Ming Shenman was corroded and decayed by the black smoke, new ones would fall back from the sky, as if they were endless. In this helpless consumption, Tanjiro's body was getting smaller, and soon less than half of the original size was left. And the first generation's immortal body began to make a hissing sound, and the originally lively body gradually began to turn grey. There is no doubt that the first generation's immortal body could not bear such consumption. Unlike in the original time and space, Orochimaru used the special white Zetsu clone living in Shizuoka as a sacrifice to reincarnate the first generation. The sacrifice used by the first generation of reincarnation at this time was just an ordinary white Zetsu clone, which was obviously not as strong as the special white Zetsu clone. And the power to suppress the overlord was far less easy than it looked to the bystanders. The first generation looked down and said, "This body can't hold up anymore." The second generation was speechless. This time, Orochimaru felt that the sacrifices he gave them for the immortal body were very good, and were close to the level of his life. Not only him, but also the third and fourth generations. Even the most ordinary white Zetsu clones were sacrifices containing the cells of the first generation and the factors of the sacred tree. For ordinary ninjas, they were perfect. Speechless, the 3 Hokage dared not be careless at this time, and each began to make hand seals. They knew very well that even if they were forced into a desperate situation by the first generation and were about to reach the final limit, the ghost in front of them was still terrifying and could not be careless. Puff! Suddenly, the first generation's body began to disintegrate. The powerful fairy chakra was too much of a burden on the immortal body. As the first generation's immortal body began to collapse, the Mingshan gate naturally could not continue, and was corroded by the black smoke. At this time, the second, third, and fourth Hokage completed the seal at the same time and shouted, "Four-symbol seal, seal." The four-symbol seal launched by the three Hokage at the same time was naturally powerful. The ink-colored seal technique danced wildly in the four-purple flame formation, and in just a blink of an eye, it covered Tanjiro's whole body. As a result, Tanjiro, who had finally escaped from the Mingshan gate, was still tightly bound and unable to move. At this time, Tanjiro's body was only one-third of the original, and the power he gained by sacrificing everything began to rapidly decline. This directly led to the fact that although the seal technique of the four-symbol seal was not as domineering as the first generation's Mingshan gate, it still barely entangled Tanjiro and imprisoned him in place. Boom! At the last moment, Tanjiro's body exploded directly and turned into black smoke all over the sky. Solved! The people outside the barrier stared at the black smoke inside the barrier, their faces full of doubt. Looking at the gradually thinning black smoke, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. Yakushi Kabuto smiled at Orochimaru and said, "Lord Orochimaru, have we saved the ninja world?" The tense nerves of Jago, Gurren, and Teiwa also relaxed. At this moment, the black smoke floating in the barrier suddenly condensed into a ball, suddenly rushed out of the barrier, and headed straight for Orochimaru. The four-purple flame formation that could block all ninjutsu seemed to be non-existent at this time, and was easily penetrated by the black smoke. Orochimaru remained alert all the time, but because the black smoke came too fast and too suddenly, he was still caught off guard and was penetrated by the black smoke. After passing through Orochimaru's body, the black smoke completely dissipated without a trace. Yakushi Kabuto and his companions quickly gave up maintaining the four-purple flame formation and rushed to Orochimaru's side, asking with concern, "Lord Orochimaru, are you okay?" Orochimaru shook his head with a strange look on his face. Just when the black smoke passed through his body, he did not feel anything strange in his body. If there was something wrong, it was that at the moment when the black smoke passed through his body, he recalled the time when he was killed instantly by Uchiha attack with illusion. That was the moment he had been suppressing in his heart, the most unwilling and the most fearful. It was obvious. At the last moment when the power he had infiltrated into the ninja world was about to collapse, the Overlord determined that Orochimaru was the lantern-bearer who protected the ninja world based on Tanjiro's judgment before his death, so he used his last strength to reflect the fear in Orochimaru's heart. This is the Overlord's usual method of dealing with the lantern-bearer. Although the fear projection can only be used once in each world, it has been tried and tested. The lantern-bearers in the worlds that were swallowed by the Overlord almost all died at the hands of their own fear projection. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 1100 Uchiha Attack. Because he was afraid that the upper string one had done something to him before his death, Orochimaru immediately checked himself after cancelling the summons to the second, third, and fourth generations. For a ninja of his level, it would be easy to detect if there was anything abnormal on his body. However, after checking several times, he found that there was nothing unusual in his body. Kabuto Yakushi entered the sage mode, and Jago opened the curse seal. Then the two of them checked around Orochimaru and found nothing abnormal. Kabuto Yakushi was a little puzzled. "Lord Orochimaru, could it be that he was exhausted at the end, so the last blow didn't hurt you?" Just now, he saw with his own eyes a puff of black smoke passing through Orochimaru's body. Orochimaru shook his head slowly. "It's hard to say now, but if he really had the means to attack me, he wouldn't have to wait until he died to use it." Yakushi Kabuto said, "Yet." Orochimaru glanced around and said, "There was a lot of noise just now. The people from the Ninja Village Coalition should be here soon. Let's go." After that, Orochimaru disappeared in a flash. Jago, Gurren, Teiwa, and others hurriedly followed. Yakushi Kabuto, who was left at the end, glanced at a big tree not far away, then jumped up and followed Orochimaru. And on the big tree that Yakushi Kabuto had just glanced at, Ito crossed his arms and said, "Tisk, I didn't expect that they would really solve it. This upper string one is too weak. I didn't even have a chance to take revenge. When we meet B and C later, we will definitely be laughed at. No doubt. In the spirit state, Ito has been following Tanjiro, who escaped from the battlefield of grass country. If it weren't for her real-time positioning, Orochimaru would not have been able to intercept Tanjiro so accurately in this forest. Of course. Although the task Shinji gave her was just to track Tanjiro, she was thinking about how to help Yakumo get back at the front. You know, in the Battle of Infinite Castle, although Yakumo was one of the main forces against Tanjiro, due to various factors, Yakumo was unable to show his full strength, so he was suppressed by Tanjiro very badly and suffered serious injuries. Ito has always been worried about this. She even thought about what would happen if Orochimaru and his gang failed to successfully kill Tanjiro. She and Shinji would take the initiative to ask Tanjiro to get back at them. But she obviously underestimated Orochimaru's means, or rather, she underestimated the means of the four Hokage. Although Tanjiro, who escaped from the battlefield of the grass country, was already at the end of his strength, he mainly consumed his own chakra and flesh and blood, and the real power of the overlord in his body was not consumed too much. So Tanjiro, who just burst out the power of the overlord with all his strength, was actually not weaker than he was in the previous battle of the Infinite City. Although he saw Tanjiro turned into ashes with his own eyes, Ito still floated to the battlefield just now with concern. Is there not even a remaining spirit left? It's so clean. Ito, who had circled the battlefield for several times, found nothing. Not to mention the remains, even the broken spirits were not seen, which shows how thoroughly Tanjiro sacrificed himself. After checking the battlefield several times, Ito did not stay any longer and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Swish, swish, swish. After a long time, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, a tracking team of the Ninja Village Coalition arrived in this forest. The captain reminded, the chakra reaction just sensed is in this forest, everyone be careful. A team member asked, Captain, could it be that monster? Another teammate said, if it is that monster, who is fighting it? I remember there is no camp near this area, right? The captain said, don't ask so many questions, our mission is reconnaissance, not wild guesses. Everyone's expression was stern, and they no longer spoke easily. Soon, the reconnaissance team followed the traces and found the battlefield where the four Hokage and Tanjiro had just fought. There are traces of fighting here. The captain squatted down and touched the ground, and said in a deep voice, the soil has been completely carbonized. This is not something that ordinary ninjutsu or explosions can do. There must have been a big battle here. The captain stood up and ordered the team members, everyone spread out and look for corpses and debris. Yes. The members of the reconnaissance team immediately spread out and conducted a carpet search on the battlefield. But even Ito couldn't find any debris on the battlefield, let alone these ordinary reconnaissance ninjas, so the team reunited soon. The captain frowned and said, it's so wrong. How could there be no debris at all in such a big battle? Suddenly, a member of the team pointed to a place not far away, Captain, look. The captain looked in the direction of the sound and found that a burst of black smoke suddenly rose not far away. Then the black smoke gradually condensed in front of them, forming a very vague human figure. The captain looked alert, what the hell is this? Is it a ninjutsu? The black smoke continued to condense, and the human figure gradually solidified and the outline became clearer. After a while, the black smoke completely dissipated, leaving only a figure in place. The captain widened his eyes, Uchiha Itachi. The figure that the black smoke finally condensed into was Uchiha Itachi, who was wearing the red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki organization and had scarlet eyes. After reacting, the captain hurriedly shouted, split up and flee. The Uchiha Itachi condensed from the black smoke quickly formed a seal and shouted to the reconnaissance team, fire escape, great fire extinguishing. Instantly, a huge flame engulfed the entire reconnaissance team, leaving them no chance to escape. When the flames dissipated, only a few charred corpses with smoke were left on the ground. No doubt. The Uchiha Itachi formed by the black smoke was not the real Uchiha Itachi, but the Tsugakoku Yoichi who had been chasing Yubayashiki Ryuhei and whom Shinji had seen in Demon Slayer World. In short, this Uchiha Itachi was the embodiment of Orochimaru's fear in his heart. He has the same strength as Uchiha Itachi, and is the most perfect replica. At the same time, he also has some characteristics that Orochimaru believes should belong to Uchiha Itachi. People tend to unconsciously overestimate the people or things they are afraid of, and Orochimaru is no exception, so the Uchiha Itachi projected by his fear will also be the overestimated appearance in his eyes. In other words, how strong this Uchiha Itachi is, I am afraid only Orochimaru himself knows. After a short stop, Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes and sensed it, and then set off to pursue the direction where Orochimaru left. He has only one goal, that is to kill Orochimaru. The first update is here.